The future legendary host story. That was uncalled for. My entire body screaming. Ah. This feeling. It's been a while. I didn't want to feel it, but it was already too late. I apologize. In this case, is it the instructor's fault for always insisting on the alpha strike, or is it Sia's fault who created this situation where he had no choice but to do it? Or, is it my fault for getting hit? Well, the last option definitely isn't it. We survived somehow. You really somehow managed to get away. Sia didn't bother taking us as hostages. The instructor nodded sagely to me, who was currently sprawled out against the ground. I don't know what that nod is supposed to mean, so I'll just ignore it. But what happened to Sia? She's currently sleeping after a beating with the metal bat. You didn't kill her. I don't kill my disciples. At the all-too-calm answer I couldn't help but sigh. No, even if you didn't kill them. There are times when death is the more peaceful option. Sia said the exact same thing when I told her what happened to Rude. Rude was there as well? No, I met him before I came back to the organization. He said he came to take me to the princess. Just what the heck did this instructor do, that imperial princess is also chasing after him? I'd heard a lot of rumors about that princess. The most beautiful, but also the one with most thorns. The count's daughter who sought me often at the club told me that. For the record, this person's nickname in social circles was Thornbush. If a person who got that nickname by mercilessly rejecting the noble men that came after her, gave the princess that evaluation, then just what kind of person would she be? But rumors from others were also different. I met Her Highness a while ago. She said she was raising black roses as a hobby. She said she was raising them to give to someone, and I thought that the princess had an unexpectedly girlish side to her. Ah, Rain, do you know what a black rose means in the language of flowers? I was reminded of the Duke's daughter who gave me a black rose she'd obtained. That was quite troublesome at the time. In the language of flowers, a black rose meant you're mine. Unlike her girlish appearance as that Duke's daughter shyly gave me the flower, she was actually on the cusp of breaking through to the Swords Master realm, as well as the vice-captain of the princess's personal knight order. Meaning, an administrator who directly serves the princess. The words of an admin always has persuasive power. Because of that I thought that the rumors from the social circles were all exaggerated. The rumors from the outside weren't great, and most of them were from the Great War. How she had become terror incarnate in the hearts of enemy soldiers meant she was that skilled, and even when they discussed who was the most talented person among the imperial family, the princess's name always came up. I thought that the other noble ladies had just spread rumors out of jealousy of her beauty and talent. But, at this moment, from what I heard from Sia and the instructor, the truth was revealed. As an active club worker, as someone who served women of nobility, the language of flowers was a tool we used frequently, and to me who could recite the language of flowers off by heart, the meaning of a black rose meant you're mine. Because the other meanings were too dark and miserable. The noble girls don't want to hear about that. But considering what I heard from the instructor and Sia, and the obsession that could be compared to Sia and the meaning of you're mine, then other meanings are naturally added on. Resentment and hatred. Wow, that fits really well. I hate you and I resent you, but you are still mine. The image of the princess tending to a bed of black roses while checking fufufu sends a shiver down my spine. What the hell? There's someone worse off than I am. The imperial princess and Sia. Compared to that, I, who had to flee back to the organization just because of a scrap between Duke's daughters, am a joke. If it's that combination, then any number of lives isn't enough. You need to be able to flee officially or unofficially, but in this case you can't run either in the light or the dark. And the even more horrifying thing is that even in the midst of all this the instructor is still running away perfectly fine. What the hell, it's scary. And physically the metal bat. It's so scary. And as I shook in fear the instructor said a shocking story, no a command. Pretend to be me and flee the organization. Yes? If I get caught I'm dead. Not just dead, after I get the full imperial torture course to reveal the instructor's location and have all my limbs cut off, they're going to drop acid on my neck one drop at a time to kill me. No, maybe even worse than that. Instructor. I just want to die normally. With this? Hayek. But the instructor in front of me has the metal bat. To imagine a choice between one where I die cruelly in pain and where I can't die cruelly in pain. Why is my future so bleak? Instructor, save me. Just what is the princess to you that you're doing this? A sea on a bigger scale? I can't refute that. He didn't deny it. Yep. I'm dead. No matter where I go, the only path that awaits me is pain. I wanted to walk a path of flowers as a club host, but reality is a path of thorns no matter where I walk. Now, if you don't leave soon, you'll have Sia to deal with as well as the princess. Where are you going to go, instructor? Through another route, across the border where I'm going to live my days as a farmer in a kingdom at the end of the world. The moment I bait the princess, I'm already dead, right? So use these to convince the kids. What are they? The seals of their families. The Nurmia County's former head is a current head of a magic tower. If you can get help from them, not even the princess can easily lay her hands on them. Same with the other seals, all are part of families that can't easily be ignored. It sounds logical enough, but would they really go as far as making an enemy out of the princess to help me? I think they'd just take the seals and wipe their hands immediately. And you also have that. Although I think that it's just going to be a hindrance as we're escaping, but, as a hostage it should be fine. The woman trussed up in a sack is a beauty on the outside, the reality is a spinster host club regular sword star. Even if she looks like that, she's the little sister of the current Marquis Asarid, and a countess in her own right. But if I use her as a hostage, I think I'll be the one that's a hostage instead. Right now she's out and drooling, but she's the sword star. The most illustrious with the sword. At the same time the most thuggish with the sword. Out of all the fighters that pick scraps for fun, she's the #1 fighter. And because of that, I've got no shot of. And for that reason, I'll give you that. Really, are you really giving me this? It's here. Could it be? If that thing is permanently mine, I could possibly tread the path where death is a real possibility. Now, I'm fooling you anyway. The princess already knows this. Even if she'll want information from you, she probably won't torture or kill you. She was oddly obsessed about the people in my immediate surroundings. Although she might try to win you over to become her subordinate, she won't kill you. Kurg. Along with my sword, I can feel the weight of the bat. It's light. But at the same time it's heavy. If the weak has a treasure, then it is stolen by the strong. Can I protect it? Now, choose. I'll do it. But there is no choice. If you were a disciple of the instructor, who could refuse this seduction? Not even Sia could forget the trauma from our trainee days and went to try to forge one herself, but all she made were failures. And even those failures were bought by the others of our cohort as they saved up their wages for them. But I can have the original. It's not the metal bat, but it's still the chance for me to have the wooden bat. Now, this is your doppelganger. Use this to fool the Empire's troops. Pat pat. As if telling me to do my best, the instructor patted me on the shoulder. I was filled with devotion as I yelled in a confident voice. I'll defeat any enemy that comes. You don't necessarily have to defeat them. Well, good luck. Good luck, instructor. Looking at the instructor walk away, I was saturated in delight. Finally, the bat is in my hands. Now, number 17. Or should I call you by name from now on? It's okay. Although the kids are looking at me with somewhat repulsed expressions, I don't care right now. Now, check if your family seal is in here somewhere. Yes. Is the instructor not coming with us? The instructor is going his own way. We just need to avoid the Empire's troops for a while, then get caught. Bait? Number 1000 tilted her head as she asked me. Well, it's right? You could say that. It's here. I found it. Why do we have to? Is the instructor not running away? Number 1 who was staring at me with discontent, number 17 who was happy at having found the seal. And number 1000 who seemed a bit sad. All unique children just as expected of the instructor's disciples. And they're also kids that need to run around with me for a while for the instructor's sake. So, let's give them some motivation. Any complaints? None, sir. As I slightly raised the bat, everyone's motivation maxed out. As always, the bat is all-purpose. Over there. There's a person over there. Damn it, it's His Highness's orders. Find the one called Narwin. The enemy has already faced off against over 200 of our elites. They are tired. Don't kill them, but disarm them. Sounds came far away from beyond the cave. And these voices that are getting closer are the Empire's soldiers as I expected. To think the Empire's army would get this close already. I need to hurry up and escape. Temporary instructor. Can't you call me Ray up? You dare. You dare. But a greater danger than the Empire's army came from a lot closer. Somewhere down the line the Sword Star had gotten free from the sack she was in and was glaring at us with eyes filled with rage. Although there was nothing was in her hand, but to one of the greatest swordsmen of all time, and especially the one judged as having the greatest magic power, it seemed that the matter of actually having a sword or not was irrelevant to her. Mana sword? You're kidding me, right? That kind of magic power is possible? What was in her hand was a blue sword. That was sword ki, no, compressed mana, a sword where sword aura itself was compressed into a sword. Sharper than any legendary blade, and more destructive than any magic, that thing gradually grew in shape and form. It's dangerous. It's too late to run. In that case. Only one way out. Bat style, hidden moves. Star Duster, pathetic. Bat throw. Thud. The bat was thrown square in the face of the Sword Star who had been stupidly amassing mana in both hands. As you'd expect from the Sword Star who had enough talent to fight for the title of the magic sword, she blocked it with a magic barrier, but that was her mistake. This bat is a legendary item said to have been made from a branch of the world tree. Just its existence alone was enough to shred through magic barriers like paper, hit the Sword Star square in the face, and the sound of the bat rolling against the ground was the only thing that filled the air. And over there. The Sword Star is there too. The enemy has engaged the Sword Star. Wait. Something's wrong. The Sword Star. It can't be. Shock and fear, surprise and disbelief were written on the Empire soldiers' faces, and sure why wouldn't they? Thud. The Sword Star's knees hit the ground. Her hands that she'd raised to her head dropped. Of course the mana sword had already vanished. Her face hit the earth of the cave and she collapsed just like that. As a result of having blessed to the max by the metal bat, she took in the pure pain from the wooden bat. And because of that result the enemy has defeated the Sword Star. Reinforcements. Call for reinforcements. The enemy is powerful. Became the one who had defeated the Sword Star. Herkirk, goodbye, little sister. You're being sold off because of my bad owner, but we'll meet again one day. Leaving behind Rain, who emitted the exact aura as a sect disciple receiving orders from a sect head in one of those old Xianxia novels, while listening to the metal bat play out a third-rate soap opera, I moved through another escape route I'd dug out. But if you're going to shoot a third-rate soap opera, then do it properly, not even Huck but Herkirk. If you weren't listening properly you'd think it was laughing. Hying, owner doesn't know the pain of farewells. Pouring cold water all over a dramatic separation with my little sister. I've said this before and I'll say it again, but that thing was born first. We're tied together with a much thicker fate than just some worldly ties. Since I am living a said worldly life, no more need be said. Right now for a worldly satisfying life it's time to run away. So where are we gonna go? Are we really going to run away to the ends of the world and start farming? No, there's no way I'd actually do what I told Rain. Very much unlike what you'd expect from my disciples, Rain actually has a loyal streak. He takes care of his cohorts, and acknowledges his seniors as his seniors. Perhaps to teach my last cohort properly he diligently beat them with the bat as well. Unlike the others who uses their comrades as meat shields, Alpha strikes their seniors and sincerely beats the crap out of their juniors. Rain is oddly normal. And therefore, the most abnormal of all my disciples. Because of that, odds are if the princess just brings out a few of his acquaintances from his host days, he'll probably spill everything. She'd just have to bring out one of the Duke's daughters that were fighting over him, get them to spill some tears crying. Rain, was it all a lie? Then game over. Most likely he'll spill everything to prove his sincerity. Since surprisingly enough, Sia took care of him, the organization didn't notice his personality, and Rain didn't make any mistakes either, but since the organization's already done for, then Rain's mouth right now is nothing less than an open door. So of course, a life as a farmer is unfortunately on hold for now. But I will do it one day. Farming life. That's a legendary lifestyle that only appears in legends. Dream of a perfect farmer's life. Not a farmer that beats up a demon king, not a villager that's stronger than a hero, but one that just grows fruits and vegetables, and sells them for a living. Thank goodness. I was scared for a second there that owner would transform me into a farming tool to plow the fields or something. Genius? And I already have a farming tool. And moreover, a farmer's god's tool that automatically blesses the land every time it plows the earth? No, would the land die in pain? I need to experiment. Hayek, new. This goddess Arcadia would be used to plow land. New. Just transform to your human form and poke the ground with your finger. Then we'd know. Wine. Owner, didn't you not like it when I transformed into my human form because it used a lot of mana? You need to be in human form for a while anyway, so it's alright. Where are we going? Since it's been a while since she was allowed in human form, the metal bat's words were filled with anticipation. Yes, a place to lie low from the princess for a while. It's a place not even the princess who personally moved to capture me would think of. Hurry, hurry. Where's the place where this goddess descends? Where's the place of my freedom? Hurry and tell me. Near the imperial capital. Hayek? You nuts? You're moving right next to the princess's place? Yes, to be precise. One of the empire's greatest academies. The school that was the closest to the royal palace that the imperial family went to and from. The Summoner School, Eugrasia. The story of the one who defeated the Sword Star. The enemy has defeated the Sword Star. Quack, this org. Damn it, tighten the encirclement. We cannot let him escape. Ah, damn it. Why am I running away? To not get hit. That's it. Magic that changed the landscape, and arrows that could paralyze with a scratch all flew over my head. Ah. Damn it. I'm tired as hell, and according to my original estimations we should have been captured a long time ago. Stop. You are already surrounded. It's too late for you to run now. The knight chasing after me is the problem. What's there to hide? That's the Duke's daughter I've constantly been referring to all this time. And now that reminded me, the princess herself was part of this operation. In that case it wasn't weird for the princess's knight order to mobilize, meaning that it was possible to meet up with said daughter, but to think we'd meet up right in front of each other. If she saw me right in front of her eyes, how would she act? Would she try to kill me for playing her? Or would she cry with tears streaming down her face? Either way I'd prefer not to deal with. Especially the latter. Now, isn't it about time for us to get caught? Since you defeated the Sword Star, some really dangerous things are flying at us now too. Number 17, duck. Hike. Who, hurry with the warnings. Number 17 of the Nermia family yelled at me as she just ducked under the arrow. At this rate it seems like it'll be hard to get support from the Nermia family as well. Yep. Let's just. Should we just die? What bullshit is that? Save the sleep talk for when you're actually asleep. I think we really are going to die. A large-scale magic dropped in front of us and left a crater. It seems that the mage brigade have shown up in the air as well. I think they're still mistaking me for the instructor at this point. I was wondering if I should mix in a counter or not, but. That's dropping right this way? What the hell, that's a bombardment. And a direct line of fire. Dodge. That's an attack that even left number 1000 terrified, who the instructor said dodged the Empire-style bombardment like a joke. Now that I think about it, the instructor could have thought if it's this human, they probably won't die from just this, and just poured on the attacks. If I go forward, it's dangerous. If I stop, the noble girl is waiting. Options. There is one. Yes, there was a way. Although it really did a number on my conscience, it's better than me meeting directly with the girl. Doppelganger, if you complete this successfully, then you're free. I'm ready for anything. As I saw the doppelganger nod, I had the doppelganger take off its hood and run in a different direction from ours. And the bait was successful. Rain? Although my heart hurts to see the noble lady's wide eyes on seeing the doppelganger, but it can't be helped. Run, as far as possible. Alright. I said the contract would be complete once it was caught. But instead, getting caught deliberately was forbidden. It just had to run as far and fast as possible to divert attention. Kason, you lead the squad and continue pursuit. I will chase after the stray. Eh? Vice Captain, what? Thankfully the noble lady took 5 subordinates and started chasing the doppelganger. After separating from us, the doppelganger would be lucky to last 10 minutes. If a person uses magic, then they could exert speeds even faster than a horse, but there's a limit. Because of this, we've been using many tools the instructor had given us to stop the horse's movements and increase the distance between us, but we were running out of tools, and I didn't want to feel any guiltier seeing the noble lady nearly fall off her horse several times chasing after us. And now, since she's not here. Surrender now? Is it finally over? And? The moment we stopped, the bombardment stopped like a lie, and the kids breathed a sigh of relief. Don't move. Thiet? Hold on. But very quickly, I brought a dagger up to number 1's neck. He's still a duke's son, therefore he has plenty of use as a hostage. We need to buy more time. Wait, but why am I the hostage? Your house is the best off. Really? Looking at our pursuers made baffled expressions. Yes, organization members were running away together, and if they suddenly start up a hostage scenario, then anyone would find it weird. I'm Duke Rayna's son Rayna Relswin. I was undercover in the evil organization as a spy, but I got caught. Save me. Oi, that's way too awkward, can't you act properly? This much should be fine? With those words it seemed there was a commotion among the knights, before another knight came forward after sending the others back. I am Her Highness's 3rd Knight Order's 1st Squadron Captain, Kason. If there's anything you want, then begin negotiations. Wow, it seems like the name of the Knight Order really is the 3rd Knight Order. While others use family names, flowers, animals, and such, the rumors that Princess said she couldn't be bothered and just named them by their ordinal numbers was true. Wait, before that. What kind of deal do I have to make so that I don't show myself getting caught to the noble lady? She's going to come back anyway once she realizes the doppelganger is a fake, so if I'm caught now the end result is the same anyway. Should I ask for my face to be hidden? Or, should I ask to be carried away by the mage corps instead of the knights? Tell us your demands. Right now, thanks to the mages, only you and I can hear each other. So tell me what you want. We had no warning? They're serious. Is this the skill of the Empire's strongest mage corps? To my horror and number 17's lament. The surroundings were already surrounded with a thick magic barrier. That meant that we were already trapped, and the barrier could not only absorb sound, but also act as a formation to keep us trapped, and also a method to kill us. And to think they could trap us like this without any of us getting the slightest warning. Is this the skill of the Imperial Princess's mage corps, that are called the Empire's strongest? Then, I surrender on the condition that my identity is not revealed. What kind of conditions are those? Adults have adults' problems. If my face is revealed right now, then I'm in big trouble. Wait, wasn't this to stall for time for the instructor? Just for old time's sake, just because the princess was chasing after the instructor, that was why I was running away with you? But this was just for your own problems? Wow, these kids' eyes are getting icy. If I dragged this any longer, I thought I might be blindsided by these kids first. The reason is it because of the other women you met? But there was someone else that blindsided me first. Is it because of me, Rain? Milady? Rain, did you really think I wouldn't recognize you? This is a trap. I'm currently under the influence of illusion magic by these skilled Empire mages. There's no way that person can be the real deal. By the looks of that expression, it seems you believe that I'm an illusion brought on by magic. Huh, how? Well, it's obvious on Rain's face. Those blue eyes look into mine and curved into gentle crescents. Is that really an illusion? As if he could tell my insecurity, number 1 who was caught as a hostage muttered. Could you please not hold the knife so close to my neck? You're shivering a lot right now? Because of that the blade's brushing my neck a lot, at this rate it really seems like I'll see blood? Wait, hold on. You're shaking even more. Dan, dangerous. Now Rain, leave that thing behind, and come to me. Even Her Highness permitted it as well. That thing? Did she just call me that thing? Number 1, I don't think now's a time for us to interrupt. Yep. Hey, Do you think those words would come if you were in my shoes? Number one's yelling something, but since the noble lady in front of me took up more of my attention, I ignored him. When did you know? I'd be lying if I said from the beginning. Just out of curiosity. I asked Her Highness, and she told me. Then, why? That's because I like you. Those were lines that should definitely be giving me a touching feeling, but all of a sudden, for some reason I understood the instructor's sentiments. Such as Sia or the princess, just why he went around running away from beautiful women. I know that you were working for the organization. That you handed over the information you got from us over to them. But, you never once told them any of our secrets, and you never lied to us, not even once. And Rain is too kind, so you can't abandon people. The sword at her waist slowly rose higher and higher. But the direction it was pointing at was the opposite direction to its normal use. Now, this is a hostage, Rain. If you don't come to me, this sword will stab the human named Iris. Holding yourself as hostage, are you insane? I don't know. For all you know, this is an illusion, like you imagined. But Rain, I've told you before. Rain. If it's for you, then I could even die for you. Rain, if it's for you, then I could even die for you. The moment the girl wearing a beautiful dress and the knight in armor overlapped in my imagination, a red line of blood started to trickle down her throat. Milady. Hee, I've got you. If this is an illusion, then I don't have a choice but to be captured. Wow, they're ignoring us and filming a love story. I'm getting goosebumps. I hate those kinds of things. I only had one meal today. Although it's a heavy love that these kids can't understand, but I still can't abandon her. The warm blood that I touched as I brought my hand up to her neck only served to tell me that this was reality. Really, did you have to, eh? Click. I've really caught you. But, as I was wiping the blood off the lady's neck, at that moment I felt something fasten and lock around my own. During my tertiary trainee days, the words that the instructor had said to me then flashed through my head. I nearly died back then. In the pandemonium called the Imperial Court, I was working under that princess, to boot. Plus, the princess always picked people. See. Milar. To her. As her own people. So even her ward in Atesh were all Milar to her. So everyone close to the princess were all essentially miniature versions of her. And not too long ago, what I'd said when we parted from the instructor. Just what is the princess to you that you're doing this? A Sia on a bigger scale? I can't refute that. And, the story of the Black Rose, I'd talked with this girl previously. I met Her Highness a while ago. She said she was raising black roses as a hobby. She said she was raising them to give to someone, and I thought that the princess had an unexpectedly girlish side to her. Rain, do you know what a black rose means in the language of flowers? And the last thought was, when I told the instructor that I was working as a club host under the intelligence agency, he had said this. Let me make a prediction. I'll put 1 gold on you either getting enslaved or stabbed to death by a girl you meet there. Instructor. The comments you threw so casually so often became reality, but was that not a joke? At least you should have put more money on it to make me more careful. But was that it? Before I worried about the instructor, did I have to watch out for myself first? Number 17, hold on. Something's weird? Moron, we didn't see anything. Didn't you learn this in the organization? Where from? The intelligence agency vice director. I think I get it. Right now I wanted to turn my head to those kids and yell at them to save me, but the lady's hand that had put something around my neck held my face tight and stopped me from so much as turning my head. This is a special collar that Her Highness gave to me to put on the person called AST. It's a special dwarven collar that has no keyhole, and once it's locked the only person that can undo it is the mana flow of the person of the original user. As a matter of course, it can track the wearer's location, and it can also paralyze or knock out the wearer. So Rain. As her red lips came closer to me and kissed my cheek, she whispered quietly into my ear. Now, you can't, run away. The Empire Soldier's story. Now the person called AST that ran away with Rain's appearance is also going to get caught, so all we have to do is wait here and meet him. Huh? Listening to the noble girl who had put a leash on him and was humming, Rain realized that something had gone wrong. Ah, you didn't know? The reason why the number of people that chased after you was so few was partly because to fool you, Rain, but also to fool the person named AST. Everyone that's worked long enough with the princess is wary of the person named AST. Except for the personnel that's here that I stationed in case of emergencies, everyone else is gone to chase him. No matter how incredible that person is, he won't be able to do anything by himself. Hearing this, Rain was certain. He fell for the trap, but equally so did this woman. And if he didn't tell her the truth now, then the responsibility of all that might fall square onto him. Milady. Rain, although you said it was the club's rules in the past that stopped you from calling my name, but that's not the case now, isn't it? Rather than Milady, Iris. It might be even better if you called me Irie like my family. No, Milady, that's not. Iris. Yes, Miss Iris, that's not the important thing right now. It is. Because you're not used to it yet, you can call me Miss for now, but in the future, I want you to leave the Miss out as well. I understand. But, I'm saying this again, there's something important. What's the matter? Surely there's no reason why you should be stammering like that between us? Rain wondered whether he could say this, but having made the judgment that the instructor had gotten a long way away by now, he said the truth. Miss Iris, actually, the thing that ran away with my appearance wasn't the instructor but a contracted doppelganger. Eh? In that instant, the noble girl's smile that had been lovingly looking down on Rain froze instantly. The instructor has already fled through another route, and he said he'd live life in a village far away at the end of the world as a farmer. The noble lady didn't reply to Rain. But her expression told him everything. Her whiter and whiter face. Her clattering teeth. And the shivering of her hands that he could even feel through his collar. Shortly afterwards, after shaking for a while, she quietly murmured, "I'm screwed." Number 3, their story, the Empire Soldier's story, 2. It's finally over. Unless one was on the level of being able to be called an archdevil, it was pie in the sky to receive a soul as the price for your assistance. Normal devils made provisional contracts with treasures or other commodities as compensation, and I too did the same. And I saw hell. I had definitely contracted with what humans called an evil organization, filled with people that would make good partners for devils, but what I'd faced would put trainee heroes to shame. Their skills improving was all perfectly natural, but as if they couldn't feel any pain, these kids would charge in injuries and all as if they didn't know what a limit was. Both I and the other doppelgangers it was tasked with were all horrified. At a later date, when I had gone to consult with another doppelganger that had met a hero recorded in history, or more accurately had been a stepping stone for said hero, he said this. "What, that's scary." Not even the hero went that far. It was seriously like hell. Just once I'd gotten so pissed I'd breached the terms of the contract just a bit to pull out my true strength to give the kids pain. Even disregarding my own skills as a doppelganger, I had turned the enemy into a pain-sensitive state where even the slightest brush would give them unspeakable pain. But in that state they were burnt, sliced, and tore their skin, yet they were smiling. How are you lot enduring this pain? Quahahaha. If you compare this pain to the metal bat, then it's nothing more than child's play. Just what is the bat? And worse, the next generation's brats called disciples were even worse. Lord Searcher, why are you? I was scammed into a contract. As the doppelgangers looked on at the slave life of the great giant that burned down a world, the doppelgangers all realized that they needed to get out of this place as soon as they could. And not long afterwards, all of them got the freedom they wanted. Except for himself. We finally caught you. Give up, Sir AST. You're going back to the princess. Out of fear I'd be recontracted because I half-assed this job, I ran away like I'd set my soul on fire. But even that was its limit. If I'm caught, the contract is finally over. I'm never coming out into the human world again. I made a firm resolve to never come out again, even if the compensation was a soul. Humans, scary. That place called Howling was a place that opposed the Empire. And the people in front of me are Imperial soldiers. To think the Empire soldiers were this monstrous, then that organization Howling also raised at least this level of monsters. Who called humans the weakest race? Are they not a race that are stronger than devils and even have more numbers than us? I can't see the bat. It really does seem like he handed it over to Rain to fool us. We have reports that there's a higher level of weapon than that, so be cautious. I'm saying this again, but the humans in front of us were all difficult to defeat even if I'd used all my true strength. And these humans feared the thing called a bat. Is this bat some kind of planet-destroying weapon or something? But thanks to that, he could buy more time, so the doppelganger was thankful for that. And around 40 minutes later. The contract's over. What? This is a doppelganger? Does that mean Vice Captain Iris' side was the real one? Contact with Vice Captain Iris. The person she caught was the one named Rain, and Sir Ast has escaped. I repeat, Sir Ast has escaped. He said he'd go live in a village at the end of the world and live as a farmer there. As his spirit became fainter and fainter, at the appearances of the human falling into shock and despair seeing the living metal that was his body gradually lose its form, the doppelganger shouted. Ha ha ha, it's the best. Freedom and despair, I get both of them as I go. But, even as it did, the doppelganger thought. Just what is it exactly that this level of humans fear? Number 4, their story, Aisha Nell Carouan's story. So, you failed? I'm sorry, Nunim. The strongest nation in the continent, Carouan. And the future emperor of that Carouan was currently begging me on his knees. Well. That doesn't matter. You're going to die anyway. Hayek. Your Highness? Even so, that's. Shut up. I'm sorry. As I told her with a bright smile, Rhea immediately collapsed into her corner. Now, where were we? So, my little brother, how far in were we? Your last will and testament. You were still listening to my story, Nunim. Not my will. That is your will. I'd waited 10 years for this. For this day, I'd personally dispatched people to the organization named Howling, I negotiated and cooperated with people sent there indirectly, and I also managed to turn his disciples. And naturally, the organization named Howling was destroyed. But, my little brother, as Crown Prince, you did a great job. The organization is destroyed. We've gotten a considerable amount of results and research material that the evil organization had been working on. We've confiscated a considerable amount of resources so that we'll be able to invest quite a bit of money into next year's budget, and we've even got a list of names of those that were cooperating with Howling, so the Imperial Court's going to reek of blood once again. Since we had to clean out the trash anyway, a perfect job. And since you managed to capture the organization's head alive, His Majesty will be very pleased as well. The capital citizens were already in full festivities praising my little brother and father. That's good. That's a good thing. My little brother was indeed useful. But if that Crown Prince was found as a corpse the next day, that would be really amusing, no? I'm sorry, Nunim. Just my life? As I kicked my little brother's chin, who was all but ready to dive for my legs, he flew all the way back to Rhea. But, my little brother crawled back again to cling to my legs. Ast said this in the past. There's a small fraction of perverts that love being the crap beaten out of by women. Was my little brother one of them? Well, so what? He's dead soon anyway. But, why was the task I assigned you the only thing that wasn't completed? How strange. We're still in pursuit. Pursuit? You're chasing him? Ast? Do you really think that's Ast? According to the reports from the chasing group, he defeated the Sword Star in a single hit and is on the run. Aside from Ast, there's no person in the organization with that skill. Really? The Sword Star that old man Nurmia negotiated with lost. The Sword Star skills are already well known far and wide. Moreover, that seemingly endless magic power, if she had chosen not the sword but magic, she could have been the strongest magician in history. If it's that Sword Star's defeat, then of course it could only be Ast. Since the daughter of the Nurmia family was one of his disciples, he'd sent her along, but an unexpected result. Right now, your direct subordinates as well as all of mine that I can mobilize are moving right now and narrowing the encirclement, so please wait, Nunim. Perhaps he'd realized my anger had abated slightly. My little brother slowly approached. Alright, so I'll put killing my little brother on hold for now. Tell me why you failed, first. According to predictions, there was no way he could have escaped from the organization. But he escaped. So I need to find out why. One time is enough for mistakes. I can't lose him again to another one. Approaching the main base was harder than we expected. There were so many civilians near the main base we couldn't even tell who was an organization agent and who was a civilian. Civilian? Civilians were living next to an evil organization? Yes, more accurately they were being domesticated. They gave land and money to refugees and slaves, and helped them out until they could become self-sufficient. Plus, since the city's lord was also an organization member, he also took less taxes from the local civilians. Because of that, praises were sung far and wide about how good the city was to live in. Even the soldiers were surprised. I didn't see it myself, but I can clearly see how it unfolded. Since slaves that didn't know when they'd die, or refugees who had abandoned their homes because of despot lords and taxes, were given a place that they'd only ever dreamed of and were allowed to live there by someone unknown, of course their heads would be filled with flowers. The name was called the Utopia Plan. There were also apparently dozens of cases where heroes or braves came along, thought they were mistaken and just left. Because of that, there was fierce resistance when we moved to subdue Howling. Thanks to that, we made all of them sleep by either knocking them out or with sleep magic, and thanks to that it was a bit dangerous, but perhaps there was a terrorist on the inside or something. The majority of the important buildings were on fire. Perhaps it was Noonan who ordered that? I don't know. I did have people on the inside, but I never said anything other than to get AST. Well, although someone could have started to cause an internal confusion. But the Utopia Plan. Even the name sounds amusing. Well, he was always doing weird things and was very good at spinning them the right way. Utopia, a nice-sounding yet a perfectly dystopic plan. But since the people themselves don't realize they were domesticated, could you call it a utopia? Could I use this? Noonan? No, it's just a passing thought. Humans must be free. That is how their individual personalities are expressed, and their true worth is shown. That's what he said. And since he's never been wrong up till now, I need to respect that. Of course he's an exception. Since there's no personality that stands out more than him, nor is there a person of more worth. That's why, it's alright even if he doesn't have his freedom. Rhea, tea. Yes. Rhea hurriedly ran from her corner and poured me tea. Very well, not yet. There are still chances remaining. It's too early to give up. If it's 10 years, I've waited long enough. I don't need any more patience. For this moment I gathered up competent subordinates, made contact with countless nobles. This was the moment to trust in those 10 years of effort. But just as I thought that, I remembered an old conversation with that person. Your Highness, there's a favorite saying of mine. What is it? To get your foot cut by your trusted axe. 1. You really are weird. Your Highness, I wish you would take this to heart. My words right now are the truth. When the thing your Highness trusted the most, comes back to stab you in the back at the decisive moment, could come in any situation. Why is his quaint smile as he said those words coming to mind right now? Milord Crown Prince. Emergency report. And the answer came quicker than I expected. The person suspected to be Sir AST that defeated the Sword Star was a different individual. We currently have no leads on the whereabouts of Sir AST's location. Why, wait. If you say that now then? Yes. That's right. AST. Your words were always correct at the most exquisite moments. I prepared for 10 years. I believed. And this is how I get my feet cut open. Shatter. Hike. Your Highness. Why, your hand? Rhea. I think this knight is tired because of his run here. Lead him away to rest up. Why, wait a second. Sir Rhea. Don't leave me alone. I accept your Highness's command. Sir Rhea? Sir Rhea? Sir Rhea. 2. As expected from my longtime bodyguard, Rhea quickly led the knight outside. She has good sense in shutting the door behind her. Now, then. No, Noonan? That could get dangerous, so treating your hand should be. My dear little brother's eyes are shaking. I unconsciously broke my teacup with my hand. It's dripping blood. Well, does it matter? Even if I clean it up, it's going to get blood on it anyway. Noonan? Noonan? I say there. Is there anyone there? The crown prince is about to die. Help me. Ah, looking at my dear little brother like that, another memory with that person is surfacing. Your Highness, it's not good for you if you always make an angry expression. Smile. Smile even when nothing is happening, and when you're angry, then smile even brighter. Sometimes, smiling can be a more effective way to convey your Highness's anger than simple rage. Yes, like that. See there. Isn't Soraya shaking in the corner over there? Ah. Right. That's right, wasn't it? Then now. In this moment. Let's make the biggest smile in my life. See Anel Karun's story. Can you hear me? Ah. What I saw as I opened my eyes to my familiar subordinate's voice was a black ceiling. That's right. I came. That thought kept circulating around my head. Once you wake up, you will already be at your house. He's still as bad as ever. To think he'd say that to me, an orphan without a home or a place to go back to. There's only one place I want to go back to. By any chance, he wasn't caught by the princess, was he? Indeed. The person that defeated the Sword Star was deduced as Sir Instructor Neruin, and was pursued, but was revealed as Captain's Pure Rain. Huh? Rain beat the Sword Saint? He was the weakest of all of us? That was what was reported to us. Since they'd already gotten that far, Master will already have defeated the Sword Star. Since she was unconscious enough for even Rain to carry the Sword Star, probably wasn't in her most optimal condition. But she's still the Sword Star. Since the Sword Star's an opponent that would be impossible for Rain to beat if she is awake. In that case, he must have handed over the bat. Huh? It exists. Humanity's strongest weapon. Then that makes sense. He could probably neutralize the Sword Saint in one strike with that. I had the help of my own secretly trained forces and the Emperor's direct shadows, as well as the princess's help. The numbers were over 200. I even had them hide their bodies in the dark and used less torches to have him underestimate our numbers. But Master was always one step ahead of me. And the unfortunate truth was that he was one step ahead of me in the critical moment as well. To be honest, I was uneasy. Our Master, who wasn't more outstanding than anyone, became the most outstanding for that reason, and our Master that was careless, became more careful than anyone because of that. He would use any method to erase his weaknesses, and always develop new strengths. Master always did the things that sounded easy, yet hard to actually realize. Because of that, in all honesty, this operation made me uneasy, and in some aspects it went as expected. Casualties? Amazingly, none. Even our allies that were hit by friendly fire in the confusion were treated. To be honest, I still don't know what it was that we fought against. Then again, that sounds about right. Firstly, it hurts when you're hit. Even I, who endured during all sorts of training, couldn't avoid that pain. But funnily enough, that was also treatment. Just once when Marin suffered a critical wound during training, Master brought out the metal bat. Ah, now that I think about it, that was also the first time I saw the metal bat. Instructor. Even so, that's too far. Sending him off comfortably would be, huh? Is he hurting him because he didn't finish training, eh? We all had to look at that scene with both our eyes wide open. He was screaming and despairing as he hysterically laughed in pain as his sides were torn and his guts were spilling out, but we were stupefied as we saw the injury miraculously heal itself in front of our eyes as it was hit. Kill me, just kill me. Now, my disciples. You can get injured. There's even a way to heal you. So rest assured. Master's smile then made even me, who loved Master more than anyone else, unconsciously take a step back, and the impact of the metal bat I felt not long after that even momentarily turned my loving heart into a murderous one. And Marin, who was crawling on the ground after suffering treatment from the metal bat, survived. Much too perfectly fine. To the extent that he woke up fresher than us the next morning. For the record, because of the trauma from this incident, he rejected countless love calls from paramilitary groups, and strongly pushed for a desk job, and so went into internal affairs. He had become afraid of getting injured. Foo-hoo. Hoo. Yes, HM. You wouldn't know. Messia? As I looked at the ceiling, I ignored my laughter that leaked through my lips. Although it might seem somewhat unbecoming of a woman to laugh like that, for some reason I just want to keep laughing like this. Yes, Master is an enigma. An enigma? Yes, Master is the unknown itself. He's someone we simply cannot understand. I couldn't understand with any common logic. No matter how long I'd been looking at him, I still couldn't understand. Whether Master's name was Nerowan, Ast, Herman, Esedna. Or maybe even something else I didn't know about. No one knew. The territory that Master used to live in had already long been burnt to the ground by the Empire, and Master's traces that I tracked him by differed with every lead. What was more, when I stole records of someone else's observations of Master and compared them to my own, all our records were different. Sometimes, I despaired that I knew nothing about Master. Sometimes, I feared that I meant nothing to Master. Sometimes, I felt an emptiness wondering if the Master I knew and loved really existed. So I was embarrassed, but went to ask Master himself. Master. Instructor. Yes, instructor. I wanted to ask you something. Your training is already more or less complete, but very well. What is it? What is love? Does love exist? Then why does love change? Phew, and you suddenly came to me for this. As if he couldn't be bothered, or perhaps thought it ridiculous, but he answered my question seriously. One's first love is always special. Something new, something fun, something different. They fall in love with these. But most of the time people don't care whether it's real or fake. Do you know why? Answering a question with a question. Unfair. Easily learned knowledge is just as easily forgotten. I thought over it. Why did I like Master? Sure, at first, I cursed him. This little shit. Just why that motherfucker survived the Great War and pull all this bullshit on us? A veteran among veterans of the Great War, he was sent off to for an assignment, one of the instructor's greatest legends among many. But if you had the only recently developed Empire-style magic bombardment thrown at you not long after you began training, then you couldn't not swear. What was next? HM. As I thought, more curses. Qua-af. What is that? Really? Is that little shit really human? Well, that couldn't be helped either. The first time you're hit by the bat, you can't help but yell like that. Now that I think of it, just why did I come to love Master? No? What? Just what do you know about me, instructor? I don't even know who I am. What the hell do you know about me? Do you have any proof that you know anything about me? It was then. Now that I think back on it, was an embarrassing time. It couldn't be helped since I was in puberty. And one day when I thought that it couldn't be helped. And since the magical woman's day also came to me, and combined with my naturally filthy personality, I was very, very moody. It was the day that still haunts my dreams and makes me throw off my bed sheets. I don't know. To the extent that it seemed very heartlessly, very careless. But, his answer that buried itself deep in my heart. I can't say I know you either. No, to begin with, in an evil organization there's no need for an exchange of emotions between instructor and disciple. The only thing I have to do is teach you, and all you have to do is learn and grow. And to begin with, truth isn't a thing that is visible to the eye. And so, I cannot show you visible proof. Wow. Now that I think about it, he didn't understand my existence at all. Just where did I fall for him? I remember. So I don't know you, and you don't know me. We're the same. It's funny. Nothing else, but the same. At the words that we were the same, those words were like salvation to me. And later, when I happened to come across something as I investigated Master, the secret of my own birth that was not at all funny. When I realized the existence of my father that was absent since my birth. And the things that happened after that were all unimaginable. But I felt that I understood myself better after that. But, I still don't understand Master. Do you not know? What broke my thoughts were the instructor's relaxed voice. I scrambled to answer. Because I wasn't used to it? To be honest, I didn't fall because he said that. To be honest, my love for Master then was the same, but I couldn't understand back then. But Master nodded. Yes, it's because you are not used to it. People want love that's flash, elegant, that kind of love. And so they try to gain young and beautiful people in their hands, or try to make brilliant people theirs no matter their means or methods to do so. To raise your own value is the same as loving yourself. And that's why you get quickly bored, or think your partner doesn't fit with you, or find someone else, then you naturally go your separate ways. Then, is it different if you get used to love? To my question, amazingly enough, the instructor smiled gently and stroked my head. Indeed. Rather than getting used to it, maturing. When a person matures, they see depth in what they originally thought was simple or plain, and love what they didn't spare a glance for in the past. Even if there is no flashiness or elegance, they find the best worth in people in their own way. It's hard. Ho, and now who was the one that asked me that difficult question? Master? Instructor. And master who ruffled my hair was different to normal master. Later, when I surveyed people that worked together with master on missions, they said his personality on missions were completely different. And although the master I knew then was attractive, this master was attractive in his own way. And so I heard many stories from master. The me back then didn't fully understand what he was saying. Just, I really like this person as I talk with him. Aside from realizing that. Just one, these words I always kept to heart. Love is allowed. You are allowed to be selfish for the sake of love. Urgent report. Instructor Naroan's goal is a farmer's life in a village at the end of the continent. And it seems that Her Highness herself has moved personally on this matter. For once in a long time. I was remembering fond memories, but that princess has begun to make her move. A person who has led a life completely different to mine, but with the same end goal. It seems like she, too, has decided to move herself. But the instructor, a farmer. What is this feeling that it doesn't suit him yet suits him at the same time? What will we do? Aside from the princess's forces, each of us are to act on our own. The princess's forces are to return, tell His Majesty that I'm going on holiday. We don't have holidays. I have lot of spare holidays saved up. The Empire's a place with really good social security. We're unofficial. Pfft. Then again. You guys don't officially exist after all. Alright. Then let me do the talking. They were the imperial family's shadows, yet their jobs were all unofficial. I smiled brightly as I thought such things. Your first holiday is a continent tour. The goal is the village at the end of the world. I think our holidays will be tougher than our work. That's not my problem. You just gotta do what you gotta do. That was why His Majesty gave you guys to me. My loving master said this. Love is allowed. You are allowed to be selfish for the sake of love. So then let me be a bit selfish as well. If you think you can run, then try to run. Because I, in my selfishness, will capture master. Number 1000 story. Unlike number 1 and number 17, number 1000 didn't have a place to return to. Meaning, she had to go back to the life where she couldn't eat every day. Once she realized that, number 1000 despaired. Kukuung. There's no need to make sound effects with your mouth. It's bad. Really? When number 1000 started thinking with a dead serious expression, number 17 was going to ask whether she'd be interested in coming back to her house with her, but the one who stopped number 17 was Iris, whose face was still sheet white from shock. Hey, you. The princess said she'd be taking you. She refuses your refusals. Huh? The other kids might have their own families, but she told me to bring you back especially. Here. She brought out a small box specifically ordered from the Imperial Palace, and when she opened the box there was a fresh, steaming steak inside. Ca, can I eat it? Of course. Number 1000 gulped, and the moment when she put a bite-sized steak into her mouth. In that instant, number 1000's face turned bright red, and her eyes opened widely. Her hands were flailing around in their air as if she didn't know what to do with them. If you come with us, then this quality of meals will be your everyday. I'll come. I'll come. I'll come. And that was how number 1000 became the princess's right-hand woman. Number 7 their story, number 17th story. You did it. Welcome back. At the warm gazes my family sent me, my heart felt, it should feel warm. How should I put it? Why does it feel like I'm about to break out in goosebumps? Give up owner. Owner's already, become accustomed to that place. No. It can't be. Owner. don't deny it. Owner is already one that this archdevil searcher has acknowledged, a soul that is eviler and crueler than a devil. No. I'm a pure. I suddenly shut up. That something inside me is blocking it. No, it can't be. But. Now, owner. Pure, so. What? I'm still PUKRRGGHH, it can't be. But. What is this, the world's will? Or is it the remnants of my conscience? Something is blocking from saying what I want to say. Ugh. I am not pure. I was dirted. Only before I went to Howling there was a time where I simply enjoyed learning magic. This is all the evil organization's fault. I believed in you. Because among all my daughters you had the most talent to adjust to Howling. Uni believed in you too. If it was you who lived less like a noble girl's life than a bore. I mean free-spirited life, you'd act like a scum. I mean adjust and survive there. Owner. I think your family knew Owner's talents very well. No. That's just Uni lying. She's just jealous that I've come back after completing a big job. Her eyes are way too pure for that. It can't be, lies. But the more I heard my family's compliments, the more I heard that they believed that I'd adapt well to an evil organization. Moreover, Mother, the only one who didn't say something along those lines. Now all you need to do now is get married. Went and said something like that. What was the reason I went to Howling in the first place? It was to get out of an arranged marriage. But to be married off as soon as I got back. Mother, I am still lacking in knowledge. It's all right. Bridal lessons are something I can teach you quickly. Not that kind of knowledge, but I want to learn more magic. Really? I barely convinced Mother, who was looking at me with a slightly regrettable face, and faced Father, the family head, and announced loudly. I will go to the academy for learning. I was someone who survived while feeling true pain. A bunch of brats who simply played around in the fields going ha ha ho ho would be no match for me. But I didn't know then that there would be existences whose academy lives were filled with even greater pain than mine. Number 8, their story, number 1 story. After returning home, and a bit of praise from Father, I thought I'd be forgotten. Well, of course. Since Mother passed away, I have no backers, and I'm not the oldest, and I'm not famous either. And so naturally, like a rat in a hole, I thought I'd have to live quietly, and since my brothers seemed to feel sorry for sending a kid that wasn't even much of a threat to Howling, plus they had other threats to take care of, so they couldn't be bothered dealing with me, and so it seemed like they were going to leave me alone. But. So you're saying you blocked my way for just this? When a visiting noble tried to destroy a food stall because it was in the way of his carriage, my thread of reason snapping was the problem. PL, please stop. Shut up. Just this? I wasn't this kind of bastard. I wasn't someone who'd step forward like this. I was someone who thought I could always fill my belly, but the clothes you wear, the food you eat. Just where do you think they come from? You motherfucking leech, you dare cause trouble in a dining hall? Do you have any idea how much it hurts when you're starving? That was all I could remember. From what I heard, I cursed the noble and his entire clan with all the insults and curses I knew, and I beat down all his knights that tried to stop me by force and lectured him for about an hour on the importance of food. And because of that, I became the most famous out of my brothers in the territory. His Excellence's son Swin really thinks of us? Yeah, apparently he understands our hunger well. I heard he made huge achievements in the recent Howling incident as well. He's quite the person. Whenever 3 or more people of our territory gather, they start praising me. The rumors became twisted and started to turn to something along the lines of me destroying the evil organization Howling that existed since the founding of the empire all by myself. Because of this, there were nobles that started to take note of me as well, and when it seemed that my brothers too felt they couldn't afford to leave me alone anymore. Let's gap it. I decided to run away from home. Number 9, their story, the host turned prisoner, slave's story. The 3 kids were all taken away by their respective caretakers, and I was waiting on standby in Iris's tent. But how? The always noble, beautiful. The Lady Iris, who had always seemed like an unreachable flower on an unclimbable precipice, was broken. All the lady did was gnaw on her thumbnail, repeat the same words over and over again as she circled around me holding my leash. Just what kind of person is this princess, to induce this kind of fear in this woman? Me, milady? Iris. But she's still not forgetting that part. Miss Iris, it seems someone is here. Huh? Knock knock knock. The temporary cloth entrance made of cloth, someone was knocking on a wooden plank to let us know they were there. I'm the mage Captain Legaz. We're going to be holding a meeting with Her Highness soon through communication tools, meet up in 10 minutes. Bring that man Rain too. I understand. Although she said she was calm, the noble girl's voice is still shaking. But as if this problem wasn't this girl's alone, the voice of the mage Captain Legaz also had the same fear embedded in it. Just what kind of archdevil is the instructor being chased by? If a knight orders vice captain, and the strongest nation's overwhelmingly strongest mage corps' captain is died in that much fear, that means that so are their subordinates. Just as I was seriously thinking that the instructor would have to be caught by the princess for the sake of world peace, the girl took a deep breath and shouted with a dignified expression. All right, the answer is suicide. The method isn't at all dignified? Me, milady? Suicide, why would you? Rain. Rain might not know, but there are times when a clean quiet death is preferable to life. I know. I know since I was hit a lot. Every time I was hit by the metal bat I honestly wished that we'd get casualties like other instructors' trainees. So, Rain, you can, come with me, right? Eh? Where? If, it's together with Rain. I'm not scared. Milady? Excuse me, milady? Calm down. Right now, milady is thinking something very radical and very dangerous. Yep. It's radical. But I did all sorts of things while telling Her Highness I'd catch him, but I failed. I can't. I'm done for. Ah, she's out. Her eyes are spinning. Am I going to die here? Crackle. It was then that the large crystal ball in the corner of the room began to make noise. KRRCK, KRRCKRR, RKRKCRRRK. Ah, CRKCKKK, CKRKCRRRK, HM. Is it working? Why, Your Highness? In the crystal ball was a beautiful, brightly smiling, silver-haired, red-eyed woman that reminded me of Sia. Ah, Iris. Vice Captain of my most trusted Third Knight Order. Yes. Unlike the princess who was smiling as if she was very pleased, Lady Iris was stiff like she'd been affected by a witch's petrification spell that you only heard of in folk tales. Yes, Iris. My most trusted Iris. And my trusted Iris went and cut my foot. Hayek. The princess was smiling even more brightly, but that laugh was, yes, the savagery of that smile made me think that was the sort of smile that the king of hell, King Yemra, would make when he sentenced sinners to hell. Our Iris got the person named Rain that she wanted, but I didn't get my AST that I waited 10 years for? Well, it doesn't matter. I failed before when I tried to catch AST previously. The princess smiled even more brightly as she looked at the quivering noble lady like a lion staring down a rabbit. But unlike that smile, the chill that spread throughout my body only increased. So, if it's the Iris I know, I thought you would die together with that kid Rain for a peaceful death. Surely that's just my imagination, right? Shake 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 shake. That moment my leash started shaking like it had a vibrating function added to it. Of course, that was the lady's shakes that were being transmitted through the leash in her hand. No. Indeed. That's right. Surely. To think you'd die comfortably after losing him. There's no way I would allow that. Right? Shake 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 shake. My body started to shake along with my collar. Of course it's also because the noble lady's shivers had reached fever pitch, but I started to shake myself. Seriously, what? It feels like she'd revive us with black magic even if we killed ourselves. You guys are mine. It is also my right to allow you to die. You do not have that choice. Yes, ma'am. Very good. Now since we need to start the meeting. Bring that boy Rain and get over here. Understood. The place where the noble lady hurriedly dragged me by the leash was a place where hundreds, no, thousands of people were waiting. Since all of their gazes are focused on me, it feels uncomfortable as hell. I'm not going to get publicly executed, right? That's? It can't be. And on the way to the lady's seat, everyone's eyes turned to me. More accurately, the thing on my belt. That bat. Did you get it from AST, no Narrowan? Yes, to the bat. But it seems like that bat is quite famous. To think even the Empire's army would know of it. Indeed I did? The moment I said that, scores of people in my vicinity immediately took a knee, bowed their heads, and shouted. Greetings to the successor of the bat. And greetings to the successor of the bat. Aside from the lady and a few others, everyone on the wide plain, thousands of people immediately took a knee and shouted. Rain? What's a bat? To the lady who had a face that couldn't believe what she was seeing, I couldn't reply either. I thought I knew it well, but now I don't know. Instructor, just what the hell did you do with the bat in the Empire? Number 10. Their story, a certain academy story. Is this person really coming into our academy? But the conditions are just as shocking. At one point, it used to compete for the number 1, 2 position among the Empire's 4 great academies, but currently it was the lowest. No, there were even calls to remove Eugrasia from the 4 academies altogether and call it the 3 great academies instead. That was how low the Summoner's School Eugrasia had fallen. And the old man that was that Eugrasia's current principal looked over a sheet of paper and nodded. We'll take him in. Understood. But the dilemma didn't last long. That was how bad Eugrasia's current situation was, and this person's fame was significant enough to be able to chart a path through these troubled times. The legendary summoner, Nyserwin. We will put our trust in him. And thus was the beginning of a new age in Eugrasia's history. A certain princess's memories, 1. To me, the world. Everything was gray. It was not a metaphor. Just that everything aside from me seemed to be in black and white. Black and white. And their mixture. A gray-colored world. Then one day, when I'd thought that all this was normal, in my gray-colored world, in came another existence, clad in colors other than gray. Number 1. Their story, a certain villain's story. This is the 17th garden that the 9th prince visits frequently, and thanks to that we can often see the 9th prince. The 9th prince's mother. As I listened to the explanation, I could only think one thing. Just how big is this bloody imperial palace? According to the explanation, the garden I saw just now was the 17th. For the record, there are 51 gardens in the imperial palace. We haven't even gone through half of them, yet half the day's already gone by. As for why I'm looking at the gardens of the imperial palace, of course it's because I'm here on an assignment for the organization. Normally I should be working hard as an instructor and rolling the kids and sucking on the sweet honey, but my first cohort of disciples had nothing but monsters. Damn it. Because of that, for the first time in the organization's history, they passed the tertiary training in just over a year. Since most other instructors take just over 4 years to raise their cohorts, I have 3 years left compared to them. And our organization, which always has a labor shortage, will never tell me good job and let me play for 3 years. Even so, to think they'd throw me into the field straight away, and into the infamous house of hell that's the Imperial Palace. If you were to talk about the Imperial Palace, legend has it that it's the place where more organization members were killed because they had the wrong backer, instead of actually being outed as a spy. Plus, it's the infamous worst possible working environment in the organization, that no matter how well you did your job, if you were just shit out of luck, then you were dead just like that. No, but why is the organization sending a high-spec agent like me to this place? Because of this, the nobles that are close to the 9th prince often visit this place. These nobles are. Well, the silver lining is that at least I had pretty good luck in seniors. I'd heard that there were a lot of people that just half-assed the explanation and said get out if you can't take it, but my senior is explaining in great detail about the nobles that come often, as well as those nobles' factions, and how influential they were. Moreover, he was also telling me about which nobles to watch out for. Although thanks to that, like I said earlier, we still haven't gotten round to even half the palace grounds. Of course I'm not doing a palace garden tour as a servant. To be accurate, it's a palace tour. But if we haven't even seen half the gardens, just how much more places are there to cover? I still need to see the night orders, the places where the magicians are staying, the mages, magicians' workrooms that are classified secrets. This damn empire is so big I think it'll take at least a week to get round all of it. Although thankfully, it seems there are quite a few places that need to be kept secret. Of course not all of them are classified areas, there could be a few fakes scattered around, but if I don't need to go there then that's good for me. On the battlefield, even if I'd been awake for 3 days and nights I still hadn't hurt, but maybe it was because I was wearing tight shoes, or whether I'd just been listening to boring stories all this time, but my feet were hurting more than they had on the battlefield. It hurt and it hurt like hell. And greetings, Your Highness. Greetings, Your Highness. After explaining everything about the 17th garden and while we were moving to where the 7th Night Order were located, I saw a cute little girl with silver hair and red eyes. For the record, the presence of imperial blood here showed itself as silver hair and red eyes. They say that they carried the bloodline of silver dragons, but it's unsure whether it's true or not. There's just too many stories of royal bloodlines with dragon blood in them after all. But even if she's just a kid, she's royalty. A being that could easily order my head lopped off anytime. Because of that I quickly bowed my head, but even as time passed, even as I felt that now should be about the time for permission to raise our heads to come along, the princess was still silent. Why, Your Highness? Her female bodyguard beside her called for her as if she was shocked, but there's still no order to raise our heads. Damn it. Was this senior one on the princess's bad side? Hyrit. Was it? It's an honor that you remember me. No, I just don't forget things I heard. But who's that behind you? He's a new hire that just came in. New hire, alright, where's his dispatch? That's still yet to be confirmed. Really? The conversation felt weird. If I was under that senior's wing, right now, there'd be all sorts of suffering and prosecution. This is truly a fearful place, Imperial Palace. From the very beginning, I chose the wrong line. So the princess went past, the day ended with me being unable to see even 1/5 of the palace, and the next day. Congratulations. I've never seen something this drastic in 10 years of working in the Imperial Palace. Eh? I tilt my head. That's odd. That's odd? Wasn't I here as with a recommendation from some random baron with ties to the organization to be hired as common servant? Or am I dreaming right now? Haha, it seems you're surprised at working directly under the princess as well. But good luck. But the feeling of my senior's hand patting my shoulder reminded me that this was reality. It wasn't my senior but me? I haven't been discovered, have I? Your Highness? Personal butler all of a sudden? Do you know him? No? There's no way that I would know a commoner that came in only yesterday when I don't even go out of the palace? But why? Secret. My Rhea had been my bodyguard from a young age, but she still has a tendency of being surprised. Of course, in terms of her bodyguarding skills I have no complaints. Her skills being a matter of course, her bodyguard abilities rank in the top tier among those her age, no, the entire Night Order. But, her downside is that she seems to lack a tiny bit of something for day-to-day living. Rhea, if you keep doing that then you won't be able to get married? What? You know how many marriage talks are coming to me. They're all. Don't lie. They're marriage talks going to your family, considering you always get rejected when you meet face to face. Just where do you think you're pretending to be unable to get married because of me? Kurg. Although Rhea is sniffling, I need her to face reality. It's all for Rhea's sake. There are 2 big reasons why Rhea always gets rejected. One is that she's not feminine. Well, although there are men that don't seem to care about that, but the next reason is probably why she keeps getting rejected. It's too much, Your Highness. Everything was for your sake. That's the problem. She started to complain to me with freely dripping waterworks from her eyes. Rhea's mental strength is too weak. She can't control her emotions, so she prioritizes her emotions over the situation. If it wasn't Rhea, but some other maid or guard, then I'd have thrown her out already. Her emotional control is that bad. Because a person that rages when angry, cries when sad, laughs when happy, does not fit at all with this Imperial Palace, where you must always hide your emotions. But she's a famous prodigy even in her family, which is renowned for its swordsmanship. Didn't they say swordsmen were supposed to keep calm? They say a sword that has lost its calm can't demonstrate its full strength, but even like this Rhea is still strong. Really, isn't the most important quality of a swordsman just strength? Knock knock. Your Highness, Mr. AST is here. Tell him to come in. The gray-colored door opened, and a man, clad in myriad colors, entered. He seemed to be in his late 20s, perhaps early 30s, but since there were said to be many cases where commoners lived harsh lives and looked older than they were, is he more likely to be in his 20s? You, what are you? Excuse me? What are you? What are you, that only you have color? Are you the same as me? But in that case you shouldn't be alive. Just, what on earth are you? Your Highness. I was so happy my workload would reduce because you brought in a person for the first time in a long time, but you're like this to him, he'll quit straight away. No, he can't quit. It's an imperial order. Eh? Until I say so, he cannot resign. Since the day my fate was decided, he was the first man bearing color. I haven't found out how or the reason, so I can't let him quit. Before I know the reason why, I need to put him by my side and observe him. If you understood, then answer me. What are you? I am named AST. I know your name. Then could you please tell me what it is you are asking me? Are you an idiot? I asked what are you? So I said my name is AST. I wasn't asking for your name. Then what else should I represent myself by? If I cannot represent myself by my name or person, then just what should I introduce myself as to your Highness? He was tilted his head as if he didn't know, but his lips held a queer smile. It was an expression that said I know what you want, but I'm not going to tell you so easily. So, that's how you're going to play? Then I should respond in kind. If it was my other siblings I would threaten them with my title, but that's not my style. What difficult things are you talking about? I just asked you what you were. But you're replying with such complicated words, do you even know what your role is? Now, these are a pure and innocent child's eyes. Of course I am a child, but on the inside I'm nothing less than an adult. Yes, ordinary people would probably call me a genius. But even so, I'm 9 years old. It wouldn't be weird if I were to say such things. You are also responsible for my education. So, I'm asking you. Because I don't know. What are you? Explain in a way that's easy for me to understand. Your Highness, are you really doing that again? This is why all your servants quit. As if she was getting a headache, Rhea grumbled, but Rhea was never someone I had to be concerned with. Now then, AST. What will be your answer? Number 2. Their story, a certain villain's story. You, what are you? What are you? Now, the first thing that this princess says when she meets me for the first time is this. What's this? How should I respond? Your Highness. I was so happy my workload would reduce because you brought in a person for the first time in a long time, but you're like this to him, he'll quit straight away. No, he can't quit. It's an imperial order. Eh? Until I say so, he cannot resign. Plus, she even says she's using an imperial command preventing me from quitting. Ho ho, damn it. But at least I can ascertain something out of this. The princess definitely wants something from me. If I can understand what that is, then I could probably direct this conversation to my favor. If you understood, then answer me. What are you? That kid's getting snippy, but since she's the princess, I'm the one that should crawl. I am named AST. I give her my name. Names are important. There's a reason why the question your name is exists. Of course it's an alibi though. But even though I thought I answered rather well. I know your name. Are you an idiot? I asked what are you? I wasn't asking for your name. The replies that come back are all arguments. No? Wasn't? So what? Why is this not even 10-year-old kid I'm seeing for the first time? Wait, since I saw her yesterday it isn't our first meeting. But still, if you asked someone about a philosophical question the first time you met them, then how would you answer? Then what else should I represent myself by? If I cannot represent myself by my name or person, then just what should I introduce myself as to your Highness? I don't know. To begin with, I wasn't exactly good with philosophy, and it's not like I can yell I think. Therefore I am, like Descartes. So I decided on an honest straight ball instead. But what difficult things are you talking about? I just asked you what you were. But you're replying with such complicated words, do you even know what your role is? She tilted her head and asked, like an innocent little kid. No, I actually don't understand what my job is. I woke up and was dispatched as a personal butler, there's no way I'd know what I'm doing. It's not like there was a handover process either. I just came because they ran over, said go this way. But the moment I arrive she asks who are you, and when I say I don't understand, what complicated things are you saying? Ho ho, not even an evil organization rushes work like this, would you say as expected of the Empire, as expected of the Imperial Palace. You are also responsible for my education. So, I'm asking you. Because I don't know. What are you? Explain in a way that's easy for me to understand. Ah, so that was the case. I'm also in charge of the princess's education. If that workload is included, then it felt like there would be massive amounts of other workloads included in the package as well, but this was the priority right now. Do I need to say something wise or something? No, since she doesn't know then easily so she can understand. Easily. Alright then let's do it this way. I don't know. I dunno. Sue me. Side story, a certain princess's memories, 2. Number 3, their story, a certain villain's story. Huh? After a moment of silence, the princess's stupefied exclamation echoed through the room. Although I didn't hear what my duties were, about this kid princess herself at least, my senior Hirat told me about her immediately after we met yesterday. To summarize a 30-minute explanation, she's the first imperial princess of the empire and the greatest genius of the imperial family. And she's an asshole. Plus she apparently had the favor of the emperor, so she did pretty much whatever she wanted. Rather than half-assing something to an opponent like that, it's better to pretend I know nothing at all. Alright then, let's show her my uselessness here, and get fired. Then the organization can't do anything about that either. The princess that's loved oh so much by the emperor told me to piss off home, what else can I do? Of course I could get a salary cut because of that, but considering the alternative is living in the imperial palace, where 10 lives aren't anywhere near enough to survive, it's better to just take a pay cut and go back to the organization as an instructor. My name is AST. I was born in the old Harkon kingdom as a farmer's son, but I was forced to abandon my farm altogether due to war. When I came over to the empire and did odd jobs to survive, I found myself here. My age is 25, my hobby is reading. I have a special constitution that refused to allow me accumulate mana since the day I was born, so no matter how much I practice my swordplay my skills are always lacking, and I cannot use magic either. What, you could explain it. But was that explanation what your highness wanted? No. And why should it? Although I don't know what she wants from me, I know her purpose. She's just trying to screw me over. Considering what the knight named Rhea said earlier, this was probably how she made many of her servants quit. Since your highness ordered me to explain simply, I shall explain simply. Your highness. Does a person's essence lie in their physical body? No. Indeed, it does not. A person dies and leaves behind their body. But that is simply a corpse that soon rots away, it is not that person. In that case Sir Rhea, what do you believe is the essence of a person? Huh? Me? The startled female knight stared at me with wide eyes. Very good. This is good prey. Yes. The soul? She struggled in that surprised state for a while before answering with a question. She doesn't seem like an imperial knight which supposedly needs both strength and intelligence. She appears to be the princess's bodyguard, so no doubt her martial skills will be very, very superior to make up for her intellectual shortfalls. Or maybe she's beside the princess because she's an idiot. On the other hand, the princess could just be keeping her as a fun toy to play with. In that case, Sir Rhea. If your soul was swapped with mine, and Sir Rhea's soul and mind were in this body, would you still be Sir Rhea? Is it? No, isn't it? Don't bully Rhea. She's not in charge of my education. Your highness. The princess said to me as she looked at Sir Rhea whimpering. I think Sir Rhea was actually quite moved by that. My head is far too good to be taught by an idiot. Your highness. Although I think that ended immediately. Your highness. No matter whether that you think she may be an idiot, if a person by your highness's side is deficient in knowledge that is not good. It's alright. There's no one in the palace that doesn't know that Rhea is an idiot. But her martial skills are excellent, so it's alright. Wait, Your Highness. I'm not in. No matter how splendid her martial arts may be, she should have the talent to identify what is good or bad for her mistress. If not, then she would only be harmful to her owner. It's true, but it's alright. I'm not so incompetent to be harmed simply because of Rhea. Isn't Your Highness, and you both going way too far? Especially you. It is the height of rudeness to say someone needs intelligence on their first meeting. I turned to Sir Rhea, who was shouting with a scarlet face. Normally it wouldn't be weird for her to draw her sword yelling, "You dare show such disrespect? Pay the price with your head," or such lines. Then Sir Rhea. Could you please give me an answer to my previous question? That's. Rhea, you don't need to push yourself. No, Your Highness. I can do this. Oh. So she was the hot-blooded loyal type after all. After struggling hard for a bit, Sir Rhea said firmly, as if she made up her mind. My answer is no. Why so? No matter if my body and soul was in Sir Ast's body, from other people's perspective I would be Sir Ast, not myself. Well, you could think that, you could think not. Especially reincarnators, well, I'm included in this category as well, but after death, living in another body is quite a profound feeling. If you were to classify this world into a genre, it would be fantasy in particular. In a world where souls exist, I'm very curious as to what happened to the original soul of the body. If I stole the original soul's rightful place, then where did that soul go? Might it not inhabit some other medium and come back for revenge? Of course, these thoughts were only limited to when I was very young, when I had nothing to do. Because normal commoners, in particular farmers, had a hard enough time putting food on their plates, so they were busy farming. Plus, since when I was alive, the current trend of the fantasy genre was reincarnating in things other than humans, or reincarnating without any reincarnator bonuses. No, sometimes they were even debuffed as hell for a miserable life. In novels you had a spider or a slime, heck even a sword had a great time after they reincarnated. At the very least, it would have been great if I had a masked devil that would make my past life's items from my explanations and sell them to let me pocket a royalty. 1. Because in my past life and present, I had it hard because I was lacking talent. In that case, who is that person? Sir Rhea's memories and soul came into my body, but that is not Sir Rhea. Then is it me? That's not it either. Then if I were to enter Sir Rhea's body, then would that mean that that was not me either? In that case, where did I go, and who is the one that came into my body? That? Sir Rhea, who returned to her whimpering state, was kind of cute. To the point where you really wanted to bully her. Really, teasing idiots has a satisfyingly fun feeling. Since she's the princess's personal bodyguard, she'd be of a relatively famous noble family's daughter, but she's not arrogant, and she's pure. That's the perfect type to bully. But since this place isn't my actual workplace, more accurately quitting is in my best interests, so I need to unfortunately give up on that. In one way, Sir Rhea's answer is correct. But in another, it is not. Everything is interpretable in many ways. Things are not divided into good and bad things from their existence. Good. Bad. Helpful. Hindrance. Splendid. Horrifying. Everything is up to one's own interpretation. Your Highness will no doubt have already interpreted myself however you saw fit. And Your Highness will reinterpret what I have said just now with your own standards and viewpoints. In other words, don't ask? Those eyes that pretended to be pure turned indifferent again. Really, her bright eyes earlier really didn't suit the princess. How would you put it, like a shonen manga was drawn with a shoujo art style? It had an awkwardness like a hot-blooded battle-action manga where all of a sudden it wouldn't have felt odd that the protag and the male rival would suddenly fall into a dangerous swamp beginning with B. And it also seems like she's slightly annoyed. Good. Now just like this, I need to keep annoying her that I keep my head while getting fired. That was not my intention. I simply know myself. But, the me that Your Highness was questioning me about is something Your Highness would know, not me. And so, I wish for Your Highness to watch me, and evaluate me accordingly. According to the formal manners I learned, I bowed my head. Now, what will be your next move? Unless it's the gallows morning dew ending, too, I have the courage to accept it all. Even better if you fire me. Tap. Tap. The princess's short fingers started drumming the table. When I snuck a glance upwards, both the princess and Sir Rhea had their eyes closed and seemed to be thinking of something. But Sir Rhea? Should the princess's bodyguard have her eyes closed like that? Can the bodyguard of royalty commit such gross negligence of duties like that? All right. This question, I'll accept it as you having answered it. Just as I began to seriously think that Howling could probably take the imperial palace, the princess said with an expression that seemed like she was pleased with something. It's not good if you're happy. It'd be so much greater if you said, I don't need an incompetent commoner like you, so get lost. And fire me? Aha. I finally found it. Everything can be solved if the truth that Mr. AST and my bodies were swapped is revealed. And since my education is unnecessary, educate that idiot. You gave me a task that is too difficult. Aren't both of you being way too unreasonable to me? Seeing Sir Rhea squawk in protest, I swore to myself. Alright then, I probably wasn't going to get fired straight away anyway. In that case, I'll bully Sir Rhea and make Her Highness get sick of me, and get fired. And 1 year later, I still couldn't get myself fired. He was very quick-witted, his memory is excellent in pointless things, and is very skilled in sophistry. That would be a simplified version of my assessment of him. Firstly, his wits are very, very good. Too good. So good that it annoys me. And so until I find what it is I want from him, I will never let him quit, just when I started to start being more flagrant while maintaining a line. Your Highness. Eating carrots is good for your eyesight. It is also good for your joints, good for your teeth, and since it has heating properties, it is also very effective for people with cool bodies. If my eyesight deteriorates, I can always wear glasses, and there are no problems with my joints. My teeth are sturdy too. Even so, you need to eat. The imperial chefs worked hard to make these. Hey, AST? I definitely remember telling that chef to not put carrots in. Was the chef changed while I wasn't aware? No. There's no way that there would be that many competent chefs, would there? Of course it is, because I requested him to add carrots. Picky eating is not good for you. For the record, Sir Rhea, carrots are also good for constipation and balding. Why is it that in the middle of talking to Her Highness, that you suddenly tell me those things, Mr. AST? I'm going to live a short and bright life anyway, it's alright for me to be a picky eater, no? Although my mouth is twitching, I cannot speak. Those that know the story number no more than 5, including Rhea. No matter how unusual he is, I cannot tell him that. I'm not eating. You're not a child. I am a child? If you're a child, then you need to even more nutrients for your growth. Nutritional deficiencies cause imbalances in the body's growth. Isn't that right, Sir Rhea? Why are you scanning my body up and down like that? Are you picking a fight? Even if you are Her Highness's personal butler, insulting nobility is a crime. See, Your Highness. If you don't eat carrots, then you may also end up lacking confidence in your body like Sir Rhea. Quack. I'm going to kill you, I'm gonna kill you. ASD's eyes flickered over to Rhea's nearly 20-year-old breasts. They're flat. I know perfectly well that a woman's breast size can bring male affection. But I don't particularly have any wishes of being looked at by men, and even if I did, I am 100% dead before that time even comes. But, why is my hand so naturally reaching for the carrots? Your Highness? Those carrots that you hate, where on me did you look that you made up your mind to eat them? If that place was my breasts, then I feel like I'll have to question my loyalty to Your Highness. Rhea, picky eating is not good for you. I am not a picky eater. Before that, I actually like carrots. AST. I found a big error in your logic. I don't think I'll need carrots. I understand. Are the two of you really going to do this to me? Rhea, who's yelling with her face all red, is cute. Although she's older than me, cute things are cute. To Rhea, who's grumbling, I'm still growing, or I still have hope, in tears, I should show Rhea's mother, elder sister, and her relatives as examples to show her the truth that she has no hope. Hook. Her Highness has changed, it's all Mr. ASD's fault. The result, she ran out of the room in tears. So cute, Rhea. You made her cry. You already have brought her there. The one who finished her off was Your Highness. Of course. Making Rhea cry is one of my few joys in life. My hand naturally moved to the tea on the table. Although I wondered why people drank such bitter water to begin with, I fell for ASD's taunts, and so I eventually came to the habit of drinking it. Now it's come to the point where I can enjoy the taste and fragrance of it. It tastes good. It was harvested this morning. Since it was grown in the palace gardens, it tastes even better. That's odd. As far as I know, this herb isn't one that I know is cultivated in the palace. When requested it with your highness's name, they made it for me. As expected of your highness. I didn't think that they could build a herb garden in just 3 days. What? What the hell is this brat spouting now? Although it's only every once in a while, this man does some truly ridiculous things, without even blinking. Hey. AST. This tea is your favorite, isn't it? It is. It's also a tea that your highness drinks quite frequently. And what is the reason that I drink this tea so often? Of course, isn't it because I brew it for you so often? Alright, in the first place I didn't drink tea at all. And suddenly the palace has its own herb garden? And one that produces your favorite variety, AST? Do you think this is coincidence? I do not believe it is coincidence. That means that you're acknowledging that you used my name to order the creation of a herb garden for your own purposes? No. Your Highness. I just simply told the palace maids that you enjoyed this tea. Is he mad? Even if AST is my personal butler, he's someone who's been here for barely a year, you could still get to him more quickly by counting from the bottom. 3. And this fellow used my name to make a tea plantation for himself. Of course there would be no evidence. Because all he did was simply telling the maids. But telling the palace maids is nothing less than spreading the rumor through the entire palace. Moreover, there's no way that this man wouldn't realize the presence of the maid network, which is especially easy to spread and twist rumors through. Even among the insane, there is probably no bastard more insane than him. Is there a problem? No. Well, it's not like I have either proof or justification. Well, it's also true that I do enjoy this tea now. And more than anything else, I like this type of crazy bastard very, very much. A certain villain story. Is there a problem? There isn't. Why? Why was there no problems? I'd done something that might have been a bit dangerous, but then she went and said oh so casually that there weren't any problems. Seriously, for personal profit I fooled the palace office workers and sold out the name of a member of the imperial family to make a herb field? Starting from the finance department, I chose locations, made a farm to raise herbs in, and even had personnel assigned to look after it, and all that was actually done just so I could drink my favorite tea. And there's no problems. If this was a democracy, it wouldn't be weird for me to get impeached. Either way, Ray is back yet. Go and soothe her a bit. Your Highness, people are beings that cry more when someone tries to get them to stop. Sir Ray is a simple person, so if we wait, she'll calm down on her own and come back. So I say, but if I'm seen next to a crying Sir Rhea and misunderstood, that's a big problem. Seriously, I thought she was just some barony or earl's daughter, or a countess or baroness as the princess's personal bodyguard. But oh my god. It turns out she's a daughter of one of the famous 10 great families of the empire, a daughter of the Arista Marquis. And the most famous up-and-coming prospect of that family at that. She was one who held overwhelming authority within her family that even the next marquis had to show deference to her. And if word got out I made her cry? The Arista family could just off me without anyone the wiser. No, before that I could get stabbed by the female knights that all respect Sir Rhea. So let's leave the teasing Sir Rhea to within the princess's rooms. Of course I'm not going to stop. That's my only joy in this palace life and I can't give that up, too. After a moment of silence, whether she didn't like that moment of quiet, the princess said with a dry voice. I'm bored. She could be. Since your highness is free most of the time it can't be helped. Other members of the imperial family have personal tutors, and experience assorted duties, but our princess is doing nothing. If you know then do something fun. How do you wish for me to do something fun? At my question, the princess thought for a bit before she said with a smile. Strategy and tactics, are you good with those? Well, a bit of STA *** graft back in the day, 1. Number 5, their story, a certain bodyguard story. Sniff. But I'm still Her Highness's bodyguard. Yes. Sir Rhea is a splendid knight. You can do it. We believe in you, Sir Rhea. If we don't believe in you, who else can we believe in? As I rubbed my reddened eyes, I came out from the nearby maid's room and headed to Her Highness's room. Her Highness was being much too mean lately. Since Mr. AST came along, Her Highness's teasing has only gotten worse. She keeps making fun of me as if to say she wouldn't lost to AST, but I would really like it if they wouldn't play games with me. And if nothing else, I still have the chance for growth. The maid said. The size of a girl's breasts do have to do with genes, but they can also be grown with effort. And among the 208 secret techniques of the Imperial Palace, there were also techniques to make your breasts bigger. 3 massages a day, drink milk with blended strawberries. I looked at what I'd written and nodded with resolve. Yes, it's not over yet. I'm still 19. My growth period might not have ended. Right? But tears spring to my eyes again. Although my father's a unique exception in our family as one of the advisors in the palace, but whether it was a specialty in our predominantly combat-orientated family, most of the women in my house had small breasts. I think my youngest sister has the beginnings of sprouts, but they're about as big as mine. It's over. The fire of hope died once again. When I think that I'm the same size as my 12-year-old sister, I think I'm done for. If I head back to Her Highness's room, I think either she or AST would tease me how my breasts are as big as a 12-year-old's. Yep. I don't want to go back. Should I run away? Sob, no, I need to go. But I still need to protect Her Highness. Compared to her my breasts aren't much of a problem. Yep. Compared to Her Highness's fate, my breasts wouldn't even be worth comparing to. Your Highness, sorry I'm late, huh? No, it's impossible. Never. Even if you're being pushed back, isn't your argument seriously impossible? I believe that Your Highness is the one that should be admitting that your commanding forces are destroyed. But inside the room that I'd steeled myself to enter were Her Highness and Mr. AST engaged in a fiery debate. Considering the assorted types of pieces on the table, I think they were holding a mock war game. It seemed that it was because they were at odds over a particular opinion. And I have a bad feeling about this. Really? Rhea. Sir Rhea. In the middle of their argument, the two of them turned to me and shouted. Yep. As I thought. I'd had a bad feeling about this. They were probably going to ask me, weren't they? Do you think this is possible? This rascal, no matter how much he hates losing, he's arguing something impossible. I am simply arguing that what can be done can be done. Sir Rhea, I understand Her Highness's desire for victory, but she also needs to know when to acknowledge defeat. Seeing Her Highness and Mr. AST run towards me, I tried to run away, but even before I could open the already closed door, all I could do was turn my back flat against the door, unable to retreat any further. Rhea. Sir Rhea. Hayek. Scary. Her Highness is scary, Mr. AST is scary too. Logically, I would listen to both sides and choose one, but in that case the other would tear into me. Her Highness is scary like Her Highness, and Mr. AST is picky like AST is. Yua. I don't wanna. I just got myself sorted. I'm about to cry again. But Mr. AST always said that even if the sky were to fall, there was always a hole to escape through. And now is the time to find that hole in the sky. CA, can't you just prove it? Prove? Yes. Try it out in real life, and if it doesn't work, then Mr. AST is the loser, and if it does, it would be Mr. AST's victory, wouldn't it? At the perfect answer that would bring even a famous judge to tears, Her Highness and AST drew back from me. I clutched my shocked chest and sighed. Hick, they're small. As I calmed my shocked chest, another wound opened up and I had to calm myself again. But I didn't know then that this one line would mark a turning point in history. Number 6, their story, a certain Empire Army soldier's story, Sky episode. It's cold. It is. No matter how I see this, I don't think this is right. Even as I shivered in the clouds 4,000 meters above sea level, I continued to cast magic. But it's cold. Even if I do wear warm clothes when I'm out flying, if I was called up suddenly for something like this, then of course I'd be underprepared. And it just had to be ice magic at that. Damn it, I'm freezing here, and I have to make ice. Was he? Damn him. For an asshole that sits warm and dry in an office, he makes people pointlessly suffer. I will remember this. Don't be like that. He's that Imperial Princess's personal retinue, you know? Look at Sir Rhea. She's always suffering there. No, from what I heard from a reliable source, I heard he tears into Sir Rhea with Her Highness as well. And apparently he's pretty skilled at it too. Huh? You sure of your source? Someone in their right mind would bully a Rhysda sword princess? Is that even possible unless you're a lunatic? Is it? Yeah, to think an ordinary commoner would tease a sword's master. That's actually scary itself. Hey, it's dropping. Don't let it fall. Although we were all talking like this was part of our daily routine, this task was something that demanded oddly specific requirements. Firstly, we needed to suppress our magic output to the point that the soldiers that Her Highness led couldn't detect us, and we weren't casting ice magic like we normally did, but drew in the water vapor in the air and froze it just like that. It took longer to do this than you'd think, and since we're producing normal ice it doesn't even float in the air like normal magic, so we needed to keep a normal chunk of ice floating in midair, and hence the mana drain was intense. To the extent that because of this, we had 3 experienced mages on a team for this job. What was next? Let's see. Cast protection magic and a magic barrier, acceleration magic, gravity magic, as much of these as possible? It might have been harder if it was ice magic, but since it's a chunk of ice this shouldn't be too bad. It might be fun to draw a magic formation after using all those support spells? But was there anyone who said that this was possible? There wasn't. It's been nearly 1,000 years since battle mages were first used. You guys all know just how much development's gone into anti-magic bombardment spells since then, right? Unless that enemy is either a retard or under conditions of a perfect ambush, the likelihood of success isn't very high. I answered my subordinate's question, who was still diligently casting magic. Now that I think about it, isn't this actually quite a serious problem? Although I thought it made absolutely no sense at first, but once we actually tried it the preparation steps were successful. And if this actually worked, then the use of mages would change forever. Right, let's drop it. Yes, sir. Once all the magics have been cast, the completed lump of ice was dropped. The method was simple. We just had to undo the levitation magic we'd been maintaining and it would just fall on its own. The gravity magic and acceleration magic let it hit the ground instantly. So then, what happens if this works? As I watched the block of ice fall to the ground at a high speed, my subordinate asked me. If this works? Well then. All hell breaks loose. Number 7 Their story, a certain Empire Army, soldier, story, ground episode. Why am I the target? Well, it's not like Her Highness can do it herself. Who would believe that the beauty who's making a teary face beside me is actually said to be the most likely swordswoman to succeed the current sword star, the sword princess famous throughout the empire? If the many female knights that dreamed of her knew this truth, they'd all be running to kill that man named Ast. Although of course they'd fail because of Her Highness. Even so, there's zero possibility that this would work. It makes absolutely no sense. And in a state where we know a magic bombardment is coming, it can never succeed. What is the flower of war? It's magic. The power of a magician brigade's large formation spells that could overturn the results of a war thought to have been set in stone was known by every soldier out there. And the methods to block this damage were diligently researched even in the age of peace where war was absent. And because of that, the mages' bombardments, which used to be the number 1 danger on the battlefield, were faced with defensive tactics and skills where they only worked in an ambush. No, maybe not even an ambush anymore. Now, see, Sir Rhea. No matter how much you hide the presence of your mana, since magic spells need to be fired off with magic power anyway, the mana reactions will be detected no matter what. Indeed. I showed the mana detector device that was blinking red to Sir Rhea, who nodded as she looked at it with curiosity. No matter if there was a specialist mage that interfered with our ability to detect magic use, the limits to that were very, very fixed. Meaning that even if you couldn't detect a mage's mana output from a distance, not visible to the naked eye, once they fired it off the magic would be detected as it came to our location, and so the moment we noticed it, we could set up a magic barrier at any time. Now, look. They're probably going to fire off a spell while hidden in the clouds, but if we carefully raise a magic barrier then we can easily defend against it. My subordinates were already casting layers upon layers of magic barriers up to as high as their spellcasting could reach. Now, look. Using these magic barriers we will stop that magic bombard. Shatter. Isn't working? The Sword Princess's story. Now, my soldiers, you will be divided into my and ASD's troops and we will be conducting a war game. The tiny princess shouted in a loud authoritative voice that didn't suit her small frame. Her Highness's personal mage corps. Only Her Highness has this much power as her bodyguard forces among all the members of the imperial family. That's how important Her Highness is in the imperial palace. But His Majesty didn't give her a battle mage brigade for this. Although more accurately it's because of what I said. I'm sorry, Sir Mages. Now then, Rhea. Lead my army. Huh? I can't do it myself. But still. It's all right. If it's Rhea, I can trust you with them. Your Highness. Her Highness was trusting me. Yes, Her Highness trusted me enough to lead her army in her stead. If AST is right, this is a technique that will obliterate my base. If it's Rhea, you can survive, right? Yes. So it was that kind of faith. I held back the tears that were about to leak out. Yes, Her Highness trusted me. As a good shield. But I still spent 5 years with her, but she only trusts me that little. Very good. If Sir Rhea is the target, then it won't matter if I fire everything without holding back. Wait, Your Highness? Mr. AST said a target just now? Does that mean I'm the target? HM? Of course. What we were discussing earlier was AST using his hidden mage corps to annihilate the enemy base with a magic bombardment while taking out all the enemy leaders with it. So of course the leader Rhea would be the target. Understood, Your Highness. Then Mr. AST? What exactly do you mean by firing without holding back? Exactly what I said. If it's Her Highness, then I need to scale back the firepower, but if it's Sir Rhea, you can defend against any attack no matter how powerful, no? You're the famous Sword Princess after all. Uaya. It's embarrassing. What Sword Princess? Who the heck came up with that name? After Mr. AST heard that name he teased me for a week, to think he'd still make fun of me for it even after a year. A princess in front of the imperial princess, how cool Rhea. Why, Your Highness. As expected of a nickname I came up with. It suits her, right AST? Indeed. I can only applaud Your Highness's naming sense. Her Highness was the culprit. Kukum. My body quivered at the feeling of betrayal by the princess that I'd believed in. The culprit was Her Highness. Well, of course, because of that I became the subject of admiration by all the female knights. Aside from how older Unis come up to me with this gaze that really gives me the shivers asking me, can I call you Uni? 1. I was still somewhat acknowledged by my family. But it's still embarrassing. The culprit was Her Highness. Just what am I to Your Highness? My sole pleasure in life? You thought of me like. So you see her as a toy. Mr. AST. Don't destroy my feelings. The relationship between Her Highness and I is something that Mr. AST would never. Yep, my toy and the sole pleasure in my life. Just how low is Your Highness going to drop my loyalty? Yuwoo, Her Highness has been extremely mean to me lately. Before she would just indirectly tease me a lot, but lately she's just been doing it directly. It's too much. Is it all because of Mr. AST? Or was Her Highness always like that? Why am I the target? Well, Her Highness can't do it herself. As I grumbled along holding back my tears, a Mr. Soldier beside me answered. I know that. It just feels kinda unfair, just something like that. Even so, there's zero possibility that this would work. It makes absolutely no sense. And in a state where we know a magic bombardment is coming, it can never succeed. The person who said this with confidence was a sergeant of this mage brigade. Considering he was a veteran of the war with the former Harken Kingdom, he should be trustworthy. Now, see, Sir Rhea. No matter how much you hide the presence of your mana, since magic spells need to be fired off with magic power anyway, the mana reactions will be detected no matter what. Indeed. I nodded as I saw the magic power detection device glowing red. Wow. This is quite interesting. Even though I can't see anything with my eyes, there's a red light shining from it. Her Highness was right. Since Her Highness said she was going to scold Mr. AST big time for this is going to be a good show. And I'll secretly ask Her Highness to give him a big punishment as revenge for everything till now. Now, look. They're probably going to fire off a spell while hidden in the clouds, but if we carefully raise a magic barrier then we can easily defend against it. Now to the point where we could see with our naked eyes, the mages began casting barrier spells to defend against the ice magic falling at high speeds. That ice made with magic would never get through the barrier. Shatter. It can. Very easily, the first barrier was destroyed, and scores of barriers began to tear apart like paper afterwards. What's that? Mr. Mage? What are we going to do when it's falling like that? It's an emergency. Bail. 8? The Mr. Mage, whose face turned sheet white, yelled to the mages nearby, and as expected of a veteran mage, they quickly cast teleportation magic and escaped. Wait a second. What about me? The target was definitely me. Meaning that those things were all falling towards me, which meant... Hayek? Hey, Mr. AST? Even so, I'm the target. You've totally listened to your conscience and attacked lightly, right? It won't matter even if I get hit, right? And as I thought that, AST in my imagination laughed and said, if Sir Ray is the target, then it won't matter if I fire everything without holding back. This is dangerous. At the danger to my life that was getting nearer by the second, I had no choice but to draw my sword. It's an emergency. Bail. The mages under my command escaped from the area with long-practiced skill. The falling silver rain. The crimson sword aura that cut through that. What was that meant to be? The history of the Kharon Empire now stretched for 1,000 years. And during those 1,000 years there were thousands of small skirmishes, and in those skirmishes heroes appeared and vanished. And more than the number of heroes, there were countless more soldiers whose names were never recorded in the history books. Countless deaths. The basic strategies that were formed as a result of those deaths. But those basic strategies are always changing. They say that some of them developed an unblockable attack method that changed the history of warfare, while others developed ways to counter against attacks and changed the history of warfare. And the defense strategies against the modern-day magic bombardments were refined to perfection. They had been. Until now. It actually broke through? I told you it would work. As he watched the silver rain fall, AST made the smile of a victor. Yes, it's my loss. Although the last time I made a bet with someone else was far back enough I couldn't even remember it, but is this not my first loss in my life? Well, still, if it's for this sort of technique, I think it'll be alright to lose. Sir Rhea. She really is strong. AST said as he looked on at Rhea. Huh. Of course. She's my only personal bodyguard. Although I've watched over Rhea from a very young age myself, but Rhea is someone who changes so dramatically when she holds a sword that even I have a hard time keeping up with her. I didn't give her the nickname Sword Princess for nothing, and there's a reason that no one in the palace dares to refute a name as over the top as that. Rhea is the youngest swords master in the history of the Empire. Officially, the Empire's youngest ever swords master, someone who shaved off the previous sword star's record by 2 years, someone that could be called the future sword star. Perhaps after I die, she might even go into the Imperial Knight Order as a captain of the Knight Order. As I watched Rhea slice through the last shot and glare at AST with eyes filled with rage, I had an amusing thought. That reminds me. I lost this time. Sorry, I didn't believe you. So, I'll give you a suitable reward. Since I lost, I should give him a suitable reward in compensation. In addition, the tactic that he showed me just now is a bombardment strategy that could change the face of modern warfare. If I told his fight-loving majesty this, he would undoubtedly be pleased. So pleased that he could go out and attack a neighboring country right away. In that case, I think he could get an even greater reward than whatever I could give him personally. Me leading an army with the weirdly unique AST, with Rhea as the vanguard. That's quite an amusing lineup. Although it might be hard for me to ever see it happen. Number 9. Their story, a certain villain's story. It actually broke through? I told you it would work. As I watched the magic barriers break apart like a Kuke Diasi, too, I smiled victoriously. There are many different kinds of magic with many uses and power that if you thought of it in modern terms, they would range between smoke grenades to nuclear missiles. And thanks to that, the methods of magical defense was a long-standing area of research for the people in this world. And because of that, counters against magic bombardments made them all but irrelevant. But why is magic called magic? It's because they use magic power. Because of this, most magic was compromised of mana, and if you created a magic barrier with more mana than the attack, then the spell would naturally dissipate against it. Namely, magic bombardments are basically meaningless against overwhelming force. Of course, unless an individual had like a dragon's worth of mana or something. But what was falling now was not lumps of mana, but pure ice made by the condensation and freezing of water vapor in the clouds. Of course, magic was added to that. A higher velocity increases the destructive force of matter. And the accelerated ice keeps getting faster and faster even as the support spells casted on it faded away. The only way to stop that was either blowing it apart with magic, or simple physical brute force. But if it's at that speed, you'd need at least a thick wall of steel to block it, and the tents made of fabric and cloth in war would be very, very easily destroyed. But Sir Rhea. She really is strong. Huh. Of course. She's my only personal bodyguard. And she's blocking it all by herself. Seriously, once you were abandoned by the mages, beside, you should have gapped it instantly. Why she was swinging her sword over there I would never understand, but if it's that skill, then she really could just stand there and block it all like that. Rhea is the youngest swords master in the history of the Empire. It looks like her nickname of Sword Princess wasn't just for show. Really, even when I called her Sword Princess, LOL, I thought it was just a joke. Even more once I found out the person who came up with it was Her Highness. But as she was right now, she more than deserved that name of Sword Princess. Just how many swordsmen existed that could slice those scores and scores of ice chunks at least 4 to 5 meters wide, some as big as 10 meters, all falling on top of you at once, with just a sword? And, just how many beings exist that have that extravagant crimson sword aura, as well as the mana needed to maintain that? The crimson sword aura so naturally, elegantly, swelled up to slice the blocks of ice many times her own height, and that appearance even looked very beautiful, living up to her nickname as the Sword Princess. Rhea is already, probably the Arista family's strongest swordsman. When Rhea cut through the last block of ice, and glared at me resentfully and ran towards me, for a second I felt a cold sweat break out down my back. Scary. Even that simpleton's a monster. As expected of the Imperial Palace. I need to run away as soon as possible. My life is in danger. Ah, that reminds me. I lost this time. Sorry, I didn't believe you. So, I'll give you a suitable reward. But, Her Imperial Highness that laughed like that, had a letter from the Knight Order sent to me 3 days later. As His Majesty was also deeply moved by this official's 3 stratagems, the first Imperial Princess Aisha Nell Carowin's personal butler AST will be bestowed an honorary knighthood as well as the surname Lilac. Ho ho, to my departed parents. I've finally become a noble. Hurrah! I'm a noble. Hurrah! I'm so happy. Even His Eminent Imperial Majesty was deeply moved. God damn it all. Now it's even harder for me to get fired. The organization is very pleased with your current operative successes. Ho ho, now even the organization's happy as well? Just when can I go back to the organization? Can I even go back? Welcome to the Summoner School. If you were to ask who was the greatest superpower on the continent, everyone would say it would be the Carowin Empire. After the Great War, all of Carowin's associate nations, kingdoms, alliances all vanished, and having 2 duchies that each had the military might of a kingdom on their own, the Carowin Empire was the world's undeniable sole superpower. And near the capital of that empire, there are 4 academies steeped in history and tradition that were responsible for the empire's future. The Swordsmanship School Arusha, which was currently rated as the greatest. When you took into account that among the empire's knights, over half, meaning a majority of their members were products of this school, it meant that this school was a place where countless prodigies of famous martial families gathered. Let alone the empire, in the entire continent, there was a saying among those who dreamed of becoming the strongest sword, namely Arusha or the Keshar family, pick one, showing just how much of a holy land for swordsmen this school was. In addition, both of the empire's current archdukes were Arusha alumni, and so the academy boasted even greater fame. And chasing closely behind after Arusha's title of the greatest academy was the School of Magic, Marcy's. Its difference between the other academies was that even more than their officially hired teachers, there were even more teachers that had been dispatched from the magic towers. Having long surpassed a simple student-teacher relationship, from students that had been taught by the same teacher since their days learning at the magic towers, and even some senior/junior relationships existed. It was a place where the Empire and the magic towers engaged in all sorts of contests and guiles to secure the best sorcerers, magicians, and sages after graduation. The third was the gateway for commoners, Mercaria. As a place that mass-produced the Empire's office workers, the cheaper tuition fees compared to the other schools, and the fact that a job was guaranteed one way or another as long as you graduated meant that countless commoners applied to enter every year. If they had a weakness, it was that they were always last in sports and culture festivals. But as their graduates became giants of the Empire and made their presence known, their current position was still a lot better than it was in the past. And finally, Eugrasia. At one point, it used to be the summoner school that competed with Arusha and Marcy's for the place of the greatest of the 4 great academies, but was currently unable to stand up against even Mercaria, pushing it to the position of the worst of the 4 great academies. It was a very strange school that had similarities to Arusha, and also to Marcy's, depending on the summon. There was only one reason for that. The sheer diversity of summons. The diversity and range of summons are very wide indeed. Starting from spirits and divine beasts, to weapons and armor, angels and demons, and finally even the gods of other worlds. But summoning is an art that forms a contract with beings from another dimension and hence putting restrictions on their power, and so often what you see is the summoned being used as a support. Especially the weapon and armor type summons, blanket termed the equipment types, their summoners could use weapons and armor suited for any given situation and hence were used frequently by the army, but on the contrary, that meant that they were summons that had no use aside from providing weapons and armor. Meaning, these were summons where the user's physical specs needed to be outstanding to be useful. Summoners that contract these types of summons are better off enrolling into Arusha and honing their martial arts skills and learning the uses of weapons, since they had nothing to gain from enrolling in Eugrasia. The majority of equipment-type summoners went to Arusha. And of course, similarly for summoners whose summons had high fighting power. If the summon's abilities are outstanding, then it's better to go to Marcy's to learn magic to support the summon. Because of that, the majority of those with strong abilities as summoners are either strong knights that are summoners, or strong magicians with a summoned beast. It's not like that there are no strong people as summoners in their own right, but those are limited to those who could turn the tides of war personally, those who made contracts with either gods or mythology-class devils, and opportunities to make contracts with them were nothing short of a miracle. Because of that, all the good talents are headed to other schools, and only the trash and leftovers are left in Eugrasia. Now, what would happen then? I didn't hear that this school was in danger of closing. I'm sorry. Owner. Just what star were you born under? Closing as soon as you get here? To think that your workplace was shutting down the moment you got here. Shut it. I felt guilty that the old man that looked at least 20 years older than me was bowing his head towards me. Of course mentally I'm much older than he is, but that's irrelevant in a fantasy world. If you look older than done. You're older. You brought your frail body and came to our academy. We're truly sorry that we had to bring you this news the moment you arrived. Owner sick? It's a concept. Hull, 1, concept? Owner's running a weak and sick character concept? If a middle-aged man like Owner uses the weak and firm character concept, it's fresh? Nicer when I'm. He was a legendary figure known as a renowned scholar and even an honorary professor title from the Continent's Summoner Association, but due to his inherent weak body he spent most of his time in the elven forests. And that's Owner? Exactly. What's there to hide? That is also another of my aliases. To be honest, before I joined an evil organization, if I'd lived with this I could have lived a pretty retirement, but the knowledge I had from when I was young was limited. Who knew that the basic information on mythologies that anyone could look up on y***pedia in my previous world was actually top-quality information? In the art of summoning, it is important that the summoner knows about their summon. For example, if you were to light a fire while trying to make a contract with Poseidon, or held the ritual in a pitch-black room while contracting a god of light, would the summon bother to appear? But I know the majority of what summons like or dislike. Amazingly enough, many of this world's summons are monsters and heroes, gods, and demons from my previous life's mythologies. Thanks to that, I just applied a bit of common sense and what I remembered reading in novels, and oh my. I became a legendary summoner scholar. And how much did I despair after getting the title of honorary professor? If I'd been born as a child of a slightly well-off family with all this information, I'd currently be living it up in the Summoners Association. The organization's dead. Then can't you live like that now? A person that highly recognized by the association would definitely get called up by the Imperial Palace at least once. Isn't it the same now? It's a rule of thumb that lecturers always stay in the academy barring exceptional circumstances. And that is the biggest reason why I decided on Plan Darkest Under the Lantern. The princess is the highest priority protection target in the imperial family. Thanks to that, the Great War was the first and last time that she left the capital. No, even before that, there were practically no occasions where she even left the imperial palace. And the palace itself was bloody big too. Won't they call for you in the holidays? In the holidays, I can just claim I need to go back to the Elf's Forest because of my illness. We really gonna to the Elf's Forest? I seriously wanna see some elves. I heard there were lots of beauties there. There's also a lot of crazy ones too. Hawkhack owners' crazy kids are always pretty. I wanna go even more. No, seriously, the only elves I know would be the Aerifis, 2, you might see on high *** me, 3, that you'd want to tell them to watch out for orcs, or for someone that's supposedly the guardian of the woods, a crazy high elf that when I asked if they had any leftover branches of the world tree in storage, without any hesitation whatsoever, she immediately cut off a fresh branch of the divine tree, the world tree, and sent it by fast mail. So this is the current state of the academy. It is. As the dean that looked like a thinner, dumb *** Gador wiped his eyes after he finished talking, he looked to me expectantly. And because of that, even if we had to permit Professor Nicerwin's conditions, we decided to change the academy. It must have been a hard decision. Well, although I wasn't listening to it properly, I got the general gist of it. Summoning was a process where the summoner and the summoned communed with each other to bring each other to greater heights. But, if you're strong, then everything's okay. If you're like me who spent their entire life honing their swordplay, and struggled to deal with a single person with sword key and crap skills, or even if you studied your ass off about summoning while your own summoning skills were substandard due to poor talent, if the summoner him or herself could just beat the crap out of the enemy summon and the summoner, that renders a pure summoner useless. Meaning, using yourself as the main force, while using the summon as a support. And if using your own strength rather than a summon was the faster way to get stronger, of course young kids these days would train yourself rather than a summon. And the results naturally showed themselves in the Empire's festival. Our equipment summoners were beaten by Arusha in close combat. The summoners who used elementals or spirits were beaten by Marcy's students. And since many high-ranking nobles have a significant number of summoned spirits, the dean tailed off, unable to say any more. Well, I get the gist of it. Eugrasia is a summoner school. And because of that, you learn about summons, and you learn about the use and emotions of the summon. And for this to show an effect, unless you're a genius like the Imperial Princess or a few of my disciples, this takes a very long time. To begin with, considering the majority of summons are at least a few hundred, average a few thousand years old, there's no way that communication between them and a bunch of brats who haven't even lived half their lives would ever be simple. And because of that, in situations like the Empire's festival which focuses on live combat, it makes sense that kids that have been learning about summoning would have no chance against kids who learn magic and swordsmanship on a daily basis. And on top of that, if the enemy also uses a summon as well? Even if they have nothing to do with summoning at all, if you bring out a summon and beat the crap out of the opponent with a sword, then the winner looks like the better summoner. And the parents that watched the Empire's festival would obviously send their children to a place other than Eugrasia even if their child is competent at summoning. Even I wouldn't send my kids to Eugrasia. These morons with no sense of business morals. Is there no way to prevent this? It can't be helped. If you're talking about high-ranking nobles, then no matter how low-tier the summon is, they see making a contract with a summon almost as a tradition, and it's not like we do not teach magic or swordsmanship either. Normally, summons protect their contracted master until their death. Because of that, there are many cases where children make contracts with low-ranking spirits for self-defense. On top of that, although our main fighting force is summoning, it's impossible to win without using magic or swordsmanship. Then what now? I don't want to get screwed the moment we're free. I too, have no wish to have to wonder where to go because my destination shut down the moment I arrived. Is there no support from the Summoners Association? Since the relationship between the Summoners Association and the Magic Tower is a long one, they are more closely aligned with Marcy's than us. So there's nothing. I'm sorry. Owner, he's still an old man. Don't make him bow down so much. If I knew my owner was a bad boy. Huh? Bad boy? Something bout that sounds pretty good. Could you please shut up for a minute? You talk an awful amount. Does that mouth of yours ever get tired? While reciting the lyrics from one of the songs I heard a lot word for word, I summed up the current situation. If the school cannot produce results at the next Empire Festival, it could close down and be replaced by another school. Including last year, for the last 10 years they were always third in the Empire Festival, fourth in the Cultural Festival. While the current student council around the current student council president were splendid talents, there were no successors for them. And at this rate, prodigies and talents will never come to Eugrasia, and then to not fall into ruin this situation needs to be changed. Is there a way? Yes, there is. Wine. Was it? What do you have to do to revive this school that's got flies buzzing around it? We need to bring in hell. Hell? Are you summoning another devil? Devil? Well, even though devils are strong, what Eugrasia needs right now are summoners. More accurately, the students' desperation. And even among hells, there is a hell that drives people to the brink. I will bring to this place, the entrance exam hell. This world's brats spend more time playing even though they're students. Of course they would have been brought up with strict household tuition from an early age. But, even still, their school life is way too easy. And to these brats who have had a comfortable, easy school life all this time, it is time to show them the majesty of Hell Josian. 4. Welcome to the Summoner School. 2. Are we really going to move forward according to this plan? The number of lecturers that have quit are only increasing. Do you really think that this is possible? Including the dean and I, we were in a meeting with the lecturers that represented each year. But the air in the room was significantly bleak. Owner, ain't it gonna fail at this rate? Owner, release some more of the plan? There's so little bait that no one's biting in. If I scatter too much then they'll all flock in. You only need just enough bait. Experienced master fishermen do not use a lot of bait. They just simply toss out a bit at a time, and the fish bite in and are reeled in on a line. If you throw out too much bait then you also attract the useless small fry. Let the ones who wish to leave, leave. Are you serious? Even if Professor Nicerwin is outstanding as a summoner, isn't it your first time as a lecturer? At this rate, we won't have enough lecturers to teach the students. Then we simply need to reduce the numbers. You can't be serious. All sorts of shouts come and go. Ho ho, were you very surprised when the number of teachers dropped? But, this academy had too many useless teachers. No, seriously, the ones that had contracts with high-rank summons aside, how the heck did summoners with just a few low-rank summons get places as lecturers here? After I inspected them it turned out that it wasn't that they were particularly skilled, it wasn't that they were good at teaching, but they were just idiots with a good bloodline. We are already at risk of closing due to our declining number of students. What is that supposed to mean? It's not that we're lacking in students, the enrollment numbers at our academy is similar to the other schools. The problem is the perception. They should say it properly. The number of students at Eugrasia aren't all that different to its glory days. Why? Because since it's the easiest school the dropouts from the other academies all end up here. Especially among the low-ranking nobles, rather than paying big money to contract with a summon for self-protection, they can get their child to contract a summon for a much cheaper price by enrolling their child at Eugrasia, so some even deliberately do that instead. Since it's still one of the 4 great academies its name still has some value to it, and since there are some ex-Eugrasia students from its glory days on the front lines, sometimes you get kids sent here to make connections with the military. But, these children do not come to Eugrasia out of a genuine wish to learn the summoning arts. The numbers aren't important. No, rather, a small number can prove their value. There were always a lot of nobles in the empire. Way too many of them. But there are a lot less of the ones that are earls and higher, and that's why they're called high-rank nobles. Do you know why the dukes and margraves of the 10 great families are called as such? It's because their numbers are limited. They have that much authority and might, and it's not like the rest don't have long family histories either, but it's because that those titles are only allowed to a few that they are called the 10 great families. In the history of the empire, there are almost no families that rose to the rank of marquis. Even in the previous Great War, only one family earned the title of margrave. And as for the title of duke, only one of them were given out in the entire 1,000 years of the empire's history. So what is it that you were trying to say? If Eurasia is to have that much value, accepting only a small number of elites is much more meaningful. Hence, there is no need to stop those that are walking out. We have already finished discussions with summoners much greater than them. Summoners that would be a better long-term investment even if we gave them the wages of all the outgoing lecturers combined. Even if I look like this, I still have a few connections with the army and other races. Of course, excepting those who know of Nerowan or AST. If it goes wrong, then Operation Dark Under the Lantern becomes very close under the lantern instead. If it's that Miss Imperial Princess, I wouldn't put it past her to close off all the city walls and gates to trap me. Even if I was armed with the metal bat, a one-man reverse siege to get through the continent's strongest capital city is impossible. As long as the escape route that I commissioned the dwarfs is incomplete, I cannot leave a single trace. Is that possible? It is. Everyone shut their mouth at my conviction. Now, let's look at our Helgosian. Even when you go to university, everything you learned in primary, intermediate, high school becomes absolutely useless. Why do they try so hard to stay in Seoul? Because they're rare. Especially CO*** University. If you go there, then all their dogs and cows are all top of their schools. That's why people recognize you if said you were a graduate. If it really was a place where all your dogs and cattle could enter, no one would want to go to CO*** uni. Because just going to a uni near your house would be so much simpler. In that case, like my past life's old hometown that wanted to go to CO*** uni, I just have to change the environment in Eurasia into that. The current students include many where they couldn't even progress to the next year at other schools and came to Eurasia even though they had no aptitude for summoning just because it was one of the 4 greats. In that case, just how many new students would we get that actually wanted to learn about summoning properly? And the students that had to learn with them, would those that did have the aptitude for summoning have the desire to learn properly, either? When a regular friend wants to go to a PC cafe, then even the studious kids have an internal struggle. It's not like the surroundings have nothing to do with studying. Mingzi's, mother didn't move house 3 times for her son for nothing. There is no reason to take in those students. If we take those who have no belief or affection for our academy, then they can only be a harm to the other students who do have those traits. And from the beginning, all education is most effective with a small number of students. But, the fees to keep the academy running will. Indeed. Although the academy gets some money from the empire to get it running, magic and summoning always have a lot of places to spend money. If the numbers of students decrease, then the tuition fee intake will naturally drop. In that case, then we simply need to raise the tuition fees. If there aren't enough fees, then you can simply raise them, no? Parents of students don't care how much it costs as long as their kids are taught well. And it's also the reason why people do all sorts of shit to get their kids into those expensive private schools. Then what about excellent students that can't afford the tuition? We give them scholarships. And the rare dragons from small streams, too, can be taken in with the tuition money earned that way. And later on, once they become big, an interview saying it was because of Eurasia that I became who I am now would also be good publicity. Do you really believe that is possible? Yes, it is. Why do you believe that the fees for Mercaria are the cheapest? Is it because they have the most commoners? Or was it an institution designed for commoners like the school's creed? No, it is not. Out of their graduates, the vast majority of them will bear little difference to the graduates of other nations' academies. It is because one lecturer teaches hundreds of students. To be precise, it's more like an internet lecture. If the lecture keeps on talking, then they need to absorb it like that. Of course, if there are any outstanding students, then they can guide them separately, but in the middle of over 100 students in a class, they can't stop a class for the sake of helping a single student. And, what do you think is the reason for Marcy's having the highest tuition fees among all the academies? It is because, like its nickname of the education magic tower, a small number of students are taught by many magicians and sorcerers. Furthermore, a professor at Marcy's isn't in charge of more than 5 students, tops. It's pretty much a 1:1 session there. A disciple gets stuck at a wall? Then direct help to get said disciple through that wall is Marcy's style. That's why there's such a sturdy relationship between teacher and student even after graduation, and because of that both the Empire's army and the Magic Tower are eager to send personnel to be lecturers. Because once a teacher takes a student in under their wing, then said student naturally moves to join whatever organization their teacher is in. In that case, we can also use that method, and guarantee them a job after graduation. There's no reason that we can't be like Marcy's as well. If we look after our students even better than Marcy's, there will be no opposition to our high fees. But with our current teaching quality, which is why drastic changes are needed. This is? Is this really possible? The lecturers that all stared at my proposal with wide eyes. Even the dean that believed in me looked surprised. Owner? Ya nuts? What'd I have against those kids? Wazzies? This hell or something? I said I would bring in the entrance exam hell. What's an entrance exam hell? I heard of the 8 hells, but was there actually 9? Why is the kids' only free time when they sleep? Hang on, I can't even see any time to sleep? The timetable I put forward was simple. To explain. 1. After school study time. 2. Nighttime study time. 3. Weekend study time. 4. Holiday study time. That should be enough for an explanation. Now, if we educate them like this, there will be no parents that will oppose this. But can the students actually endure this? They can. The citizens of Helljosian can all survive this. There's no way that these lively mana-doped lively kids can't endure it, no? This isn't even the Go 3 version either. The Go 3 version is a special regime designed to be used from a month out from the Empire Festival. Even middle schoolers can handle this much. These kids will be fine too. 10 hours of education a day. Ho, why are they so surprised? The study race of H3 students that can be compared to the combat race SA *Yans 4 would be more than easily studying double-digit hours. If it's just 10 hours, isn't it about the same as the time they're in school? Even if you take out the night study, then they'd be in school for roughly that long. Wouldn't they oppose coming to school on weekends? Even if they do, the ones paying the tuition are the parents. This is violation of the student's rights. A student's role is to study. Our role is to help them study voluntarily. Can this be called voluntary? Our role is to make them study, since the students decide what type of study they do. Yes, it is voluntary. That is a ridiculous argument. And the necessity of that ridiculous argument is the state that our academy is in now. The teacher that had been heatedly arguing against me shut his mouth. Yes, that's it. We were in a position where we had to do anything to survive. Of course, it's not like I can't understand that lecturer. To think he would think of the students, he is a kind teacher. But those were only sentiments, for if I was a student. Since I am in the position of a teacher, only the brats who can study well, meaning here the ones who can create strong summoners, are good teachers. That was what they normally did, and is the academy not on the brink of ruin? The academy needs to survive to allow the students to survive. So now's not the time to care about hell or high water. I went easy on them as well. It's just 10 hours. Well, although there is extra time added on. Plus on the weekends it's just 6 hours. It's only 10 hours on paper. I even allocated proper break times within those 10 hours as well, you know? What is this heaven? If this was my high school life, then this would be heaven? But it seemed that the instructors seemed to have little faith. Then, I will ask you sincerely. Ho, it's a magic lie detector. Where did he bring that out from? If there was one of those in the classroom, it would make life a lot easier. Do you sincerely believe that the students can endure this timetable? Yes. In a country I know of, students there begin their day at 7:30 in the morning, study until 10 at night, and there were many that received separate private tuition afterwards. Lies. No, the magic detector isn't reacting. The truth? Are you telling me that's the truth? Sorry, but since I have no mana whatsoever, the magic tool won't react at all? Well, thanks to that, it's very convenient when I'm questioned at castle gates. No matter what I say, it never rings. Well, what I'm talking about is another dimensions country. You serious that a hell like that exists? What kind of country school is that? There is a fearful place called Hell Josian. Hell in the name, the country's name is Hell, Sky. Oh, it even made that metal bat quiver in fear. As expected of Hell Josian's majesty. Is that a demon nation? What kind of horrific things do they? And the special traits of study race called Go 3s in that country sleep for as little as 4 hours a day to study. Fearful. How fearful, Go 3. Ho, these lecturers. Although they seem to be having a culture shock, very soon they will be praising that education. Because let alone simple study fever, my final goal is to bring the nobles of this empire private study fever as well. The sort of private study fever that says a former Eurasia teacher is teaching at this academy, would make all the noble parents swarm in like bees with application forms. If I retire early, then a small private class sounds like a great way to bring in some cash. Now, we need to change our way of thinking. This is not a change for the students alone. Of course, we, the teachers, will also be embarking on this road of change with the students. We need to unify our strength, and guide these students to not deviate from their paths. We need to be the first to make sacrifices, the first to be passionate in order for our students to believe in us and follow us, and only then will our academy restore its former glory. I keep emphasizing the word we. A group mentality has a habit of rotting everyone once it sets in, but as long as the mood control is done well, then under the banner of we can always raise our solidarity. Majority rules isn't the best rule for nothing. If we can get a few people directing the flow the way I want it to, then we can achieve our purpose quickly. What the students ever do to you? What do you mean? I simply taught them the study methods I personally experienced. Owner said you're a commoner. You said you were a commoner from the country beside the empire. Done lie. There's no way that country could ever exist. But you already know that my words have no lies in them. Between us who are connected by our souls, there can be no lie between us. Nayu. It's just owner blocking off a few key thoughts like normal. Otherwise there's no way that there could be an academy filled with those demons. Foo, that's what you say, but I already know of your fear. I could feel the metal bat's fear through our soul's connection. Ha, I finally made this pervert shake in fear. And I should spread this emotion throughout the students as well. Then I understand that we will all follow Professor Nicerwin's directives. There were a few scrunched faces at the dean's words, but everyone assented. Now, only the most important thing is left. What's that? You summoning a few of Hell Josian's devils, or something? No, but... School modifications. Just what are you gonna do? Just what am I going to do? Of course I need to make sure they can't run away. To students, night study is there to wag? Perhaps if I was a student, but now that I'm a teacher now, I should prevent that from happening, no? 1. Mingzi/Mencius, one of the great philosophers of China, often rated second only to Confucius. His mother is held up as an exemplary female figure in East Asia in reference to the legend that she moved house 3 times before finally settling next to a school, where Mingzi began to study imitating the scholars and students. Also a parable to describe the importance of the environment in raising children. https://en.wikipedia.org/wiki/Mencius. 2. Idiom used to describe cases of geniuses/excellent people from humble/poor backgrounds you wouldn't expect them to be from. 3. Korean, abbreviation for Korean third-year high school students, the last year of high school for Korean students, after which they take the infamous National University Entrance Exams, which determines which university they can/t get into and is also the single sole reason for their 13 years of formal education. Best summarized as the epitome/final boss version of the Asian student. 4. Scion Race, from Dragon Ball/Z and beyond. The Student Council President's story. Alright. What? I left something in the Student Council meeting room. As I was packing my bags to prepare to head home for the holidays, I remembered that I had left behind some things in the Stuco meeting room. Well, since they're personal things, there's no reason why anyone would take them. But since I might as well take them back while I was returning home anyway, I said that to my roommate and went back to the academy for the first time since final exams. Why is it under construction? Even if I look like this, I'm still the student council president. If there was a construction scheduled, I would have been notified, but I'd never heard that there would be construction work done during the holidays. It can't be. I heard that the academy could close down any day, but did that become reality? We wouldn't be seeing a new dean shouting, Eugracia is dead. It's not here anymore. But not as a school of summoning, but the school of 000, we will live on as 00 Academy. 1. As soon as next semester starts? Oi, are you a student? Yes I am. Just as I was wondering what new subject the academy would teach, I felt someone tap my side and I turned around, but no one was there. Thankfully it wasn't a ghost, but I met something that was even harder to meet than ghosts. What's the matter? I left something in the stucco room. What, so you're a member of the student council? You're acting about as rude as you look. When I looked a bit further down, I saw a head at around my waist height. Of course it isn't a child. This person's probably at least a few decades older than me. With a slight exaggeration, arms that were as thick as my waist, a brown beard that came from his chin all the way down his chest. And a height that barely came to my waist. Anyone would think of a particular race when they saw this. Indeed. The people fixing the academy were none other than dwarves. To think the dwarves that were hard to see even on imperial projects were doing construction work on our academy. What are you looking at? First time seeing a dwarf? Yes it is. Oh, really? The dwarf was slightly taken aback at my answer for a second before he laughed uproariously and thumped my side. Ha 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 ha, well true, you do see the majority of our race are stuck in their workshops instead of out and about. Now, your academy, it's transforming into something beautiful, so you can have great hopes for it. Really? After listening to the dwarf, it seemed that the one who hired the dwarves was indeed Eugracia. Thank goodness. It seems that nothing's changing, next year at least. Surely we won't be learning something else with just the name kept as Eugracia, right? Just as I thought that, another thought came to me. Just why were dwarfs working on our school? Is a member of the imperial family transferring in? Wondering if the legendary imperial princess was coming or something, I picked up what I was looking for and went back to the dorms. But due to the unexpected meeting with the dwarves, I didn't pay enough attention to my surroundings at the time. If I'd looked closely, I might have suspected something. When they were renovating the academy, just why was the majority of the work focused on the windows and exits? And why were the dwarves moving countless steel pillars while working on those areas? But by the time I realized, it was already too late. Owner? Isn't the one who started something meant to be the busiest? Owner's way too free? I'm not free. It means that work is proceeding well. The one in charge of a project does not move himself. It's definitely not like I'm just playing around or something. Even if I look like this, I invited several lecturers, made contact with the dwarves to renovate the school, filed away paperwork with the dean even in this very room. Although of course all I did was stamp the final seal of approval. So next week is the beginning of enrollments? Yes, Professor Nicerwin. When I asked the dean about the enrollment period that made up the majority of the documents we were stamping, he answered in the affirmative as he also stamped documents beside me. Enrollment period. A month before the opening of the Empire's holy lands of education that were the 4 great academies, for a period of 1 week the schools were opened up to the public. To put it simply, test even a stone bridge before you cross? It was a time period where the parents really looked around with lit eyes to see just what place the school they would be sending their children to for the next 4 years, what kind of teachers and students were there at the place they would be sending their kids off to. The place we need to beware of the most is Marcy's. Very true. They have a lot of parts that overlap with us. Summoning and magic have many parts that overlap with each other. No, if you look at the big picture, one could argue that summoning is actually a subset of magic. Especially since there are a lot of cases where the rearguard pure firepower magicians that focus purely on output have contracted summons to protect themselves. And because of that, our greatest enemy is Marcy's. The important thing is how many outstanding talents we can obtain. Since we're only taking in 1/4 of our normal enrollment, we need that people with that kind of spectacular talents. That's true. This year, the tuition fees are 5 times, would talents show up? Heck, isn't that just a scam? Why are the number of students decreased 4-fold, but the fees by quint? If they're nobles, even if it was 10 times higher, the ones who would come will come. And the latter because a lot of money's been spent. The Maid in Black anvil that I always relied on was always outstanding, but the problem is that they are seriously expensive. Because of that, the school funds are already at their limits. And to make up those funds we need to raise fees. And, later on, owner secretly goes yum yum? Of course. It's hard right now because we really are on the verge of bankruptcy, but once things get better I can ask the dwarfs for a discount, and I can secretly sneak away the difference in price myself. Since as long as talks are done with the higher-ups, the dwarfs that are actually on the project know nothing either. And so, a beautiful world unfolds, where even when no one is disadvantaged money still flows into my coffers. Having said that, the currently active summoners of the Imperial Army aside, I didn't know that Sirs Mom and Harion would come either. I heard even the association found it hard to call for them. I have some contacts with the elves, I saw some benefits from that. And their exploits are renowned. And even the 2 members of the army that are joining us, they are even sergeants of the Summoner Corps, perhaps they might know some of the other army-related summoners as well. Yes, I talked with the 2 of them, and I asked them to meet up with summoners that retired from the army that stressed the same importance of education and told them to bring them as well. Ho ho, indeed, Professor Nicerwin is always a quick on the mark. As we diligently pushed down our stamps, the dean and I started to unify our opinions. As I thought, all according to plan, too. Now all that I have left to do is see how prepared am I to hook in some students, or more accurately their parents. But what kind of people am I? Am I not from a people where wherever there was a church's cross? During primary school, I experienced summer Bible school for the sake of a single choco pie. And it was there I learned the word of Jesus. Become the fishers of men. Dad education fervor. A few days later, the enrollment period where there were nobles came along. But I never thought that the Duke and the Minister of Treasury would come in person. Both of them are ex-honor graduates of Arusha and Mercadia. Even though they can't come every year, they try to whenever they can. And they take with them a lot of the graduates as well. Oh ho, the fact that they take in a lot of talent means that they also probably fork out a lot of scholarship money to us as well. Early support makes them easier to take along as well. Then let's see. Our academy students. Hook. Eh? Wine. He cried. Owner made Gramps cry. Our amazing owner that doesn't hesitate to attack the elderly. No, it wasn't like I knew it when I said it. And I didn't think he'd cry straight away either. No, to be precise, he isn't crying yet. He's just sniffling. Hook, there were no students that the Dukes offered any scholarship money to our academy students. Now he really is gonna cry? A tear just fell. Not yet. Still no count. After he said that there were none in the past 5 years, when I so brazenly said that next year will be different, to the dean who was about to fully turn on the waterworks, he looked at me with a look of respect that actually weighed on me a fair bit. I get it, so please, stop. Wine. If it's that big, then aren't the imperial family gonna show up? Princess could be here too? Get locked up right here? No, the princess isn't in the capital right now. During the process of securing the summoners from the army, I actually heard some news of the imperial palace. That shut-in, no, the imperial shut-in, that was the imperial princess moved herself to capture me. It honestly gave me the shivers when I first heard of that, but right now it's good. The further she gets away from me, I am perfectly okay. The kids don't look happy. This is always a pain in the ass for the students. The people were gathering for the speeches, but the students were making faces like they were bored out of their minds. Of course, so did I. No, seriously, this was actually painful. We at Marcy's have the backing of all the magic towers of the Empire, and so we get materials for all practical courses at less than cost price. In addition, the Lords of Magic Towers over there will be sending around their best disciples of the Magic Towers to guide your children, and we swear that your children will be learning right alongside them of everything about magic. Magic is the school that leads to greatness. We need those with the greatest passion and willpower, those that do not hesitate to take the challenge. Now, this is the third speech we heard, this time Marcy's is. Of course Marcy's didn't make the same speech 3 times, but in the case of the first, Arusis, if you changed magic to swordsmanship, and Magic Tower and disciples to their rough equivalents, rest was more or less the same. Same for Mercaria, they all made the same damn speeches as if they'd all had them edited by the same company, or something. Worse. We at Eugrasia have the backing of all the Summoners Associations of the Empire, and so we get materials for all practical courses at less than cost price. In addition, our senior summoners will helping to guide your children, and we swear that your children will be learning right alongside them of everything about summoning. Summoning is the school that explores the great path of nature. We need those with the greatest passion and willpower, those that will not hesitate to take the challenge. 3. He betrayed us. The Dean Grandpa betrayed us. We trusted him. The man that's always crying for the academy has the exact same mind frame as every other academy. Wouldn't it be nice if they could all just pick a representative to shout our 4 great academies? To say nothing of the students, even some of the parents were starting to doze off, that's how boring and repetitive the speeches were. The only parts that the students even remotely responded to were the respective student council's presidents in between. Amazingly enough, our Stuco president was quite popular. Does that mean our academy has hope as well? Next is Eugrasia's Professor Nicerwinine speech. And so a long dull time passed, and the final speaker that the dean had barely managed to scrape out, more accurately my speech time, came along. Owner's famous too? I'm quite famous. Totes. So famous that the imperial princess even destroyed the organization. That person, and Nicerwin, is different. What, another me? Owner multiple personalities is dangerous. As the metal bat and I exchanged the usual banter, I moved up to the stage. Thousands of people are staring at nothing but me. Ho, I only ever had kids looking at me before, now that there are adults mixed, it feels quite quaint. Something's beating quite fast. If I say the wrong things here, then everything, until now, goes down the gutter. I'll be honest. Up to now Eugrasia has had no merits compared to the other academies. So let's start by pulling in some aggro. Welcome to the Summoner School. 4. But first, I wish to express my apologies to the teachers of Eugrasia. Although my mouth is repenting, my hands' actions are the complete opposite. Rip. You all worked so hard to write this for me, but with these bland platitudes it is difficult to describe the changes that Eugrasia has undergone. Owner, amazing. To rip such a thick pile in one go. Not going to lie, I was a bit worried. As I tore the speech script that everyone wrote up together, I internally sighed in relief. Since it would have been a case of public humiliation if it didn't tear because it was too thick, I think I unconsciously put more strength into it. Thank you, my hand. But to tear apart everyone's efforts. Too mean. Copy-paste is the worst. Doing your homework by copy-pasting off the N** for Encyclopedia 1 should end in middle school. There's no way that I'd simply repeat what all the other teachers had said, no? The common perception that Eugrasia was the worst of the Empire's 4 great academies was already hammered in. The only thing they have left to trust is the brand associated to the alias Nicerwin. If I simply say what others have said, then they will think, oh, so he's just the same as the others. Right now, I need to sell Nicerwin as a special for entering Eugrasia. It's an innate instinct that when you buy things, you go for the one with freebies, even if it's slightly more expensive. Now I've pulled in all the aggro too. To be honest, summoning, it's something anyone can learn. As long as you pay up enough money, then anyone can make a contract with a low-rank summon. Because of that, last time Eugrasia couldn't even fill up its student quota. Why? It's obvious. The equipment summoners learning swordsmanship in Erusis, the magic summoners learning magic in Marseilles is much more efficient than learning summoning in Eugrasia. First, you need to admit your wrongs. If one tries to deny the events up to this point, it simply looks like excuses. Getting held down because of the past is enough with the Imperial Princess alone. But this year is different. All the useless teachers have been removed. And to take their place, I have brought in an active officer from the Empire's army, a contractor of an elemental king from the Elven Forest, and a contractor of a god. The murmuring became louder. If nothing else, contractors of spirit kings and gods are rare throughout the continent. And especially from a military perspective, one of their peculiarities is that one of them alone are treated the same as an entire battalion. But those numbers will be limited? Yes, of course there are limits to just how many excellent teachers we can secure. Since there are less than half the number of teachers in Eugrasia right now than there were last year. But won't that affect the quality of education? As I spoke while opening the floor for questions, a number of parents began to ask a few. Yes, this is how a speech should be. If you just copy-paste one-sidedly like everyone else, then people can't even be bothered to ask questions. And so, we will reduce the number of students that we will enroll this year. For a moment, a silence blanketed the hall. It could have many meanings, but right now, it seemed as if they couldn't understand. While the number of teachers are halved, the number of students we will take in will be half of our normal intake, meaning just 100 students. This way, although the number of teachers have decreased, the quality of education will be of a much higher quality than last year. Isn't 100 too few? I don't think a school can run with just that number. Ho ho, these are all questions the other teachers asked. Therefore, I'll end it in one shot. It is all right. We have raised the tuition fees. Owner, everyone's looking at owner like a madman. It's all right. Innovators are normally not understood. No other choice, but for me to walk over the thorns myself. Way I see it, owner's plenty nuts. What, if anyone else, I don't want to hear that from this brat. I will confirm it. We will be more expensive than even Marcy's, which is currently the most expensive school. But, we will invest that much more time into our students. Even outside of teaching time, if the students wish it, the teachers will always be ready to help them out. Already, all of the teachers of Eugresia have agreed to live in on-site dormitories, and so even on holidays, we will not stray from the path of education. Because of that, we do not need any additional personnel. Only those who have the talent to be a summoner, those who have the passion for summoning, we will take only 100 of those students. Owner, the teachers are looking surprised, did they really make that promise? Ah, just the new ones. More accurately, I just had a set of dorms built for the teachers who had nowhere to stay, but it's not like there are any teachers dumb enough to shout lies, at this timing? Is there? And so, you all should participate as well. Owner, the parents' eyes are sparkling, but the kids' eyes are dying. Isn't that just an adverse effect? Kids go to whatever school their parents tell them to anyway. While the students are undoubtedly thinking we're dead if we go there and I'm never going to that school, the parents are getting more and more fired up. Foo-foo, even when picking the Minister of Education, the students have no right, only people with civil identification have the right to vote. Education was always a territory to appeal to the parents. The students just need to be forcibly awakened to such splendid education. And just when the time came for the final blow. Wait, are you really the person who is said to be the most knowledgeable about summons, the Summoner Association's greatest researcher, Nicer Winine? Owner, something smells. That's one of your shills, isn't it? TCH, sharp one. Yes, I am. Since the metal bats already smelled the birch burning, why hide it? On the way back from requesting the dwarves, I specifically requested the continent's best detective agency to call in a specialist. And like the specialist he is, his timing is absolutely perfect. Does the book that is said to contain everything you know about summons, the Book of Summons, truly exist? Does that legendary book that is said to have recorded information on even mythological and legendary summons, does that Book of Summons truly exist? There's only one reason why I became a big shot in the Summoners Association. It's because the beings I knew in myths are treated as summons over here. And because of that, the legend that there was a book that included information on those summons was floating around while I was unaware. Since when? Since I came to Eugresia. Hang, my owner. You're my owner, but you're so evil. I still need to save the academy. Until I can find a place to permanently hide, it's going to be my workplace after all. If you want it, then the knowledge is yours to learn. But you have to find it first. Everything I know about the world summons are recorded in that book. As if I have no attachments to it, very coolly. As I shouted like a certain pirate facing execution, too, I turned my back on the cheering parents and imposingly made my way back to my seat. But, owner. That really exist? Now I need to make it. Well, since I've lifted the mood, should I write it and hide it in the library? Number 2, their story, an Archdevil's Master's story. We at Arusha have the backing of all the martial families of the empire, and so we get weapons for at less than cost price. In addition, our senior knights will be helping to guide your children, and we swear that your children will be learning right alongside them for everything about swordsmanship. Swordsmanship is not simply the skill to fight, but a school that leads to greatness. We need those with the greatest passion and willpower, those that will not hesitate to take the challenge. From the beginning of one of Arusha's teachers who you couldn't mistake for anything but a knight, not with that big frame, the other schools started to repeat more or less the same things. Is this a form of mental torture? Among the devils that affected the mind, there were a couple of lunatics that got a successful contract from summoners they liked by saying the same thing over and over again 24/7. Are the beings called teachers similar here, owner? Don't know. I wasn't even listening. Beside my uncle, here is my father's substitute, who was lost in his memories. I flicked over the page of my book. Although I did try to listen to them at the beginning, there's no need to listen to them say the same thing over and over again. Since I'm the type of human that only needs to hear something once to remember it. Ria, are the speeches not to your liking? Yes, uncle. They keep saying the same thing repeatedly. True, now that I think of it, I believe they said much the same thing back when I went to school. Moreover, even uncle who was lost in his memories admitted the fact. As I thought, not listening was the answer. Starting from those healthy-looking teachers that wore robes, a teacher that wore spectacles, and after the teachers from Eurasia and their lack of particular traits finished their speeches. Although they were all pointless speeches. Aside from the commoners, the kids from noble families are all fated to go to the schools that fit them the best. In my case, Marcy's, the Magic Tower's head's granddaughter enrolling in Marcy's, which is heavily backed by the Magic Tower, is a given. It's called the Educational Magic Tower, the Unified Magic Tower Marcy's. The connections I make there will be a great help to me later as a full-fledged magician, so no harm in that. Well, even if I say this, the majority of the people I saw at our family's parties will end up in Marcy's. But, owner is a summoner that contracted me, the Archdevil Surtur. Isn't Eurasia a pretty decent place to go to as well? What did you say? As a magician that uses the Great Meat Shield Surtur, I should go to Marcy's, no? Owner, so that's how you're coming out. I just acknowledged you. Then please, be useful. Coming from someone who can't even defend against a wooden stick, and gets desummoned. Would owner have held out? Oh, sorry. That was kind of uncalled for. As if my body briefly remembered the pain from back then, my body shivered. It seemed that my uncle beside me was quite surprised, but I told him that I felt a sudden chill and could calm myself down. Next are some words from Eurasia's Professor Nicerwin Ein. It was then. As I was beginning to forget the fear from those times, the instructor's face appeared in front of me. Why is that little shit? Instructor? Nicerwin Ein. The greatest authority in the study of summons, said to live in the elf's forest. The greatest researcher in the Summoners Association, the legendary figure who was said to have single-handedly lifted the study of summoning to new heights. The presence that was said to have been unable to leave the elven forests due to a crippling childhood disease, or that Nicerwin Ein was the name that a group of great sages around the continent used to publish their findings under, or that he was a great prophet here to communicate the teachings of another world's god. But, that face was one that was very familiar to me. But. It's not him. I was surprised. What are you on, owner? Are you out of your mind? Does he not look identical no matter how you look? No, the aura, the voice, speech are all different. That man is not someone who can make that gentle smile so naturally. Even if I had been in an evil organization. Even if he had shown us a hell that even surprised an archdevil. Even if I had spent less than 2 years under his wing. Even if I really wanted to get stronger and pulverize him someday. Even so, I learned very many things under his tutelage, and the fact that he found my family's seal for me at the last does not change. And there was no way that someone who said he would run away to the ends of the continent would come to the imperial capital with his own 2 feet after just a few short months. Really? Yeah, look. That goodly smile. There's no reason that the organization's archvillain, no, archdevil could smile like that. That's a genuine smile that's only seen fields of peaceful flowers living among elves. There was no reason that a person who knew how to use mana would shake that much to tear just a speech written with the other Eurasia teachers. He was probably just feeling guilty towards the other teachers. If it was the instructor I knew, he'd probably just set it on fire and toss it out saying, "And you expect me to read this pointless trash?" And if it was the instructor, he wouldn't shout so heatedly about passion and talent for summoning. He'd just find some easy demon somewhere and make another slave contract. Plus he wouldn't take just 100 students. He'd probably gift all 400 new entrants their personal devil slave, command them to sweep the Empire Festival, and victory would be guaranteed Eughrasia's. And finally, rather than teaching someone, the instructor is the type to make someone break through their limits. A person that would draw up someone's talents to the limits, and just when they became used to that, drag them up to greater limits, saying that they would wait and help students with their learning. If it really was the instructor, there's no way he'd say things like that, right? And if that person was the same person as the instructor. I see that you have great potential as a summoner. Have you considered coming to Eughrasia? Me? In the middle of being chased by the imperial princess, there's no way that he'd say that while holding on to my hand, would he? Welcome to the summoner school. 5. I see that you have great potential as a summoner. Have you considered coming to Eughrasia? Me? Ow, owner, you nuts? This kid's your ex-disciple. At the very minimum, all owner's disciples are either future murderers or future perverts that'd either knife you in the stomach or put a chain around your neck, and let alone running away. You're approaching them first. Owner was a pervert all along. As I weaved and dodged people sticking to me here and there, I spotted a familiar face, so I grabbed her into a conversation, and as I thought. Unlike those common novel protagonists, I had no problem recognizing people. But were you quite surprised, Miss Metalbat? Although what it's saying in an excited voice unlike normal was a bit frightening, but since it was pretty much true, let's just let that slide. Really? And number 17, who was caught by me, also had a surprised expression on her face. Yes, if a human who looked identical to the one who ran her into the ground in the past appeared right in front of her, of course she'd be surprised. But, if this kid goes to an academy, then it is destined that we meet. No, she was probably watching the speeches as well. In that case, landing the first strike to make it hard for her to suspect something is also a way. Huh? Sure you would. I bet my little sister that one day you'll lose first strike, and get hit with a counter first strike. Huh? If you mean the wooden bat, it's already gone over to Rain. You idiot. She did. My poor little sister. She got sold to a sparrow, because of owner. But what the heck is a counter first strike? Does this rascal also know the great proverb that if you cannot land the first strike, it's not a first strike? Owner, smiling, all happy, is disgusting. As I thought, since you made my voice of lowly, owner's preferences were also for lowly? Although it's quite iffy to call her a lowly, but you were aiming for a girl that's not even 20? Well, although she has gotten a lot prettier in these last few months, she's still not my preference. Perhaps because I'd always seen number 17 wearing ragged clothes, unable to wash properly during training. She'd always seemed grimy and sullen, but now her appearance that was halfway between a girl and a young woman was fresh, but by no means was it my preference. It was just, what do you call it? Clothes give you wings? Excuse me, do you really feel the aptitude for a summoner from me? No, how the hell does a person who can't even sense mana feel something like that? It's just because I know you've contracted searcher that I'm throwing it out there first. But if I said that as is, then that's a direct express line to the Shackles Empire life. Yes, I can feel a strong force of fire. It seems that you have contracted with a highest rank fire elemental or stronger. Indeed, Master Nyserwin's fame was not for nothing after all. As if he were greatly surprised, the middle-aged man standing beside her made a shocked expression. It doesn't seem like this man's her dad, so would he be a cousin or a branch family member? Excuse me. I am this child's uncle, Viscount Helid. The younger brother of the famous Lord Nurmia. Even in the Elven Woods I heard a lot about the 5 Nurmia brothers. No, it is we that have heard a lot of the legends of Master Nyserwin. Even as we exchanged greetings, number 17's eyes sparkled. Ho, would you look at this rookie move? It's good to be able to use see-through magic instantly, but making it obvious like that is a bad habit. If she'd learned for just another year, she would have learned the specialized angles where the sparkles aren't visible. But it's a good move. Although there's no plastic surgery, this is a world filled with what can smack aside plastic surgery. No, something that can do a triple flip into an aerial leap off the shoulders of the opposition into a triple crit stab exists, named disguise magic. In a place where there's reason that makeup does not develop, if you don't want to be baited by someone's face, then see-through magic that can see through disguise magic is a necessity. But, I am not using disguise magic. I just made a few wrinkles to make me look a bit older, dyed my hair white and used natural elven-made hairs to plant a beard. Of course, the key is to copy the famous elven flower garden smile full of hopes and dreams. This flowery smile is something that only those who have not yet set foot in the human world, only pure and kind elves can make. Although oddly enough all the elves I know can't make this smile. The kids falling for owner's concept. This is the famous Archizage cosplay. Unfortunately, I couldn't get my hands on an owl. Normally, great sages always go around with a white dove or a giant owl on their shoulders. Really, are my talents that impressive? Ho ho, indeed. But unlike your talent, it seems that you cannot handle your summon that effectively. It seems to be because that you have made a contract with a very high-ranked being. As I imagined. Exactly that. Oh, that last one was from the person whose reactions were so heated that I thought for a moment he was one of my paid shills. What was his name? Discount hell whatever. At his reactions, the surrounding gazes are gradually beginning to center on us. Promotion and bringing in talents. How good a method is this? Although if they were normal, they wouldn't go to owner. Indeed. Naturally. Of course, not because of me. This girl was a child of the Nurmia family after all. Of course she'd go to Marcy's? But to stop that from happening, like a computer repair shop owner greeted by a tech illiterate, I opted to use the method of convincing the customer that a problem that could be solved with a simple part replacement was actually a serious problem that warranted buying a new computer. She contracted with a high-ranking contract at too young of an age. Because of that, the powerful aura of fire is leaking out so much that even I can feel it. Summons that don't fit with the contractor's soul often have drawbacks on the summoner. Summoning is a promise between souls. But if one soul is too big or small, the other will find it difficult to use their strength correctly. No, there is even the risk of the user facing a backlash because of their summons. Really? Of course not. It would if it was a normal case, but she slave contracted the archdevil Surtur. Because of the nature of the contract, the power that Surtur can exert in practice is very small. And there's no way that Surtur and his slave contract shredded pride would allow him to unconditionally obey number 17's orders. Because of that, number 17 is actually very safe. The case I explained just now were only cases where small-minded summoners tried to contract high-rank summons by giving them the position of master and themselves as the servant. To the absolute master number 17, there's no way that Surtur could do anything to her. Then what can we do about it? Splashy. It's a big one, owner. The Viscount Washasname made a shocked face and charged into me, seeming like if I told him that everything could be solved with 100,000 gold, he'd pay up on the spot. Very well. Those rough thoughts and your uneasy eyes. I who have been watching it all will solve it for you. If it's this child, I feel like I could pass down my everything to her. I suppose her capabilities as a magician would also be very high. But, if she were to learn summoning at Eugrasia now, and learn magic at the Nurmia household in the future, this child could be a summoner and magician that could leave her name in history. In a state where I've already tossed out my bait on summons, I stressed the words, leave her my everything. If it's this kid, she's already a genius that could make a name for herself with just what I know. With that, she's more than capable as combat potential that could wipe out at least 10 enemies in the Empire Festival. Now, do it now. You really? Really? Finally freedom. Very naturally, the metal bat that had been taking the form of a bracelet on my wrist shined brightly before she turned into the shape of a little girl. Can't you listen to my master? When she tilted her head slightly, her long hair that seemed to reach her feet shimmered. Her sparkling silver eyes were rimmed with wetness. At the appearance of a girl not much older than 10, a little girl that you didn't even have to be a lullicon to find cute, you could hear small gasps and cheers from the surroundings. Of course, the contents weren't a pure spirit, but the evil metal bat. But the people around us don't know that. A spirit came out on her own to help her master. No less from Nicerwin. Incredible. It is very rare that a spirit comes out to without a chant or a command. Because if they, who are bound by a contract, appear on their own initiative, there could be severe penalties applied onto them. But in rare cases such as their summoner's life being endangered, or when the feelings of both master and summon were aligned into one. There were cases when the summon moved on their own initiative, and that phenomenon meant that the summoner capable of achieving that was a very high class. Of course, this kid is different. How does it sound? Ho ho, if you put it like that. The Viscount looked at number 17 with a face agonized with indecision. But it seems that number 17's already made her mind up? Come, you must. If it's this much, coming is the normal thing to do. You can learn magic at home, right? All the knowledge of summoning in the world is waiting for you. Although I am quite interested, but I think I need to talk with father at home, uncle. Ah, that's true. But number 17 bowed her head apologetically and dragged away her uncle Viscount, whatever, by the sleeves. Humph. Your family will also choose Eugracia. I believe that. And shortly afterwards. Owner's favorite saying. I think it fits here. Get your foot cut by your trusted axe. The metal bat's words emanating with smugness. Damn it all. Number 17, you bastard, you meet me and immediately hand in your enrollment application into Marcy's? I will make you regret not coming here. There's a lot. There is a lot. There's so many. I didn't think there would be this much. I think owner works too well as always. What we could see was a mountain of documents. We said that we were accepting less applicants than normal, and also hiked the tuition fees, but they say that there's more than double the normal number of applications for Eugracia. We need to check all this and choose the shortlist, the first round of successful applicants, then we need to interview the chosen applicants in person to choose the final enrollments. Owner, what's owner's standards? That's obvious. What I normally said. Kids good at summoning? Now how would I know that? Then there are no standards. Of course there are. Family backing. You idiot. That's my owner. So superficial. Even in the organization named Howling, I knew perfectly well how fearful those things called geniuses were. Of course it would be nice if those things were among this batch as well, but there's no way I would know that. In that case, I need faces to become the stars of our promotion efforts. Securing those from famous noble families, or famous nobles themselves, so we can say, even these nobles came, and promoting ourselves like that. And once that happens, people that want to be able to say I went to school with these kinds of people, will come flocking in, and after reading the mood and state of the school, if we gradually raise the tuition then the school finances are full. My own finances are full. Owner's finances are getting full from your increased salary, right? You're not going to fill them up with embezzlement, right? Do you even have to ask? Of course my savings become plentiful with my increased wages, and I can sneak away some more to make them even more plentiful. Of course that's not all. And among the commoners and low-ranking nobles, if we pick up some truly desperate kids to fill up the role, then that would be perfect. Why the desperate ones? Because they can't say anything even if they get the crap beaten out of them. 2 methods I picked up in my instructor days to very quickly raise talents. First, if you hit them with the bat, then they get strong. They get stronger by themselves in order to survive. With Rain and Sia's cohort, the moment the metal bat came out their skills all drastically increased, so they graduated early and left. There's no law saying that these students won't do the same. Yuan. Does that mean I can attack them myself? Yes, run free and rampant. Owner, awesome. Show, awesome. Her lisping voice echoed through my head. It seemed that she was really excited. Of course, to maintain her mana, I need to have her discreetly eat the magic stones used for summoning. If I say I failed 3 times and succeeded on the first try, then I can pocket 2 magic stones. While others barely succeed once every 10 attempts, if I succeed once every 3 attempts, then it's a profit for the academy too. Everyone, this isn't fraud. It's a way for everyone to be happy together. That's my owner. The master of self-justification. So cool. With the cheers of the metal bat, we began our war against the mountain of documents. Welcome to the Summoner's School. 6. There's so many of them. There's just too many documents. Currently, people are watching over our academy to the extent that they are heralding a new age of summoning. That's one EC1 for you. Just because I used a slightly edited version of the speech, it started a new wave of piracy, no, summoning fervor. Now if we had a protagonist character shout I'm going to be the Summoner King, then that would be the perfect scenario. Well, still. First, it will probably be good to filter out those with insufficient magic power first. Whether there really was a new storm or not, but along with those with the talent, too many kids without any talent also applied. Since even kids who would have submitted their applications to Mercurius sent them into us complete with perfect office worker formatting, that should say it all. With a base of a contract with a summon, and using the abilities of the summon, comparatively speaking, summoning uses less mana than magicians or battle mages, but just because you're using less doesn't mean that it's okay if you have little mana. Even though the summoner can control the automatic supply of mana if needed, when summoning the summon itself, that process takes up a significant amount of mana. And from there, if you want to bring out the power of the summon, then you need mana again. As an example, take number 17 Surtur, who normally acts as a sandbag. When he's manipulating fire, then number 17 supplies mana to Surtur, and Surtur uses that mana to create fire. Maybe if my goal was to contract low-ranking summons, but to achieve my goals of making contracts with high-ranking summons, then I don't really need as much mana as my old disciples in Howling, but at the very least I need kids on the level of your average magician. How about this one? His magic power seems slightly lacking, but his experience seems to be decent. Pass him through the first round for now. It would probably be better to pass him on to Maroon or Professor Ruhan. Weeing? Discrimination? Kids good at close combat are exceptions. The applicant that the other lecturer had brought was a commoner, but he had qualifications as a C rank mercenary. If you were C rank at 18 years old, then that means you're at least better than normal. Of course, since his mana seems to be lacking, it seems like he'll have a hard time forming Sword Key, but becoming a C rank, despite being a commoner, means he's probably seen his fair share of mayhem. If we hand him over to the army lecturers, and link him up to the Imperial Armory, then he should be useful fighting potential. But, owner? Those armory contractors, aren't they all forced conscripts? Not forced. Since the condition of a contract is enlisting. Enlist first, contract later. The Imperial Armory. Filled with all sorts of famous weapons and armor for the course, it's a place with many magically enchanted weapons and armor. The Empire succeeded in tying these equipment with their soldiers as summoner and summon. Thanks to that, a bunch of soldiers who could use all sorts of weapons and armor in battle were born. And if you were to talk about a peculiarity, this wasn't a contract between a summon and a summoner, but a summoner and the Empire, and so the summoner is automatically enrolled into the army. And after this, they are trained and work as Imperial Army officers. Meaning, a summon that guaranteed enlistment. Thanks to that, even though they get all sorts of perks, that's why not many people follow the summoner's path. So this is why owner brought in the Mr. Army men. The Empire's military is a great workplace with a 100% employment rate after all. Among the 4 great academies, no one ever asks about the employment rate after graduation. Conversely, that means if we do it right, we can appeal with employment rates. If we get anyone hired into the Imperial Palace, we can say, 000 of Eugrasia, class of 000, employed by the Imperial Palace. Employment rate 100% is the overall plan. And the best way to realize that plan was to have number 17 come to us. Course not. I'm saying it because you're my owner, but if owner wasn't my owner, then even I wouldn't stick around. Even though the kid doesn't know that owner's owner, but since you look similar enough, running away would be natural. Although nothing she says feels at all serious with that short tongue of hers, but reality is reality. Although we've already gone through over 600 applications, number 17 is nowhere to be seen. Ho ho, this cute kid. If she'd come, I would have given her relatively preferential treatment and had her on the student council this year, student council president next year on the top speed elite course I had prepared for her. And to think she'd run with her family as an excuse. I will use her as the sacrifice to reveal the splendor of Eugrasia's progress. Yui, so petty. My owner's so petty. No, you dolt. They say that a wise man's revenge is not late even after 10 years, but since I am not a wise man, I take it immediately. Oh. The Lisha family's Miss Eris. Pass, 100% pass. But in the hopes of maybe, just maybe, I kept searching through the documents for number 17's name when I heard shouts from a corner. If it's the Lisha family, then it's one of the Empire's famous 10 great families. And the girl called Miss Eris is that family's oldest daughter. Meaning. Owner's baiting finally hauled in a big one. Poor kid. It's all fine if we give her a splendid summon. I'd looked through roughly 300 applications, but there was no one on that level. The highest was account. And even then the majority of those kids fell short of standards, and to think an eldest daughter of a 10-great family came. I'll contract her with the best summon so we can use it for promotion. So cool. My owner that doesn't think of the students first, but prioritizes profits is so cool. Even other than that I found a few noteworthy individuals that might be of use. We succeeded culling the second round of applicants to 300, then 100 truly outstanding students out of those. And now, around a month later. My peers, do you want freedom? Freedom? Then, follow me. Yoo-woo. With the student council at the head, this world's first ever student rebellion began. Number 3, their story, a certain student council president's story. You are a child loved by the spirits. The person who said so smiled as she stroked my head. An elf, who was said to have been loved by nature from their creation, said that to me. Since I was little, something was always beside me. Sometimes it was warm, sometimes it was cold, sometimes it was comforting. And when I was small, when I went with my dad on family business, the elf I happened to meet there told me that they were spirits, and she told me that I would become a brilliant summoner in the future. And believing that, I enrolled in Eugrasia, and believing the words of the elf who was said to only speak the truth, I showed the qualities of a brilliant summoner, and of them, an elementalist, I rose to the title of student council president. But, the evaluation of the Eugrasia I went to was the lowest. The school that was once called one of the 4 great academies had been slowly declining even before I enrolled, and once I became Stuco president I tried my best to reverse it, but it still couldn't be done. But. Do you mean, the book of summons that is said to contain all my knowledge? If you want it, then I will give it to you. Look for it. Everything I know about the world summons are recorded in that book. At the pre-enrollment speeches where, if you included the year before I enrolled, I'd watched over for 4 straight years and still had no idea why they just kept repeating what was essentially the same speech 4 times, the legendary summoner Professor Nyserwin-Ein's speech was the beginning of a new chapter in Eugrasia's history. With one of the 10 great families, the famous Lisha family's Lady Heiress as the beginning, many ranking houses sent their children to Eugrasia. And from there, instructors from the military that the lecturers and even nobles with links to the military alike would be surprised to see, an elf that was so hard to see, and even a gnome that supposedly hated being involved in the human world were among the new teachers. During the student council meetings, we used to half-jokingly debate about how long it would take for Eugrasia to close down, but such discussions had long since disappeared. Really, just one person changed Eugrasia so drastically. Was what I had thought. Without realizing just what it was that had undergone the most drastic changes. The day I realized that was the 3rd day into the new semester. It was a normal day as the school began to settle into the first proper lessons. Wow, did you hear Professor Mom's lecture earlier? Wow, seriously, as a contractor of a spirit king, he's totally on another league with the teachers we've had so far. Totally. Spirit kings, which had fixed numbers. And the summoner of the Spirit King of Water who was a major deal among those showed us a new world of spirit arts, and before the final bell, we were all discussing our amazement at the lessons today as we waited for our homeroom teacher to come in. This is a school-wide announcement. Could everyone please take their seats? I repeat. This is a school-wide announcement. Could everyone please take their seats and listen to the announcement? The school-wide intercom that was rarely used in the past echoed out. The people that had gone to the bathrooms began to return and sit down, and around 3 minutes later, we heard a voice that we hadn't heard too many times, yet was unforgettable despite that. Greetings, students. My name is Nyserwin-Ein, a lecturer that will teach you from this year along with the other teachers. At that moment, we heard people go from let alone our classroom, we could hear them from down the corridor as well. It was that Nyserwin-Ein. The legend of the Summoners Association, the person who was said to have overhauled the academy personally. The students' admiration of him was indescribable. But it would take just 10 minutes for that admiration to be smashed to smithereens. Now, the homeroom teachers of each classroom, please enter. At those words, the door opened and our homeroom teacher came in. Holding a thick pile of paper. Now, I believe by now all the homeroom teachers will have entered. Lecturers, could you please distribute the handouts? At those words, our homeroom teacher silently handed out the thick white stacks of paper to us. The basics and concepts of summoning. What is this book title that sounds like a textbook? As if he could tell what we were thinking, Professor Nicerwin answered us immediately. The handouts that everyone just received was something to help everyone with their self-directed study. In addition, the people who cannot solve all the problems cannot leave the school before 2,200 hours. In that moment, silence spread through the classroom, no, the entire school. We understood what was being said, but our heads couldn't take it in. Including me, the majority of the students turned their heads to the clock on the classroom wall. Current time, 5 p.m. Until 2,200 hours, meaning 10 p.m., there were still 5 hours left. Of course we guarantee your right to club activities. From 6 o'clock, we will even provide dinner. The true self-directed nighttime study, or night study for short, will begin in earnest from 7 p.m. onwards. No, that part wasn't what we were surprised about. As I promised to your parents, I will deliver the education that everyone wanted. What bullshit is this? Is there a single student that would ever want this? I understand that everyone is too embarrassed to speak out, that everyone has a strong passion for learning. Although I am enthusiastic about learning, that is more than enough with normal classes. I don't want to be locked up for a similar length of time in school. But, I am aware that there are always troublemakers anywhere you go. And so. Drrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrr The moment the professor stopped speaking, the school began to shake. And at the same time, slam, 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 slam. We heard a weird noise from somewhere. Clang, 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 clang. And with loud slams from right beside us, thick black lines began to appear on the windows beside us. I am aware that there are some students that may not wish to attend the self-directed night study. And so, since we guarantee our students' rights and freedoms, we will allow it, if you can leave school by your own self-direction. Those words and actions were different. The kids with the window seats had already told us that the black lines that had appeared were actually thick metal bars. In the middle of the corridor there was even an extra wall that had appeared. This was a feeling that they would never let us leave school. And of course, we teachers will also give the students that don't wish to participate in self-directed study an opportunity to learn. We will provide theory in the question booklets we distribute in the beginning of every night study class. And for those students who don't wish to attend the night study classes, practical application. It felt like he was emphasizing the practical application part a bit, or was it just me? The methods to not attend the night study sessions are simple. Using any and every method at your disposal, break through the teachers and exit the school. Once you leave the school building, no teacher will even touch you, and even if you return the next day, you will suffer no penalties. Like I have said, you are free to leave school whenever you wish. That makes absolutely no sense whatsoever. The current number of teachers at Eugresia are small, but not even Eugresia at its peak would have had the standard of teachers as we do now. And we're supposed to break through these teachers? And even before that, in this famous school with a long history and tradition, would there ever be someone in Eugresia that would give up the opportunity to learn and run away? Of course not. If they are a student proud to be in Eugresia. And the next day, we have the first runner. Damn it, it's the Stuco President Nurkia. Do not lower your guard, Nurkia is a highly skilled elementalist. Do you think we'll let you get away, Nurkia? Of all the students in the school, I was the first to run away. A certain student council president's story. Now, if I were to explain. I like practical experience. Although I am in the top ranks of the academy in my theory marks, I am someone on the boundary of the middle and higher tier grades overall. Of course, I do my best to study in my own way, but should I say I'm not the type to get theory all that well? To be honest, I couldn't understand a single thing in the handouts Professor Nicerwin gave us. Was all just an excuse. My soul is crying out to run away from this damn so-called self-directed night study. And wasn't this the day I promised to meet up with my lover? Because of that I chose to run. But the moment I began my escape, I was stopped by a wall. First, pretend to be going to the bathroom, then the moment I tried to run. The so-called wall in the corridor that barely came up to my ankles suddenly shot up to the ceiling. What? Anyone would be surprised if a wall shot up all of a sudden. And at that moment, all the teachers in the classrooms poked their heads out. Nurkia is running away. Get him. If we lose him, our salary vanishes. The teachers ran out instantly. I suspected the situations of the teachers on the other side of the wall weren't going to be too different either. Just get caught here and study, Nurkia. You're the Stuco Prez, aren't you? You should set an example as the president. The angel in my mind said. No, run. Just run. You want to run. And this is what Professor Nicerwin officially said. This is practical training. As the Stuco Prez, what you're doing now is the showing the other students an example of it. And the devil in my mind said that. So it is? See? And the angel agreed with the devil. All right then. First off. Run. The moment I made my mind up, I started chanting. The target was the wall. The summoned spirit was a mid-class earth elemental. Break it. The wall broke easily under the attack of the earth elemental. But the remains of the broken wall disappeared into the ground with the magic circle. Perhaps in return for being weak, it was set up to be easily repaired. Meaning that wall will soon be repaired. I started to hurry. Raise movement speed with the blessings of the wind elemental on my shoes. And use the walls from the earth elemental to widen a gap with the teachers. Well, that was the plan, but... Why, are there arrows flying around in the academy? In an instant, the low-rank wind elemental was hit by an arrow and was desummoned. Not from someone's snipe, but from the lights in the corridor. It seemed that the walls weren't the only traps in the academy. We've got you, Nurkia. The student council president of all people. The moment I hesitated, the teachers rounded the corner. Having summoned their summoned beasts too, no less. Wait, using your summons against a student, are you serious? Every time you run away, all the teachers' salaries vanish by a number you could never imagine. If you resist, we can only get rough with you. Ah, they're serious. Those eyes are dead serious. I didn't know that the teachers that I went to school with for 3 years were this desperate for money. But those are the teachers' problems. I have my own problems to deal with. I will leave to meet my lover. Is that so? I respect your will. But we have our own families to protect. And the fight between people who each had their own things to protect began and ended, and I was beaten down and dragged to the remedial room in 4 minutes. And there, I could meet the cause of this incident, Professor Nicerwin. Why did you make these things? At my sincere outburst, he just laughed and said. I wish for your skills to improve. And for that, between theory and practical experience, either one of them needs to get better. Now, President, between theory and practicals, which do you think I prefer? Practical? At my answer he nodded as if satisfied, and said. Indeed. And so, it's okay if you run away. No, to be honest, I wish for you to run away. And you as the student council president, provided a splendid first-hand example of what I wanted. Ah, this man was a devil. He just needed an excuse. The thing called the self-directed night study was simply an excuse for us to run away, and if we ran away the teachers could legally suppress us by force. But, just because I knew his purpose, would I be able to give up escaping? The next day, and the next day. I kept attempting to run away, but I kept getting caught without even being able to escape the classroom's floor. And just as I was about to give up out of despair. I have seen your resolve. President, let's fight together. Together, we can beat the teachers as well. The student council that had simply been watching on took a stand. Each and every one of them were aces of Eughrasia's summoners. With this much fighting power we could push through. And so, we memorized the patterns of the traps, found out the weaknesses of the instructors. Preparing for everything we'd seen thus far, just as we thought we'd beaten the teachers. Alright then, so is the 8th floor down? But, we are still here. We realized. The floor we were on was the highest floor, the 8th floor. Meaning, we needed to go down 7 more times to leave the academy. Now, come, student council. All that time, people that had gathered to defeat the 8th floor were defeated by the 7th floor's fresh teachers and their summonges. And a week of this later. We realized. This is a fight of numbers. We need more students. It's not enough with just the student council. To begin with, there were 20 members of the student council. But the number of teachers number over 200. Of course, the number of specialist teachers are lower than this. But even with the specialist teachers alone, there are still more of them than us. And since we need to get through the traps in the academy, we fall short in stamina as well. After some top-secret number crunching, we calculated that we needed at least twice as many students than teachers for us to all be able to escape the academy without any left behind, and began gathering members. And what began from that was the third and fourth year school escape movement. And perhaps there were those who were enlightened to something at seeing our desperate resistance. One by one, the second years, and even some of the first years began to run away from the night study as well. And moreover, Student Liberation Army? Yes, it is. Short red hair and a tidy appearance. The girl standing in front of me, whose red eyes seemed like they could burst into flames at any moment, was the new first year, the new student that was the center of attention of the entire academy. Delisha Marquisite's Lady Heiress. Because of the person I was listening to, even as I listened to this absurd nonsense, I chose not to get angry but asked her again. The Student Liberation Army. Are you serious? Yes, it's true. As Miss Heiress nodded while saying that, even as her cheeks turned slightly red as if she was somewhat embarrassed, I turned speechless. Of all the bullshit in the world, there could be no bigger bullshit than this. What kind of club name is the Student Liberation Army? Worse, the club focus was escaping self-directed night study. Alright, even if I understand that much, the teacher that oversees the club is none other than the person that started this all, Professor Nicerwin? And he was the one who suggested the name as well. Just how far is he going to torment us, this human? A club with the purpose of escaping night study, and that Professor Nicerwin, the person who's essentially the leader of all the teachers, that Professor Nicerwin actually made this club for your? Yes. Saying that this was exactly what he wanted as well, he said that the school would even support the club's activities as well. If you entered this club, that Professor Nicerwin would help you contract to summon personally. Even though we were just accepting 100 new students, why would a high-ranking noble like Lady Heiress come to the failing Academy Eugracia? Isn't it because of Professor Nicerwin? And he's helping you to contract to summon personally? Naturally, the Student Liberation Army expanded day by day. 345 registered members. As a club with all of the first years, and all of the second and third years not already affiliated with another club, it was Eugracia's largest student club. There were even cases where people began to leave the clubs they were already in, to the extent that even the academy created a special exception to be allowed to join the Student Liberation Army while already in a club. And the club activities of the Student Liberation Army were simple. Escaping night study. Meaning. 5th floor, suppression complete. I repeat, 5th floor, suppression complete. 7th floor suppression complete. We can manage the 8th floor on our own. We're going to start heading out as well, so 5th and 7th floor members head to the 6th floor and secure a midway point. Meaning that the entire school began attempting to run away from night study. As the strategists, we gave directions to the others from the 8th floor, and once an escape route was established we would meet up with the rest and head down in a giant group. The 5th to 8th floors are all clear? Yep. The 3rd floor led by Lady Heiress is nearly done as well. They're having some trouble on the 4th floor, but if our numbers swarm the 4th floor then that should handle itself quickly enough. On the 2nd and 1st floors were probably not the established teachers, but the new special lecturers. And Professor Nicerwin, too. All of the enemy are giants among giants of the summoning world. None of them are pushovers. But we can't give up. How many months have gone by since night study began? Every time I meet my lover on the weekends it starts with me getting an earful from her. It's gone to the point that she's having misunderstandings that I'm seeing other girls. I'd rather avoid any more misunderstandings, so now is the time to end the night study. President. Is the 3rd floor as complete as well, Lady Heiress? Yes, we cleared it successfully. As you'd expect from the military family that was the Delisha house, she was holding on to a beautiful spear as she caught her breath, then she turned to me and smiled. Considering how the first years were all soaked with sweat and leaning against the walls, it seemed that the fights were quite a struggle, but now they could see victory at hand. As I returned her smile of victory with one of my own, I looked at the crowd of people on the 2nd floor, no, that stretched all the way back to the 3rd floor, that I couldn't see, and shouted. How long has it been since the night study began? How much freedom have we lost since then? But now, we have freedom right in front of our eyes. My comrades, do you want freedom? Freedom. In that moment, in those shouts that seemed like they would shake the buildings, And in that roar-like shout I felt a thrill as I continued. Then, follow me. Yuwu. Let's go, for freedom. With myself, the student council, Lady Eris and the other heavy hitters taking the lead, the entire student body charged towards the second floor. And what was waiting there for us was splendid, splendid. For a second there I thought we had Her Imperial Highness's legendary general, or some imperial general, here on the premises. Ha ha ha, what other school could have the student council guide the students this well? As I thought, the future of Eugrasia is bright. Professor Maroon, Professor Aruhan. As we expected, there were two professors smiling as they saw us coming. Maroon Harson and Aruhan Ect. Both of them learned summoning as commoners, and were both extremely skilled meritocrats that had risen to become officers of the Empire's summoning corps. They were veterans among veterans that had even experienced the Great War. And following them were 30 army summoners. 32 total. But when they were together, their fighting power was almost certainly not just 32 people. Compared to them, we numbered 1,300, but the numbers that could actually fight were limited. Since it's the whole school, is there roughly 1,300 of them? It'll be alright if we just get 40 per person. That's a bit hard even for us. If we get around half of them or so, Professor Mwam or Professor Harian can get them for us. Haha, but still. Since we came on the request of Professor Nicerwin, it might be a tiny bit pathetic if we fall too soon. That's true. Speaking so casually while outnumbered 40-1, was it because they simply didn't think of their defeat, or was it that they could afford to be relaxed on the backs of their countless experiences? That reminds me, we had another win condition. What's that? Ha ha ha, since it's currently 2,000 hours right now, we just need to hold on another 2 hours. That's true. Then the night study's over anyway, so it's our win. We won't have to get our salary cut either. The military is way better than this. Cutting the salaries of fellow teachers, really, Professor Nicerwin is a devil, you know? As the two lecturers smirked and took positions in response to our preparations to charge, they looked at us and smiled maliciously. Now, students. This is the defensive formation that the Empire's Summoning Corps is so proud of. It's going to be a bit difficult. And as they smiled, we failed to break through that day. Welcome to the Summoner's School. 8. Now, let's begin the summoning ritual. Yes. Ugh. The one glaring at me as if I killed her parents is the famous lone daughter of the Lisha house, Eris. But, why is she glaring at me like that? Isn't it cause owner saw her panties? All dokidoki embarrassed as a woman? I don't think so, but, maybe? To be honest, I couldn't have predicted that one either. That the first to run in the entire school would be the student council president. And, the first to try to run among the first years would be that famous daughter of the Lisha house. In addition, who would have thought she'd fall for such a simple trap? Owner's already probs immortal from all the curses from the students. Not even I could have expected that the first time I would see the famous daughter of the Lisha family since her interview would be with her dangling in the air, yelling and pushing her skirt down. At the time, her glares at the male students that came into the corridor wondering what was going on as she shouted at them to get lost were good enough to appear in a horror movie. But still, black panties are currently spreading around the first-year boys like a legend. Are you not going to begin? The summoning circle has already been drawn. As I said while wagging my piece of chalk at her, she ground her teeth hard enough to make me worry about her teeth. Don't they hurt? Come to me, become my strength. Eris quelled her anger and calmly began reciting the incantation. The goal is, a goddess. We've used suitable things as a sacrifice and even used good quality magic stones as well. If a contract can be made, that should be good enough for promotional use. Summon. We watched expectantly. When Eris's chant ended, the magic formation shined, and a summon with a white body, long white ears, and red eyes app. Make a contract with me, Anne. Clang. What are you doing? What was that? That felt nasty. In an instant, I quickly transformed the metal bat back into bat mode, and smacked the creature high into the sky. That is a monster that cannot be allowed to exist in this world. I will desummon that instantly. That was a dangerous devil. If you see it, get rid of it at once. Do not ever make a contract with it. There's no Matakami in this world either. Dangerous, that was, dangerous. I understand. Eris nodded as if she understood, and poured in mana again as she chanted. And? Are you my ma? Clang. Why this time? That was also dangerous. While that was a famous hero, the lines, and the fact that it was a woman was dangerous. That one was dangerous enough that it could cause the mobilization of the weapon that could potentially destroy this entire world, the copyright. And? It's fine now. Why? Back? Clang. To become Hoka. Clang. Don't you true? Clang. The world could always use. Clang. I am Opti. Clang. Hook. Owner, I'm tired too. Why are you blowing away all of my summons? Considering she's the criminal, why is she the one getting angry? Only summoning beings that are all dangerous in different ways. Is she the apostle of the evil god that threatened to destroy the world or something? Damn it, I'm so damn exhausted I can't do this shit anymore. If her dad wasn't a marquis, I'd have already given this up already. Summon. Although we're all exhausted, we kept summoning. Please let this one be a normal summon. Clang. Queek? Owner, it feels different this time. Yes, because it was correctly summoned this time. So why'd you hit it? Instinctively? This is why habits are scary. Since I kept on knocking them away before they were properly summoned, I knocked this one away as well as soon as it was summoned. Was it? And moreover. A god. A god. Number 5. Their story, Eris Lil Leisha's story. The world doesn't always go as I want it to. I knew that very well. Even for me, as the oldest daughter of one of the most powerful families in the empire, the Leisha Marquisate. I had no reason to deny that. But, was it really too much for me to ask for the same academy life that others get? It was all right up to the enrollment interview. The teachers all looked on me favorably, and the feeling surrounding the academy was okay as well. That was all okay until 3 days after school started. But it was different after that. A sudden announcement was made, and we couldn't leave until 10 p.m. Steel bars appeared on the windows, and barriers were set up in the hallways. Is this seriously what you'd call academy life? Who the heck could ever logically think that a school like this could exist? But still, for a fulfilling school life I endured. Starting from the topmost floor, I heard that the student council began to attempt escaping, but they always failed. But as time went on, as our knowledge increased, we came to the realization that leaving by solving the entire handout was completely and utterly impossible. For a start, the contents themselves made absolutely no sense. These questions that seemed to ask basic questions like the beginnings of summoning, understandings of summons, the basics of summoning and so on, were all insanely difficult. So difficult that no one could actually solve them. What was more, when we asked the teachers, some of them couldn't answer straight away, and some questions even had the teachers saying that not even the Summoners Association wouldn't be able to answer these. Was this supposed to make any sense at all? Then I realized. Even after this year, I still had 3 years left of my school life. Meaning that the vast majority of my teenage years would be spent in this thing called self-directed night study. At that moment, I jumped out of my seat and bolted for the door. And with a whirring noise, a rope wrapped around my ankle and whisked me into the air. Of course it wasn't because of a simple mistake on my part. Even if I look like this, I've still undergone relentless training in the Leisha house. But even if I had, I could never have imagined the bulwarks in the corridor suddenly shooting up to the ceiling. Because of that, I missed the timing to jump off the bulwark and failed the landing, and the arrow that suddenly flew out in that timing interfered. But I used my training up till now to change directions mid-air. And the moment I managed to land on the ground, my ankle immediately got snared and dragged me into the air. I screamed as I became suddenly airborne, and because of that, my underwear became exposed to everyone that my screams attracted. As well as the cause of all this, Professor Nicerwin. I was embarrassed and ashamed. And angry. I immediately went to take Professor Narwin to account over it, but the result was my loss. On the contrary, I returned after getting a faceful of taunts and mockery. And on the contrary, he made an odd suggestion to me. How about making a club? It is a club that Miss Eris would seem to enjoy. What club would that be? The Student Liberation Army. Although the name of that club felt like something that shouldn't exist in a school, but considering the current state of the academy, it wasn't a name that felt that unusual. The objective was escaping the self-directed night study. And Professor Nicerwin would provide support as the supervisory teacher of the club. And whose fault is this to begin with? But I had no choice but to accept. From the beginning, I had no relationship at all with summoning. I hadn't even made the contract with a low-ranking summon for self-defense that all high-ranked nobles made when they were children, due to my family's pride that one needed to get stronger on their own. But since I could not guarantee that I could break through the barricade of teachers that were said to surpass even Eugrasia's golden age, in the end I made the ridiculous club that Professor Nicerwin suggested. Gathering members was simple. All I had to say was that Professor Nicerwin would personally help them contract a summon. This was probably done with the majority of the first years in mind. Because one way or another, the vast majority of the first years in this academy, myself included, had come here believing in the name Nicerwin. But even after numerous summons, Professor Nicerwin hit them all away saying that they were all dangerous somehow. In the end, just as I hit the limits of my magic power, I drew my absolutely final reserves of mana and conducted the summoning ritual, but... clang! He knocked it away again. But unlike the previous summons that disappeared immediately, this one whimpered, but was not desummoned. And looking at it closely, it seemed familiar. It was definitely a woman that I had seen for the first time, but it was oddly familiar. A beautiful appearance that could be called a goddess. Her head was covered by a helmet and her body was covered by armor, but her blue hair that flowed from the helmet shone like the ocean, and her body line that was hidden by the armor was beautiful, even from a woman's point of view. In one hand, a long spear. In the other hand, a shield with a woman with snakes for hair engraved into it. I had never seen her before, but this familiar feeling. I'm pretty sure that there was a summon with these characteristics among the summons that Professor Nicerwin told me about. And the one among those that was supposedly the most suitable for me. Professor Nicerwin, is that the goddess Athena. The goddess of war and wisdom. And even outside those domains, a multi-talented goddess that was skilled in cooking, pottery, literature, and so on, and she was also said to be so beautiful that she even competed with the goddess of beauty over looks. And that goddess was currently collapsed in a corner, drooling. He hit the goddess of war. Even if she was another world's god which was only rarely summoned throughout history, but as long as you were part of a military family, you would remember all the gods related to war, strategy, and victory. And among those, the goddess Athena's wisdom alone created numerous famous generals, cementing her place as the representative of all the goddesses of war. And to think he beat that goddess, this contract is ruined. Miss, prepare for the contract. Eh? It's possible? But after saying those words, Professor Nicerwin immediately leapt forward and charged at the goddess, with the silver weapon that had sent all the other summons flying in his hand. You dare disrespect, Quan? And he promptly started beating the goddess Athena that had just started to come around. Wait? Kut? Yua? The shirk? What blasf, stop it. And amazingly enough the goddess that took those attacks was whimpering as she swayed from side to side. Although all beings of another world have restrictions on their power as they move to a different world, a god is a god. Among the devils, there were cases where they threatened their summoner into a contract, and there were other summons that killed their summoner because they didn't like their appearance. And to think that this man would begin beating up a god of all things, the greatest existence among summons. At this rate this would be a problem if I were to receive the god's fury as well. Die. Aegis. Miss Eris, if you look at that shield you will be petrified. How? When the goddess Athena's shield began to emanate a bright light, I immediately closed my eyes according to Professor Nicerwin's words. Hut? How do you know? And the whines and screams that began the moment I closed my eyes. Kayak? No. Stoop. I refuse. You would? And how much longer did the whimpers and screams go on for, when my anger towards Professor Nicerwin had long since vanished, as my body shook as I listened to the goddess's screams, I felt someone pat my shoulder. I think you can get up now. How? I could hear Professor Nicerwin's voice from right beside me. But the goddess's screams of pain were continuing even now. In the end, unable to resist my curiosity, I turned my head around and what I saw there was. Hyap. Ayap. Tushi. Yap. Hook. Uht. Uivert. Nuo. A small silver creature had mounted the goddess's body and was punching away with its 2 fists. Eris Real Leisha story. Tushitushi. Woo, hoot? These sounds aren't coming from my mouth, they're from my arms. I can hear them from your mouth. Quiet? Ong? Did you still have enough left to talk? Then that's good for me, pretty uni. Tushitushi. The current situation was the silver creature making noises with its mouth and claiming them to be from its hands when realistically arms couldn't make that sound, and one-sidedly beating the living daylights out of the goddess of war. Just how should I explain this situation? The majestic appearance that the goddess had for that very brief moment when she was first summoned was no more. The goddess's beautiful face was currently a mess of snot and tears, the beautiful helmet she had on her head was gone, and in its place was hair that was still emanating a clear light like the ocean, but even that was a mess. Professor. She's still the goddess of war. Even if she's from another world, she could bear a grudge for this and contract with an enemy nation. As I was blankly staring onwards, the sounds the goddess was making turned from shouts of hut, or kua, to nonsensical quihik, or huo, and those noises brought me round. Of all the summons available, why do they rate gods, spirit kings, and archdevils as the greatest? Other spirits exist where just as long as you use them correctly, they could output just as much power. But these beings had other abilities other than just pure strength. Half aligned to another dimension, but also half aligned to this world, beings that could control nature, those were the spirit kings. The gods' weapons that they used. Drawing on divine power, those able to lend their summoners the authority of the contracted god, those were the gods of the other worlds. And those with the power and weapons to oppose those gods, the archdevils. Just the presence of even one of these beings could change the history of wars, that was why summoners that contracted them were all feared. And actually, the records were a contractor of a spirit king of water became victorious in a naval battle where they were outnumbered by over 10 to 1, or an individual that received the power of the god of storms single-handedly defeated 222 enemy battle mages in aerial combat, have still yet to be broken, even now after countless battles over the history of warfare. But, out of all the gods that existed, to think that he would be mercilessly thrashing the goddess of war and goddess of many other aspects besides. And a god that I summoned to boot. Isn't this just the perfect condition for her to hold a grudge against me as well? Keep watching, Miss Eris. Hit her more. Hywian. You don't have to tell me twice. N. Nuhu. Yef. Quack. Hee. Hey Uni, hitting you feels awesome. But on the contrary, Professor Nicerwin instructed the silver life form to keep punching, and according to his words the silver life form's hands began to move again. And how many more tushitushis echoed through the room after that? In the end, the goddess even went as far as to resort to grabbing onto the silver life form and begging for it to end. Save me. On? Pretty Uni? I done kill people. Aru is pure and weak, and dislikes violence so she can't kill people. Actually, I'm a kind summon that treats Uni's hurts. And, no. Just kill me. The crying goddess begged but the silver life form refused her pleas. No, on the contrary, since she said that she couldn't even die, that brought the goddess even more despair. And at that moment, as if had been waiting for it, Professor Nicerwin approached the goddess's side. Goddess, I know of a way to escape this place. What is it? I'll even sell my soul to a devil so please. The goddess who had been so thoroughly ruined that you would never believe that she had once competed with the goddess of beauty over appearances rushed over to Professor Nicerwin as if she was begging. Don't go clinging to my owner. If you do then the scary Unis will get angry. Cake. Although she was shut down in a single hit. Now, if you make a contract with this child, then you can escape safely. At that moment, the goddess looked at me with pleading eyes. Contract? With me? Of course it's true that I did summon her to make a contract. But, is it all right to make a contract like this? What would happen if later on, she came back to her senses and decided to break the contract on her own in a bout of rage, regardless of the consequences? In that case, the fallout falls squarely onto me. It could lead to the worst-case scenario that I would have to bear it all on my own. But as if Professor Nicerwin had known about that as well, with movements that bore the look of long practice he brought out a sheet of paper from somewhere and pushed it in front of the goddess. Now, press your signature here and you will have freedom from this pain. Freedom. At the word freedom, as the goddess stared at the sheet of paper, her eyes were filled with hope that she could be freed from this pain. Whine. Owner. This pretty uni, she feels so delicious to beat up, can't I hit her a bit more? Hayek. Hurry, and make a contract. Child. If you make a contract with me now, then I will do my best to teach you all my knowledge and power. So hurry. You what? Why are you hitting me? Because I can't hit you after you make a contract, so I need to hit you while I can. After saying that, the word Tashitushi could be heard again, and as the same proceedings that had occurred till now repeated themselves once again, even as she screamed in pain, the goddess looked at me scorchingly and said. And, now. Hurry. Contract. Now. The goddess, who was gradually losing her ability to speech, was pitiable. And I began to fear as to what that silver spirit of Professor Nicerwin's was. All right. I'll make a contract. Right, all you need to do is print your thumb onto this ink pad and thumb the contract. Yes, there. Now, Aru, stop hitting her for a bit. Wyan, pity. In the fear that she could end up in tears at those hands once again, the goddess didn't even read the contract, and hurriedly stamped her thumb on the contract. Miss Eris, whether you sign or stamp here, either is acceptable. But I couldn't do that. Moreover, this was a Geas role. An absolute contract that let alone gods of other worlds, not even gods of this world, could interfere with. If you were to contract poorly with a Geas role, then your entire life as you knew it could be over. So I peeked at the contract, but... Isn't this totally a scam contract? Of course, there's no harm to me. No, it's profitable to the point that I thought, are these conditions even possible? But to the goddess Athena that was making a contract with me, there could be no more one-sided contract than this. To think that this was a contract that would let me use a god's power when and however much I wished without any conditions attached. Oh my, I must have this. It's a goddess of war. From a military family's point of view, making this contract would be a done deal no matter how many millions we needed to spend, but to think that we could make a contract this full of nothing but benefits. Hurry. While I was reading the contract, the silver summon couldn't wait any longer and started beating up the goddess again with another round of Tashitushis. The goddess that was getting beaten up again looked at me pleadingly. I did nothing wrong. Yes, this is what the goddess wanted. I just listened to what she said. I have no responsibility for any of this. This is all Professor Nicerwin's fault. I'll do it. At the goddess's cries, I quickly stamped my thumb on the ink pad and then the Geas roll. Now that it's done. As soon as the contract between the goddess and I was forged, the sounds of Tashitushi could no longer be heard. Hying. Felt so good on my hands too. Hayek. The goddess, scrambling back as the silver life form looked at her with what seemed like genuine regret, was another minor incident. Now then, Miss Eris, now. Yes. To me, who was watching this happen, Professor Nicerwin said to me. Desummon her. Desummon? The goddess's momentarily pupil-less eyes blinked a couple of times, before life finally came back to her. And lowering her head for a moment, she stood back up on shaky feet and shouted. This is a scam. It is already too late. The goddess glared at Professor Nicerwin with a face that said she'd been had, while Professor Nicerwin was making a very evil expression, as if everything had gone according to his plan. Now, Miss Eris. Once you desummon her, that is the end of the process. Scam. This is a scam. Desummoning. An action wherein the summoner returned the summon back to its original world. Meaning, I would return my contracted summon, the goddess, back to her original world. But even if I didn't do such a thing, the goddess could desummon herself. Rather, because of the contract, she couldn't desummon herself freely. It was a moment where her title as the goddess of wisdom became worthless, but the one that had made this happen was that silver creature over there. It's a scam. As the goddess disappeared with a scream of despair, I stared at Professor Nicerwin. Are all contracts like this? No matter how little my family had to do with summoning, what I had heard from nobles whom my family were either associates or quite close with, this was not what I had heard from them. They said that this supposed to be a far more solemn, ceremonial occasion, where you would find a partner you would spend the rest of your life with. But just what had happened while I was making my contract? Violence and threats, and a slave contract. No matter how ignorant I was about summoning, this was definitely not your everyday normal summoning process. It felt like my life had kept on taking turns for the weirder ever since I had enrolled into this school. You have become a summoner of a god. In the end, are the results not for the better for everyone involved? But even to my words, Professor Nicerwin calmly said, as if absolutely nothing was out of the ordinary. Really? Yes, young lady. It so happens that the basics of negotiations involve pressing forward when your opponent is not in a state to make rational decisions. Although it felt like I hadn't learned the basics of negotiations, but the basics of threatening, but since I could make a contract with the great goddess Athena, I decided to keep my mouth shut. The next day, as I was walking to school first thing in the morning, in front of the school gates was a giant placard that read, "Congratulations, Lady Eris Rillisha, the new summoner of Athena, goddess of war." Although I hadn't anticipated it, thanks to the metal bat we could very easily form a contract with the goddess of war. Thanks to that, the school's evaluation was on the up. Although there had been many gazes of suspicion and doubt from the parents, this incident caused them to all but vanish. It's a god. And the goddess of war no less. And moreover, the contractor was someone from the famous 10 great families, the daughter of the Lycia Marquisate that was front and center of the empire's military, Eris. The stories had already started spreading throughout the empire, and rumors had it that the families who hadn't sent enrollment forms to Eugrasia were now very envious. As I expected, the best promotion for Eugrasia. At this rate, even if I don't make a speech next year, the students will come flowing in. But, at this rate, then will probs get other rumors going round as well? Of course. But at the moment, the only god-level contractor is the Lycia girl. Although contractors of gods are an extremely rare minority, but that doesn't mean they don't exist. Even before I arrived, one of the student council had already made a contract with the god Loki, after all. Most likely there would be those who would not want Eugrasia's popularity to continue any further. Especially those attending the other 4 great academies, or their parents, would want to see Eugrasia cut down to size. And so they would probably spread the rumor that Eris already had the capabilities to make a contract with a god. Because if it's the Lycia Marquisate, that's more than plausible after all. So, then, we just need to make contracts with some more gods. Although I realized this when the metal bat returned the goddess of hell that Sia had summoned, the metal bat works on gods of other worlds as well. Hang, the soul goddess, Lady Arcadia would never lose to some gods of other worlds. Yes, you're the best. As I replied in the positive to the smug metal bat, I tried to think of some other usable first years. Since there's already a tried and true method of making contracts, there's no reason for me to not use it, right? I am the great, Qua. I rule over Faya. Quag. Who, human? Stop it. And so, around a month later, Eugrasia gained 5 new god-class summoners. A certain student council president's story. One day sometime after school began, on a day where we could count down the days to the holidays, we still couldn't break through the defense of the teachers from the army. There's just not enough space. What happened with the plan to get rid of the bars on the windows? We failed. It's insane. It's perfectly fine even though we attacked it for an hour straight. Even the temperature contrast plan using fire and ice elementals failed. What about exiting through the rooftop? We couldn't open that either. The difficulty of the traps there are high to begin with, but the things blocking the rooftop access is about as hard as the window bars, so they won't break either. At the beginning, we could defeat the teachers on each of the floors due to our advantage of numbers, but we couldn't defeat the personnel on the second floor. To begin with, the biggest fighting potential were the students on the lowest 3rd floor and the highest 8th floor, so we could quickly suppress the teachers and launch a 2-pronged attack from the top and bottom. But on the 2nd floor, the only things that were there were key facilities, but no classrooms. And since 1,300 people needed to all get through the 2nd floor, even though we had over 40 times more people than they did, we still couldn't get through the 32 teachers, including Professors Maroon and Aruhan, and were beaten down there. So in the end, do we need to wear them down with numbers first and then break through with our core fighting potential? But shortening the time it takes to beat each floor is difficult. We tried to push through with numbers, but now the teachers have actually gotten used to it and are defending easier than they used to. Then what about sending Lady Eris as the vanguard? We'll push down from the 8th floor, and send Lady Eris not as support for the higher floors, but sending her down to the 2nd floor immediately after subjugating the 3rd floor. True, since the number of people we can send are limited, you're saying that we should just send the closest people as the first wave of attack? Yes. If the people on the 3rd floor can just beat 10 people for us, especially if they manage to get Professor Maroon, then we have a chance. The leader of the army teachers on the 2nd floor was without a doubt Professor Maroon. Maroon used 3 high-ranking spirits to defend his formations. If he could be eliminated, then the defensive formation could be penetrated. But Lady Eris alone can't get through Professor Ruhan. Even if she does have the God Spear, the Empire's armory is just as impressive. And of course there's the gap in experience. If the core of the defensive formation on the 2nd floor is Professor Maroon, their single greatest defensive firepower belonged to Professor Ruhan. The various weapons that spilled out of the Empire's armory were so effective as to make one wonder if they had any weaknesses. And his own skills were so great that not even Lady Eris, the one thought to be Eugrasia's strongest, could inflict damage to him properly. Neither breaking through the windows or the roof are working out. At this rate the holidays will begin. Then it's our complete defeat. It was then. Where regret and despair were filling the air, a third party came in. You lot, I'm not going to tell you to focus, but shut up. Hike. It's a teacher. Our plan's been leaked. It's a spy, it's a spy. This was a disaster. The teachers had finally sent in a spy to scout our strategies. Oi, you crazy student council brats, class is in session right now. After that, having thoroughly angered our teacher, the entirety of the student council had to write lines in the remedial room. We're sorry. Number 2 Their story, the teacher's stories. The legendary giant of the summoning world Nyserwin Ein, somehow or other he managed to make contact with the military and had army forces sent over to Eugrasia, and so we obeyed the higher-ups and worked as teachers in Eugrasia. At one time, we were summoners that used to be called one-man armies, but at some point in time we began to have no outstanding new juniors. Because of that, the current state of the Summoners Corps was just a place where unlucky kids suffered being the youngest for 3 to 4 years. Even though we were declining, I do admit I was somewhat hopeful about teaching our future juniors at Eugrasia, the famous school of summoning. But I'm tired. When we retired to the staff room shortly after 10 p.m., tiredness washed over us with a sigh as we flopped on our chairs. Have we gotten old? Aruhan, don't lump me in with you as the elderly. The kids are just young. No, it's probably both. That's true. It's exhausting. Really exhausting. It feels like I've just returned from the battlefield. The kids are getting more and more organized. What about asking either Professor Mwam or Professor Harian to provide backup? No, Professor Nyserwin said not to. The current formations are designed for the students' education. Otherwise, we would have already just joined the teachers on the 3rd floor and sealed off the stairs down to the 2nd floor. The reinforcement teachers each had their own designated floors to attend to when the students began to run, along with the teachers on their own respective floors. And among those, we served as the first of the final 3 lines of defense. According to Professor Nyserwin's instructions, we engaged in a pure war of attrition to shut out the students, and we'd successfully held out for 2 months so far, but we were slowly hitting our limits. The 2 professors, behind us. And the last is? I did wonder just what that was. Could it be that Professor Nyserwin is intending to block them all by himself? I wouldn't know. Well, there's probably no one that doesn't know that Professor Nyserwin is an excellent summoner, but we haven't heard anyone say that he's a strong summoner. Our defeat is imminent. In the past, sometimes we had engaged in battles where we felt we could not return victorious, and right now we had that exact same feeling. Next week at the latest. More likely, this week would be the end. And after us, the students would be facing Professors Mwam and Harian, both of whom had completely different patterns compared to us. And after that was something that we were unsure of as well. Professor Nyserwin, there was something the students would never be able to get past no matter how hard they tried. Just what on earth would be this thing that the students, who were growing this quickly, would be unable to get past? And a few days later, that curiosity was solved surprisingly quickly. Dai, hectopascal kick. Kuvuk? With my own body, no less. Number 3, their story, a certain student council president's story. 8th floor, cleared in 10 minutes. It's our fastest time yet. We'll get through for sure today. 5th floor, all clear. What do we do now? They're having trouble on the 6th floor, do we send them in as support? No, we'll head down ourselves. Send the 5th floor to push through the 4th floor and charge the 2nd floor. The dean of the 4th years was currently on sick leave with a cold, perhaps from being soaked with water during yesterday's battle, but either way, the strongest guardian of the 8th floor was out of action for today. To put it in simple terms, the dean of the 4th years was the strongest teacher on the 8th floor as well as the central pillar that led the defense. He was the core of the 8th floor, similar to Professors Maroon and Aruhan on the 2nd floor, and his absence led to us clearing the 8th floor, a task that normally took us over 30 minutes, in just 10. The vice president has broken through the 7th floor. The kids who went with the vice pres on the 7th floor, take your time recovering and come down with the rear guard. Everyone else that hasn't fought yet, come with me to break through the 6th floor. I accepted the blessings of the wind elemental and raised my speed. Around me, earth elementals broke the walls that shot up, blocked the arrows, and disabled the traps. Stairs to the 5th floor. I repeat, stairs to the 5th floor. Each man is to watch out for the traps on his own and move quickly. The stairs had more traps than any other structure in the school. To reduce the number of traps by even one, the student council laid a complaint regarding what the school would do if someone got seriously injured or killed as a result of setting traps on the most hazardous structure, the stairs. And to our complaints, Professor Nicerwin laughed, turned his back to the stairs, and threw his body backwards. The result, just before Professor Nicerwin's head was about to hit the stairs, something shot out of the stairs like the walls in the corridors, and Professor Nicerwin's body fell onto it and bounced a couple of times before he stood up none the worse for it. What did he say? He implemented earth magic similar to the ramparts to create a sponge effect. When we asked just how on earth was that kind of technique possible, Professor Nicerwin raised a thumb and said, "Made in Black Anvil." We didn't know what that meant, but that answer was filled with so much confidence that it gave us an odd feeling of wanting to go out and buy a product with the name Black Anvil stamped on it. But even so, we couldn't let our guards down. The stairs are dangerous. Although we won't get hurt if we fall, the stairs are dangerous. We don't know where the arrows will fly from, the next step of the stairs could suddenly change height. The ceiling could shoot God knows what sort of magic at us, and if we stepped down wrongly, our legs could be trapped like we were caught in a swamp. And if we were ever to fall. Yuck. Damn it. One person retired. Give up for today. Abandon him and go. Help me. Ah. No. Not in there. A boy that looked like a third year fell while trying to dodge the arrows on the stairs. And after that was a soft landing that Professor Nicerwin had shown us in the past. But if there was something different, it would be that the soft wall that helped us to land, instantly transformed into legs of the legendary ocean beast, a kraken's legs, and wrapped around his entire body. Thanks to that, the morale of the female students who saw something they should not have seen plummeted. And the fear that that could happen to them next dropped morale even further. But, just for today. Hold on everyone, we're nearly at the 2nd floor. An even faster advance than yesterday, where we defeated everyone except Professor Maroon and Aruhan. A strategy only possible today, when the 4th year's dean was absent due to a cold. President. You did it, Lady Eris. The scene in front of me. Many students had fallen, but 7 of the teachers had also been defeated. Damn it, I didn't think you kids would do this. Professor Aruhan's face was rigid as he faced off against a number of students, isolated on his own. Normally Lady Eris would have held off Professor Aruhan, while the others tried to break through, but today was different. Thy blessings to the president. Will of Steel, lend my comrade your power. All of the strategies so far were for this one move. For this moment, when all the buff spells were casted on me, I kicked off the walls and raced towards the path my allies before me had carved out. Risen, I'm counting on you. Leave it to me. That moment, I felt a speed that a wind elemental simply couldn't compare to. Loki's shoes. The god's equipment that Risen was so proud of, the sole god's contractor, before Professor Nicerwin arrived. The shoes that could run on the oceans and the skies granted the user speed that could rival teleportation. Fire, water, wind, earth. Gather the almighty power of nature in this place. With my chant, I called on spirits from each element. The strongest high-class elementals from each element that I could call out. While imbued with the powers of elementals, accelerate onwards with Loki's shoes. No. Stop him. The target was Professor Maroon. If I could deal with the professor who stood as the backbone of the teacher's defensive line, the other students could defeat the other teachers. Very well, come. I will show you my full strength. That moment, the two high-class spirits fused into one. And what appeared was a giant of earth that couldn't even stand up straight in the corridor. Now, this is my full power. Can you get through this? I knew that he had at least 3 contracts with high-class spirits, but I could never have imagined that he'd made a contract with a highest-class spirit. Just below the Spirit Kings, highest-class spirits were actually stronger than the successors of the Spirit Kings in terms of strength alone. Officially, there were 5 people in the Empire's army that were contracted with highest-class spirits. But, if what was in front of me was not a lie, then the Empire's army was probably much stronger than we all thought. But, we cannot see. I guarded my head with both my arms and charged forward. It's alright if both my arms shattered. Since Professor Nicerwin created the self-directed night study just for this purpose anyway, he had also brought in highly talented medical professionals just to deal with the aftermath. If he hadn't, the teachers that had to fight with thousands of students daily would have all collapsed long ago. Believing in my friend's magic and Professor Nicerwin's efforts to work us to the bone tomorrow as well, I will fire off my strongest magic right here. Ha. Max speed. The realm where my body couldn't even make sense of the surroundings. The acceleration close to teleportation that only the god Loki could use, was combined with the power of my elementals. Kuwang. Kuug. Gu. While everyone else was keeping the other teachers in check, my strike which aimed for a single opportunity broke through the highest rank spirit and directly struck Professor Maroon. Not bad. Looking at Professor Maroon that had collapsed with blood trickling out of his mouth, I made a satisfied smile where I lay, completely spent. Even though both my arms were broken, and one of my legs were suspect. We could finally break through the 2nd floor. Back then, I had truly believed that. Until I beheld the Silver Devil. Hell is just beginning. 2. Number 4 Their story, the Student Council President's story, subtitle, I saw the devil won. The breakthrough of the 2nd floor was all but complete. Of course, we didn't think that we could exit the academy today. On the 1st floor was still the academy's strongest, Professors Mlaam and Harian that hadn't appeared once yet to stop us leaving. One of the strongest spirit summoners, even among the elves, combined with the gnome race's strongest spirit summoner. It will probably be an even more brutal battle than what happened just now. No, come tomorrow, the 4th year's dean might have shaken off his cold and we might be stopped here again. But, the experience of having broken through at least once is valuable. I'll huff it was designed as a one-time use only move, my strategy worked. Even if someone other than me used this attack, in an ambush attack this move could deal a surprisingly large amount of damage. No, perhaps if it's Professor Mlaam and Professor Harian who spend most of their time by themselves on the 1st floor, it's possible they might not hear of this tactic from the other teachers. Wahahaha. Wahahaha. It was then that we heard a chilling, mad laughter. Quaff. Aya. Kaya. And 4 people went flying at the same time. I won the bet, Maroon. Since you were the first to be defeated, the next staff outing is on you. I'll empty out all your professor's salary. Professor Aruhan was grinning like a lunatic as he saw Maroon collapsed in front of me. As if everything he'd done now was a joke, and his appearance right now, emanating fighting while holding his spear, was that of an undeniable monster. Although I have treated you all as students all this time, but now it will be different. Very well. I, Aruhan Ekt, will face you all as warriors. At that moment, a gust of mana began to rampage around the corridor. The source was Professor Aruhan. With him at the center, space was bending around him. My summon, or perhaps not quite my summon, is the key to the Imperial Armory. Do you know what that signifies? Of course we did. Swords, daggers, spears, axes and all sorts of other weapons. And starting from the thick steel armor that normal knights wore, all the way to armor said to have been made from a dragon's scales. Retrieving the best weapon for the situation at hand, and being able to retrieve the best armor for the situation at hand. The armory that borrowed the name of a summon, that existed purely for strong warriors. But as strong as it is, there is an equally glaring weakness. That one cannot take weapons out immediately. That was the case. While you could summon all sorts of different kinds of equipment, you had to know of the weapon in question. Moreover, the key to the Imperial Armory wasn't a contract between one-on-one, but between a person and the Empire. Because of that, there are many people who have made a contract with the armory, not just one. Sometimes there are even cases where someone else was using the gear you wanted to use. And at moments like those, summoning said equipment was impossible. While there are some duplicates of some of the weapons in there was only one of each of the more outstanding equipment, so the user must be able to choose another immediately. But, at the end of my efforts I found a way to overcome that. The ceiling began to disappear. No, it was widening. Not limited by the space of the corridor, a crimson land appeared with Professor Aruhan in the middle of it. Now, behold. This is the formation that combines the Imperial Armory and my space magic, a formation that only I can wield in the entire Empire. Countless weapons were embedded into the floor. I don't need to take time to summon other weapons. Without any delay whatsoever, I can use every weapon at my command. Finally, the ceiling vanished, and we could see the crimson sky. Professor Aruhan looked down on us as he shouted. "This is my, Aruhan's." More accurately, he tried to shout. Unlimited. Dai, hectopascal kick, 1. Kuvuk? Until he got kicked in the side and blown away by a silver girl that flew in out of nowhere. I was supposed to be the final boss, but this mister was about to pull something weird, so owner sent me up early. Even as she grumbled, she kept lightly tapping at Professor Aruhan with those short legs of hers. At those light footsteps, Professor Aruhan, who had laughed while tanking all our attacks, started uttering queek, quawuk noises from his mouth that were too bizarre to even be called screams. Well, even though my turn is still a bit far off. As if her anger had cooled, the silver girl that had been poking Professor Aruhan turned to us and smiled cutely. And that day, we received a grim reminder. Specially F today, let's play with Uni. The disgrace of being unable to leave school. Hihit, tushitushi. Yap. Hyap. Ya. Kuuuf. Nuo. The fear of the silver devil, too. Number 5 Their story, Eris Real Leash's story, subtitle, I saw the devil too. Karg. WH, what the hell? Block it Arisha. Silver Fong, beat it. What the heck? The attacking summons are the ones falling. Quarorg. Help me. The absence of the fourth-year dean. Thanks to that coincidence, we had an opportunity where we could barely clear the second floor. We defeated Professor Maroon that stumped us time and time again, and now only Professor Aruhan was left. We thought that with the combined assaults of the Student Council and we would be more than enough to defeat Professor Aruhan. That was, until the moment Professor Aruhan was about to reveal his hidden card, and we saw the silver life form appear and brutally kick away Professor Aruhan's side. The moment the being that even plunged the goddess into despair appeared, that was the end for us. In all honesty, I hadn't believed that we would be able to leave school today. Because there were still the strongest forces of the teachers, a Spirit King summoner and a God-class summoner, as well as Professor Nicerwin whose strength we still didn't know of. Even if we knew we couldn't escape, what we wanted was confidence. It was an attack where we would get through the second floor at least once, and revive the embers of hope that had been dying away because of our repeated failures. But, the embers of hope vanished. Kids these days have some pretty good meat on them? Feels great to hit ya. Saw, save me. You walk. Along with the screams of students piled under the Silver Devil. Lady Eris. We need to break through. Help us. One of my student council seniors charged forward with a black lion. Jayawia. Take this, lion claws. That senior was the youngest in the student council, but he was one of the top 5 among the second years. Unlike your average knight family, he was the oldest son of a knight family started as a baron that had retained that rank even today. Said to have developed lion-style swordsmanship after observing the form of a lion, in conjunction with his summon, a black lion, he obtained the title of Lion Sword at last year's Empire Festival, and was one of Eugrasia's most promising prospects. Beat it, Rosen. You can do it. And the timing was perfect for an sneak ambush. He aimed perfectly at the back of the Silver Devil, who was grabbing a female student by the lapels with her small hands and beating her up. And the result? Good. My senior and his summoned beast, who inflicted a perfect attack, screamed with their eyes rolling back in their sockets. Attacking the back of a frail girl like me. That's divine punishment. While my upperclassman was desperately trying not to collapse, she simply kicked his ankles with her short legs and immediately proceeded into a mount position. Making chic noises with her mouth, she immediately started to punch my senior's face, just like that. Kut? UK? You woo? Huh, how? Shock and horror. To my upperclassman's question, who had a face that said he couldn't believe what was happening, the Silver Devil smiled and said, "Wine. Isn't it obvious? Me's a being designed to give you kids pain. And hitting things hurts, 'cause of the impact between two different things. But think about it. If Appa punches a wall, that hurts, don't it? So Appa was going to punch someone, but they dodged and you punched a wall instead? So who's gonna be the one that hurts then? Me? Wine, correct, Appa. And so Appa will hurt if you hit and hurt if you get hit, masochist confirmed. What the hell is geek? And as for me, even if I hit people they're the one that hurts, and even if I get hit they're the one that hurts anyway. Sadist incarnate, call me your queen. As the Silver Demon shouted while posing with her index finger confidently outstretched, the rest of us were at loss for words. How quiet. Might as well keep hitting. Quwug. Let's run. And looking at the sight, the goddess Athena that I was contracted with whispered to me with a voice completely died in fear. That is not something that can be defeated. Hurts if you attack, hurts if you get attacked. That kind of existence isn't something that can exist, no, shouldn't exist in this world. Fighting something like that is a foolish decision. But. Hurry, run. In that moment, the goddess and I conversed between each other alone. But as if she had overheard our conversation between souls, when the goddess shouted, the Silver Devil's eyes curved into elegant half-moons as she looked my way. Is the Uni who made a contract with that goddess, with a great texture? And at that moment, as if to prove that we were summoner and summon linked by our souls, we shouted at the same time. Run. Run away. My body moved before my thoughts and I immediately leapt back. At the same time, the Silver Devil's fist fell just where I had been standing. You dodged? But as if that riled her up more, the half-moons waned to crescents and she smiled even more brightly. I think Uni will make it pretty fun for me. See, come. Almighty Goddess's spear, the absolute shield that stops all. The moment I saw that smile, cold sweat started pouring down my back. Even my father's sincere battle-hungry spirit in the past couldn't make me feel like this, to think I would feel this much fear from a single smile. Close combat is impossible. If I got hit while approaching then I would just pathetically collapse like the others behind me, and if I closed the distance and attacked then I would just end up collapsing pathetically like the student council upperclassmen in front of me. No matter what I do, the only end is with me collapsing pathetically. In that case, my only options are long-range attacks. But, the goddess Athena's attacks are a spear and shield. My only option left was spear throwing. I'm sorry, I only have a spear. If I'd known this would happen, I'd have borrowed a bow from Artemis. It's already too late, please hurry the next spear. With a bang. The first spear was thrown at the Silver Devil, but the devil had easily dodged it. Yui, this is a good spear? Grabbing the spear embedded in the wall, she started retreating. Perhaps as you'd expect from a summon, her appearance barely looks like a 10-year-old, but the spear in her hand was beginning to bend as if it would break at any moment. The follow-up. Dodge. It's dangerous. At the same time as the goddess's shout, a booming noise was made. At the same time, the Silver Devil used the counterforce from the spear to send herself flying towards me. The reason I stepped back was to gain momentum. 3. Aegis. Evasion is impossible. Then defense is my only option. I used the goddess Athena's greatest weapon that could even defend against a god's lightning bolts, a shield that could both attack and defend. If it is this then it can surely defend against the Silver Devil's attack. Bang. You eat? What? I swallowed back the scream that had threatened to burst out. To think not even the goddess's shield could fully absorb the impact of that attack. Just what kind of attack was that? No, that wasn't an attack that can be absorbed. It just broke straight through Aegis and attacked the true body. The shock just spread through the shield and carried down into you. Wah, what the heck is that? Then is this pain caused by some sort of curse? Aegis is a shield made by the god of blacksmithing Hephaestus. Because of that, all sorts of divine power is embedded into it, so it can protect against all sorts of curses too. Then that doesn't make any. Unless it was a curse with greater power than the shield. A curse that could even pierce the divine power of the shield crafted by the god of blacksmithing? What kind of life form has that kind of power? Devil? Was it actually a devil all along? Wine. You blocked it? As I looked at the silver devil who gazed at me with an amused expression, I thought. Will I survive this? Eris Real Leisha's story, subtitle, I Saw the Devil 3. The silver devil looked at her right hand as if amazed, and then smiled as if she was amused as she lifted up her left hand. Hey Uni, try to block this too. Wham. Howoo? It really was a devil. This thing was definitely a devil. The fearsome pain that broke through the shield drew a whine from my tightly clenched lips. Impossible. Blocking that pain as a human is absolutely impossible. Why, you can do it, Eris. Although the goddess is cheering me on, it's too late. My legs have already all but given out, and my mouth is still doing its utmost to hold back my groans from the pain that traveled down the shield. And my two hands that were holding on to my only hope, the shield, were already at their limits. They're shaking furiously and could drop the shield at any moment. And dodge 2 attacks in this state? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Then my remaining fate would be getting beaten up by the silver creature. No. Never. This was the impact even when I blocked it with a god's shield. And if it took those attacks head-on? It's fearful. Much, much too fearful. Even when I was born into a martial family, even when I overcame countless trials and tribulations to befit my status as a daughter of one of the 10 great families, and I had never felt fear back then. But, I would never have imagined that I would feel fear in the academy. There is only one solution. But I still had one remaining option. One that the others couldn't use, a high-ranking skill that only contractors of gods could use. A skill that only the 5 god-class summoners of Eugrasia's first years could use. O goddess, grant me, your contractor, a powerful mind and body. I started reciting the spell that Professor Nicerwin taught me. Although he was the culprit that began this nightmare, Professor Nicerwin was one of the greatest summoners on the continent. Wait. You can't use that. Although the goddess began screaming, it couldn't be helped. Your wisdom, your strength. No. Stop. If you use dissension, then the shock hits me too. Divine dissension art. A technique that could pull a god's soul into a human body. A method only usable by a summoner that had contracted a god, a method that could harness the most power from a god, that could not enter this world freely due to their overwhelming strength. It was a technique wherein the soul of the god itself would fill up the summoner's body for the god to control. My spirit and yours are one, descend your soul into my weak body and lend me your strength. I hate you. I hate you. I'm sorry, goddess. But I need to survive as well. Meanie, you meanie. The goddess's whines left my mouth. Meaning that the dissension was complete. You eat? The tasty unis entered the pretty uni? 2 for the price of 1 if I hit ya? But the devil noticed instantly. For that matter, even though a god had just descended onto the earth, what the heck is with that delighted face? Dojuji. Whatever you do, dodge. That's my plan too. The goddess ducked underneath a fist as she said those words. And befitting her nickname as the goddess of war, the goddess skillfully manipulated a spear in one hand and her shield in the other, as she raised her shield and shouted. Turn into stone, Aegis. The goddess smoothly activated the curse on the shield. It might have been different when I used it, but the goddess herself could use the power of the shield much more effectively. And if we got lucky, even that devil would be turned to stone. That's our goddess. Our goddess is the best. Do your best, our goddess. You weak? Sparkle sparkle, my eyes hurt. What? But it had no effect on the silver devil. On the contrary, it opened a chance for a counterattack. As I thought, was that really a god of curses of another world? Hang? What kind of bullshit is it? I'm this world's sole goddess, Lady Arcadia. I haven't heard of a goddess by that name before. Course, that's 'cause I made it up myself. Short arms cut through the air. The self-proclaimed goddess, that was actually a devil, no matter how you looked at her, swung her hands around. Those fists looked cute, but my instincts were screaming. If I allowed even a single one of those light hits, then it would all be over for me. You weeing? You dodging better than I thought? Then dodge this. But had it gotten bored of the goddesses and my struggles? After outstretching its short arms, the devil looked at the goddess, that was to say, my body, and shouted. Take this, Tentarcardia attack. What? Wait, these disgusting movements. You said you were a goddess. Is a goddess allowed to something this disgusting? Hang, look at this silver shine. This all-natural sparkles. Is pretty, innit? So I doesn't matter. Just has to be beautiful. Beautiful, just what about that is supposed to be beautiful? The mass of silver tentacles wriggled its way towards me. Scores of tentacles raced in, aiming for my head, shoulders, thighs, and so on. Dodge, please dodge. At my moment of true danger, the goddess said to me, very seriously. Eris. Undo the descent. Gee, goddess? Even at my shocked, the words the goddess continued speaking solemnly, no, shortly afterwards shouted tearfully. Die on your own. I got hit last time too. Do you know how much that hurt? It's scary. I don't wanna. And it's disgusting. So please undo it. We're soul partners, bonded together by our souls. You can do it. No. That was a scam contract. We're contracted because I got hit by that thing. So hurry up and undo it. As the goddess said, half throwing a tantrum, I also began to whine as if I couldn't lose. No. If you don't want to get hit, then dodge. You're the goddess of war. You're the goddess of wisdom. Show me the majesty of a god. You can't do anything to that even as a god. As the silver tentacles crept closer, the space where we could dodge and began to get smaller and smaller. Even if the students around me tried to help, they were out in one hit. If they tried to break through sneakily, they were out. If they tried to run, they were out. In the end, there was no one left to help me. Is this the end? No. Eris. Hurry and undo it. I'll be really good to you from now on, So please hurry. No. If I die, then that's all meaningless. At the future that was not visible, I shouted to the goddess with all my soul, but the goddess's words were cold. That thing doesn't kill anyone. You won't die. I'll guarantee it. So please undo it, it's getting really hard to dodge now. But as soon as the goddess finished screaming, a silver tentacle appeared in front of our eyes. Is this the end? So is all that is left is my fate to fall to those tentacles with my eyes rolling back, drooling everywhere while whimpering in pain. Why must they, summoner and summon alike, both humiliate me so? What did I do to them in my past life? No, even if I did commit wrongs in my past life, isn't inflicting this kind of ridiculous pain just too much? Stop it. And just as I was mulling over my fate, my savior appeared. President? Even if his entire body was in tatters. Even though he seemed like he would collapse at any moment. At this moment, his figure that slapped away the silver tentacle as he stood in front of me looked more dashing than anything. Whine. It's the Stucco Press? Now. Use this opportunity to run away. And the goddess thought immediately of running away the moment the tentacle missed its mark. If it's with the president, then we might be able to stop it. I thought differently. Eek. That's not something that can be blocked. But if it's the president's long-ranged attacks, then we might be able to do something. The president was a person loved by so many spirits, it wouldn't be incorrect to call him an army of spirits. Even if he went purely by the number of spirits he had contracted alone, he was someone who could leave his name in history. And so, this is the only chance we have of turning this around. Ayek. Then undo the descent and you fight instead. I retrieved my body's ownership from the goddess, who no longer had any will to fight. the devil was still focused on the president. There was still a chance. I would desummon Aegis as well and stake everything on my single spear. President. Distract it. I'll deal the critical, huh? Heat. But as I moved beside the president, I heard no response from him. Rather, he couldn't respond. He fainted, standing on his feet? Uni, I said earlier, didn't I? I give pain when I hit things, and I give pain when you try to hit me? Ah. That was it. Just then, the president had knocked aside this devil's tentacles to try save me. Without any protection on his arm that knocked it aside. Normally it would be normal to hurt, but if the body hits its limits for pain, then it faints. But the president was already at his limits. Indeed. The president had put his body on the line to defeat Professor Maroon. To break through an earth elemental specialized in defense, and a highest rank elemental no less, he had drawn on the powers of high-rank elementals from all 4 elements to his limits and charged just like that. In that case, being able to move in the first place was abnormal. Our prez was already done for the moment he showed up. But why? At that moment, a shiver ran down my spine as something tapped my back. It was a very light tap, but a pain that ground on every single nerve in my body began to spread out. Why'd I pretend to be serious when I saw the prez? Hike. I told you, Eris. We should have made a run for it. Perhaps because she was no longer feeling any more pain, the goddess said so with a relieved voice, but I couldn't listen to her properly. HNNG? Erg? Tap. 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 Something kept tapping my shoulder. Very lightly, very delicately. But even those fine touches sent pain traveling up my throat and out of my mouth. Erg. Even though I knew what it was. Even though I was scared. Even though the devil was in front of me. But me had automatically turned backwards and saw the thing that was poking me. Heek. And what I saw were scores and scores of silver tentacles wriggling along the ground. When my head turned back to its normal place, the silver devil smiled and said. The prez had fainted, so why was I so serious? Well, that's cause, of course it's ta catch Uni who's tryin' ta run away, innit? That was it. I'd been had. No, I'd made a very, very poor error of judgment. This was the result of the mistaken thinking that I could challenge the silver devil. But so. N, nu. Dear Uni, cry cutely for me. Wawa? N, no. S, stop. Ooh-hee-hee. I'll turn ya so you can't recognize yourself. And so, I was baited by the silver tentacles and experienced humiliation that I would never be able to forget for the rest of my life. And so, for the first time in my life, very shamefully as a daughter of the Lisha family, I used my last resort. Since I wasn't exactly a good downloader in my past life, I did my best in this life to respect copyright. How do you do? Save the formalities. Why, you little shits. How old are you lot that you went telling on me to your mum and dad? Strict, solemn, serious. If you were to ask me who it was that was looking at me looking like the Triple S incarnate, of course it would be human of me to answer. There are only a very limited number of dukes and margraves within the empire. And those that operate purely within the borders of empire, unaffiliated with the border margraves or the archduke number just 10. Their authority is such like an impenetrable fortress that they're called the 10 great families by the other nobles, and the Triple S incarnate in front of me is the head of one of those 10 great families, an extremely important noble in charge of an entire division of the army. It was none other than Eris's father, the current head of the Lisha family. How may I be of assistance? But right now, he's just a parent of one of my students. There's no need to be flustered. Owner? You're totes flustered right now? Legs shaky? Might get caught if you shake a bit more? Zip it. How the hell would I not be alarmed? He's a marquis. It's one of the 10 great families. Even though they say that the influence of the military families is weaker during peacetime, that's compared to the other 10 great families. He's a freaking commander of an army. In past life terms, a 3-star, 1. The realm of stars that could move mountains with just a single word. That kind of person came in, there's no way I wouldn't be flustered. I came in at my daughter's request. Marquis Lisha said as he sipped the tea that the dean poured him. Like me, the dean was also nervous, but unlike me, he was visibly showing it on his face. She tattled. The kid that contracted the delicious goddess tattled. You really should have hit her in moderation. Hang? You want me to hit that tasty, moreover too for the price of one kid in moderation. That's something my pride won't allow, dat. We have a Marquis come see us because of that, so what the hell are you being so brazen about? All humans are equal in front of the goddess Arunim. So human titles don't matter, Tomé. It matters a lot to me. Damn it, words aren't getting through to her. I honestly want to chuck her back into a safe and seal her again, but considering the organization's fallen and I'm on the run from the princess, I can't do that. I do not believe I raised my child to be weak. Indeed? Indeed. An heiress, that child followed through the family's training regime without one word of complaint. How splendid. Indeed. But that child contacted my wife with a magic video communication tool and told her this while crying. That school life was too difficult. My wife was quite shocked, saying she had never seen her cry since she was 5. Really? Although my face gave nothing away, I felt a cold sweat trickle down my back. Damn it, she even went as far as crying to her mother. Even in the army, 100 questionnaires can't ever hope to do more than a call to a parent. And moreover, a kid who's never let her parents see her cry went and cried to her parents. If this Marquis's personality was reversed, then right now, he'd be shaking me by my lapels. And so I ask. Is my daughter being bullied at school? She is not. Logically speaking, a Marquis family isn't one to be bullied, but one to be doing the bullying. If you were to pick on a Marquis's daughter, you'd have to be at least direct imperial family or an archduke, and be named as the successor to have the status to pull it off. And a brat that's not even a successor or heir picks on a high-ranking noble first? That's basically asking to get off with none the wiser during the successor debate. Then are any of the teachers tormenting my daughter? No, they are not. Well, something does prickle a little, but it's all for the sake of education. I eat and sleep at the academy for the sake of developing my students' abilities, and I think and worry again and again for the sake of my students. Wasn't owner eating and sleeping at the academy just to save your retirement money? You did it just 'cause it was free. If you just made an escape route using the academy modifications as an excuse, instead of building your own house and digging another escape tunnel anyway. And looky how you're spinning your efforts to make the kids struggle. It's alright, since it's half true. Then that means half of it's just a scam. Well, that's just how the world works. I was doing all this with the best intentions in mind. Then what you are saying is that heiress, my child was crying simply because the academy's training was that difficult. Indeed. More accurately, getting hit by the metal bat would have been the difficult experience, but I didn't say that out loud. The problem was that I'd spent the majority of my social life in an evil organization. No matter how much you beat the crap out of kids there, no one ever said anything. On the contrary, I even got incentives for not killing anyone and obtaining brilliant results. But the academy is different. Going crying to their parents after a single encounter with the metal bat, just how weak are the children of noble society? Owner? It feels weird to be the one saying it myself, but owner can only say that because owner doesn't hurt even if you get hit by me. If you hurt like other people, then you wouldn't be able to say that? But as you said, that is an if. Since I don't hurt even if I get hit by you, that is not my problem. That's my owner. It's a face of orichalcum. Not even the people with iron faces can't hold up to owner. Ho ho, well that goes without saying. If you are a villain, you need to surpass iron faces to mithril, or an orichalcum face at least. If I didn't have the face and the guts to scam someone at any moment, then there would have never have survived half my life in an evil organization. Is that so? Behold. In the face of my steadfast attitude, the Marquis has started to seriously think this through. Life is all about timing. And as a salesman, the best timing is when someone is hesitating like so. If I lose this timing, I will be unable to secure the Marquis's backing, and in the worst-case scenario the greatest promotional figurehead of the academy named Eris could leave entirely. I can't lose Eris, like I did number 17. May I ask you something, my Lord Marquis? Speak. I looked at the Marquis nodding and smiled. Did my lord truly not raise Miss Eris to be weak? Indeed. In that case, from my perspective, the training of House Leisha is much too weak. Weeing? Owner? You taunting him? You were quivering in fear 'cause he's a marquis just now, you go nuts with fear or something? This is a proper challenge, oi? Wait. I'm scattering the bait right now, so don't ruin it. That is to say, you are looking down on the training of the Leisha family? That is so. Professor Nicerwin. The dean that was playing the part of the tea shuttle was aghast. Well, if you're going to aim for an opportunity, you need to take on some risk with it. Perhaps if the opposition was some hot-headed muscle brain, but if it's this kind of composed type, then this much of a taunt is all right. I'm listening. Look here, although his words have turned icy, he said he'd listen, did he not? Of course these types tend to hold very long and nasty grudges compared to the hotheads, so it can be very dangerous if it fails, but it's all right if it succeeds. Milord, the Leisha house, no, most of the families that hold the ranks of marquis or higher are all families with a long illustrious history spanning back from the beginning of the empire. Indeed. The history of the empire already spans 1,000 years. And the history of the Leisha family has also seen those same 1,000 years with it. So is what you wish to tell me that our family's training methods are outdated? If you wish to put it so bluntly, yes. These types are great because they're easy to work with. If it was someone like Sir Rhea, then I would have had to explain it through to the end, but to think he would interrupt me to say exactly what I wanted to say. But as if his mood turned for the worse, the Marquis's eyes began to glint dangerously. The house has never ceased to improve itself over the years. Indeed. And yet it is still lacking? It is. And what would be the reason? It is because the empire is the continent's most powerful nation. Meaning that compared to the title of the strongest, our family's training standards are too low? They are. Even if I don't explain in detail, he understands with short simple answers. The fact that people like him are army commanders are the reason why the future of the empire is bright. In that case, I can take it to mean that you believe that your education passes the mark. I have not experienced the Great War myself. While countless lives on the continent were fighting and dying, I was holding on to life, receiving the elf's treatment due to my weak and infirm body. Because of that, I do not know the thing called war. Weak? Weak? Coming from the person who kicked up a shitstorm with the imperial princess during said Great War? Did all the infirm people in the world just die of their weak bodies then? Is it why the bullshit that owner's weaks coming from owner's mouth then? It's a concept, a concept. Nicer when ein is a weak infirm patient concept. Hang? You think any of the students in this school will buy that? And because of the rumor that owner has a similar personality to elves, the students are thinking of elves as this evil race that are worse than the demon race? Weren't elves always a naturally evil race? I don't think making retorts were supposed to my role, but this feeling that I should make a retort. Whatever the metal bat felt, the conversation continued. But as I did not know of war and only saw it from a distance, I could see something instead. And what would that be? The empire is the strongest nation on the continent. That is something that every country on the continent acknowledges. And because of that, the empire is a symbol of fear. And what does that have to do with anything? Do you know why the human race fears the demon season? Demon season. The time when the evil god's apostle, the demon king, appeared. Humans fear this monster that only seeks destruction. The demon king is of a realm that can simply not be reached with the power of humanity, no, the other races as well. That is the case. The empire is simply too strong. To humans, the demon king is a monster that is very difficult to deal with. Only 3 demon kings had appeared in the world since its creation, but humans feared the demon king's strength and named and feared the period the demon king appeared as demon season. And that was the case for the empire at present. Having forced its powerful neighboring nations to their knees with brute strength, to the other nations, the empire was no less than the demon king. But, that is not an excuse as to why my child cried. TCH, he's not falling for it. Is he the type that's easy to talk to but hard to convince? There was a time when Eurasia was known as one of the best educational institutions in the empire. Are you trying to change the subject? But, at present it is an academy where it could vanish at any moment. And what do you think the reason for that was? The deteriorating quality of the teachers? The poor quality of the students? No. It was because they lacked urgency. It was because they held the steadfast belief that Eurasia would be the best academy, always and forever. And just what is it that you were trying to say? There is only one reason why I came to this academy. As a summoner, I wish to reform this school, named Eugrasia, as the greatest. My educational philosophy is simple. You forget what you hear, you remember what you see, and you understand what you try for yourself. The best way for students to understand their own skills is to experience it for themselves. And among those methods, practical experience is the greatest. After listening to my words, the Marquis seemed to be lost in thought. To be honest, I would have said something else if I wanted to be more persuasive, but then I would look too much like a player of the game. Nyserwen Ein was a scholar who knew nothing of the world and dedicated himself to the study of summoning within the Elven Woods. But when the famed school of summoning, Eugrasia, was at risk of closing, Nyserwen Ein was a passionate man who came to this school for his passion for summoning. Was the type of concept I had to match, even as it felt somewhat awkward. The opposition is a direct subordinate of the Imperial Palace who has faced all sorts of trials and tribulations. Moreover, a commander who led an army. Of the other heads of the 10 great families, I had the opportunity to meet 4 of them in the past, but even within their varying personalities, all of them had at least 100 shadows hidden away. There was one who acted the fool, one who pretended to be airhead, all the while scrutinizing everything down to their finest detail. So in that case, would this man who was foreboding from the word go have his own shadows hidden away? Of course not. There's no way that kind of person would survive the House of Hell, that was the Imperial Court. Can you prove it? He's hooked. The moment he said that, the game was already over. They said that rather than telling something 100 times, it is better to show something once. As I stood up with a smile, I moved over to the pre-prepared room. I knew this would happen. Metal Bat, you have a mission. Was it? Bashing in the back of the Marquis's skull in the waiting room? Am I insane? Go tell Professor Mom this. Weeing? That kitty Gramps? Was it? Plan B. Today's night study is Plan B. Plan B? What's Plan B? Plan B. It was a night study designed for the scenario that the students were better than I expected, for the scenario that the students here might be on the level of my old disciples in the organization, a night study even more difficult than now. Those kids are gonna die. They started this. They dare call in their parents? While I'm showing the Marquis the increased difficulty, I will let you know just how happy you have all been until now. Eris Real Leisha's story. In my 16 years of life so far, I can proudly say that I have lived proudly as the eldest daughter of House Leisha. Although I was born in one of the Empire's 10 great families, one of the most influential in the Empire, unlike the other nobles, I did not use my title as a daughter of a Marquis. Until now. Mother, it's so hard. Eris? My mother looked shocked. It seemed that my mother was shocked to see my tears, that I had never cried even during the house's brutal training regime. I was kind of surprised to see my normally elegant-looking mother look so taken aback, but I couldn't give up now. If only to avoid that devil. As the Leisha family's oldest daughter, it's kind of pathetic for me to cry because school is hard, but it's still so hard. Showing a weak appearance unlike my normal self. It seemed that my mother was very shocked to see my weak, timid, and fearful appearance. But I couldn't give up now. Sniff, Mother. Eris, did something happen at the academy? As I pretended to wipe my eyes, I looked slightly further beyond to the magic video communication device. 1. Cry. 2. Don't say anything first. 3. If she tries talking to me first, then pretend to start talking before crying sorrowfully. 4. Sniffle and keep repeating that school is too hard. 5. End the night study. Looking at number 5 on the list, I hardened my resolve. I saw my roommate wave her hand in encouragement as she held up the paper with the 5 points written on it. The last resort planned out by the student council, and executed by me. That was to borrow the help of my parents, use the power of my family to end this disgusting night study once and for all. We had endured until now, but after we got beaten up by the silver creature we could endure no longer. Because that was impossible for humans to stand against. No, there was, nothing that happened at the academy. I just wasn't good enough to follow the curriculum. Sniffle. I'm sorry. Yes, Eris. Cry like that. More. Harder. Wring out your tears. If it will help get rid of that disgusting thing called night study, I'll do everything in my power as a god to help you. Thanks to the goddess's strong will, even more sorrowful tears came flowing out. And the day after my performance with all my heart and soul poured into it. It was that time came once again. 7 p.m. The time that to us, the hell-named self-directed night study began. Move out like we always do. Sort out. Arg. The same time as normal. But different screams from normal. What? Professor? There was only a single reason for that. Sorry about that. Professor Nicerwin gave me different instructions compared to normal. So don't hate us too much. Unlike normal, the two teachers had taken up positions at the front and rear doors of the classroom. It can't be. What is it, Lady Athena? Those teachers have finally begun to use the terrain. Terrain, Yes, there was only one reason why you could defeat the teachers that were far more skilled than you. Because each teacher had to fight against more than 10 students on their own. But right now, yes, all they have to do is defend against the small number of people that can fit through that door. We had fought against the teachers in corridors much wider than other schools as if it was perfectly natural, and we had gotten far too used to that. And because of that we let our guards down, and had the classroom doors taken from us. And since these were supposedly the orders of Professor Nicerwin, odds were that our classroom wasn't the only one in this situation. For now, we need to get through one side to allow people to attack the other door from the rear. Can it be done? It's possible as long as it's not the soldiers on the second floor or the Silver Devil. Getting through the first line is the hard part. As long as a single classroom can break through, the situation will be the same as normal. Borrowing the strength of the goddess, I summoned a spear. I didn't need a shield. What we needed right now was a swift breakthrough. A few of you exit through the windows. We need to divide the teacher's attention. Although the windows leading outside are blocked by black metal bars that can't be destroyed by any summon, but the windows between the classroom and the corridor are normal. Even if they are narrow, they're big enough that students can fit through them. Alright, I'll do it. Kurg, that little? Jumping through windows is a breach of school regulations. And perhaps we'd done something genuinely unexpected. On seeing the shocked teachers, one of the male students leaped through the window at full speed. Professor Nicerwin definitely said this to us. Use any and everything at hand in order to escape, UF. But unlike his heroic jump, his body became stuck in the window. That student was a normal student, but he was smaller than average. Yet he became stuck in the window. The reason was even the classroom walls. We realized that even the school itself was our enemy. No, we'd realized that it was a hindrance long ago. The walls that would spring up from underneath our feet, and when we jumped to avoid the walls, arrows and magic would fly towards us. And the stairs with all sorts of heinous traps as well. We knew perfectly well that even if it was normally an ordinary school, the moment that the so-called self-directed night study time came around it would turn into hell. But, to think even our final bastion of peace, the classroom would also become our enemy. Watching the walls chew on my classmate like it was alive filled me with a bizarre sense of fear. Well, it wasn't very good to see you kids dive in the moment we acted a bit surprised. Even after getting fooled so often, seriously, you kids have a lot to learn, don't you? We couldn't bring out any large summons inside that narrow doorway. Only small summons, such as equipment-based summoners, could break through those teachers, and only after that could the summoners with large summons move freely. We'll end it in a one attack. Alright, if we drag it out then we're the ones at a disadvantage here. I moved to the end of the classroom and gripped my spear in both hands. My legs were spread out wide despite wearing a skirt, but since I was wearing gym shorts underneath it didn't matter. Since we began night study, wearing gym clothes was already second nature to all of us. Professor Magarek, Miss Eris is headed your way. I know. Lisha style, cavalry spear arts. 1. The Lisha family was more famous for swordsmanship rather than spears to begin with. Because of that the only spear arts we knew were for cavalry, but the firepower alone is first-rate. Single Fong. Normally I would only have used the bare minimum mana, but today was not a normal situation. So I gathered more than half my mana into the tip of my spear, and charged forward. Follow right behind me once I break through. Even if I was right at the end of the classroom, it was a distance that wasn't even 30 meters. The moment my mana-strengthened legs hit the ground, a summoned beast with the appearance of a small wolf was already waiting in front of the classroom door. Block it, rape it. That is not enough to defend against the Lisha house's fangs. The wolf is the symbol of the Lisha house. I knocked away the teeth of the wolf in front of me with my own fangs, spear. The first exchange was a draw, but a wolf's weapons are not limited to its fangs alone. Lisha style, twin claws. Using the rebound momentum, I spun around and gouged out the summoned beast's flank. It is far easier to make use of centripetal force with a spear than it is with a sword. Although I couldn't swing it very widely due to the narrow space, but as if the strike was effective, the wolf whimpered, and I didn't miss the moment the wolf stumbled and immediately ran forward. Alright, now huh? The moment I broke through the front door to target the other teacher's back, waiting beside me was someone who should not have been there. Why? As in, why am I here, Miss Eris? Watching me with a smile, was Professor Aruhan that had constantly stomped us on the second floor. It seems that you are quite surprised. Well, as a teacher it should be my role to explain a student's curiosities, no? Without any change in his expression, Professor Aruhan pulled out a spear similar to mine from thin air as he began talking. Although a few students seem to be misunderstanding this, the reason why the teachers acted in the same way every single night study time was not because we were stupid, but because we moved according to Professor Nicerwin's instructions for the night study. He revealed an extremely shocking truth as he leisurely spun his summoned spear around in circles. To give you an explanation, the current night study system that the students had been receiving was Plan C. Each teacher would be in charge of the students of their year level. The teachers without a dedicated year level like ours or assigned to paperwork were on standby on the second or ground floor. But from today onwards is Plan B. What is different in Plan B? It's simple. The floor restrictions for each of the teachers have been lifted. Meaning, the teachers are as free to move around as the students are. Because of that, we can send down our elite forces to pick off the more dangerous individuals as well. Professor Aruhan stopped twirling his spear, took a stance and pointed his spear at me with a smile full of fighting spirit. Because of that, the one responsible for you was unanimously voted to be me by the other teachers, so I do hope you won't reject me because I am a commoner. Although I desperately wish to reject this, but if this is what Professor wills for us, this is very bad. If the hardest matchup for me, Professor Aruhan, was here, odds were that other teachers had been sent over to the other key individuals among the students. But before all that, from Plan C to Plan B, is the feeling that there is also a Plan A and other nefarious schemes just a goddess's false suspicions? No, I think those could exist too. If it's that Professor Nicerwin, then there definitely will be something more. This feeling that something else would pop out even if we beat this Plan B. Eris, even though your talent is outstanding, you are still too young. In contrast, your opponent is an ordinary but highly experienced veteran. It'll be difficult to face him one-on-one. I know that. So attack the teacher facing the classroom and allow the students to break free outside the classroom. The fact that this man is here means that there is no one on the second floor. Use the other students as bait and escape. You mean to abandon everyone else and escape? I would be lying if that I said that didn't tempt me. But everyone's pulled together, gathered their strength to escape school together, to think I would run away alone. I couldn't do such a thing. Who was the one who went crying to her parents because she hated night study? I felt like I could. See, can I actually do that? What's the problem? It's fine as long as you get away. If Plan B is having the teachers mobilized, then that means the Silver Devil could appear somewhere as well. You're right. That was it. The living must live. Thankfully my classroom was on the third floor. It was the easiest to escape from among the floors with classrooms. Clang. Spear met spear and made a dull noise, different from swords. Not just the tip, but you could even imbue mana into your spear's shaft. Really, you would think, no less of the princess of the Lisha house? If Professor is here, then that means the other teachers on the second floor have also moved elsewhere? Then since you can't use the normal defensive formation, doesn't that present another opportunity for us? Spear and spear clashed again. I tried to aim for the professor still guarding the other door behind me, but Professor Aruhan didn't give me the opportunity. That's true. There is no one on the second floor. Nor is there anyone on the ground floor. Because all the teachers have gone to the 8th floor. What? If it was the 8th floor, that was where most of the student council members, the strongest students in the school, were. No, wait, even before that. If the first floor is empty as well, than even Professors Muam and Harian? Indeed. So, if you cannot defeat me, then there will be no hope for you, Miss Eris. Our spears clashed again. But unlike last time, I poured all my mana into it, but the results didn't change. This man, was he always this strong? I'm sorry, goddess, I can't do anything about it. It's fine, let's just ditch everyone else, and run, just the two of us. Oh goddess, grant me, your contractor, a powerful mind and body. As I swung my spear, I chanted in my head. Dissension, accepting the soul of a god into your body, the strongest technique a god's contractor could wield. Although it didn't work against the devil, if it was against a human, there was no way it wouldn't have an effect. My, is it the goddess? Indeed, you seem to be quite powerful, would you mind entertaining me? If I may do you a service, it would be my honor. Although I didn't know it at first, when a god descends into your body, apparently a part of your body changes. In my case, my characteristic red eyes turn blue. Professor Aruhan, who noticed this, sighed wearily before his took a stance. Do your best, Miss Goddess. Trust me. Despite the fact that my physical capabilities remained the same, the goddess held her spear with just a single hand. Even though she had been showing some unsightly forms recently against the Silver Devil, our goddess was the goddess of war. Come, human. To the goddess's booming shout, Professor Aruhan replied. Understood. What? But it was not Professor Aruhan's voice that replied, but a different professor's. A pity, Lady Goddess, but it seems that you were so beautiful that you seem to have attracted some flies. Damn it. When the professor turned his head to the source of the voice, in my vision that was being shared with the goddess, I saw countless professors starting to stream down to the 3rd floor. God damn it. And 10 minutes later. Despite the goddess's dissension into my body, in the complete opposite manner to my fights with the teachers until now, I became a wreck due to fights with multiple teachers at once. Eris, let's just quietly do the night study in the classroom. Kurg. Just as I was sitting back against the wall with no strength to move, and seriously considering doing the night study. Do you educate your students like this every day? Indeed, we do. F.A., father? I don't know when he'd arrived, but the person that was approaching very naturally with Professor Nicerwin was my father and the current head of the Lisha family. You've worked hard. F.A., father. As my father that had been cold to me all this time stroked my head and praised me, I unconsciously began to start tearing up. Maybe, if he'd seen just how much his daughter had struggled. Father might. And do your best from now on, too. Eh? I felt like my tears that had been about to fall had crawled right back around into my eyes. Father? What did you say just now? I have felt many things as I observed Eughrasia's teaching methods. It is an honor, my lord. Father? Why are you looking at that devil of an instructor with such serious eyes? There is glory at the end of the grueling path of pain. I, who call myself a commander of the Empire's army, forgot words of the Empire's hero of the Great War. As the family head and the commander of the army, I have spent far too long immersed in peace. Father? Excuse me, father? Your daughter is sprawled out in a wreck beside you, are you seriously saying that? So work even harder from now on. Father? Eughrasia will more than live up to my lord's expectations. And from this day onwards, the number of students that tried to escape the night study dwindled, and the period that future students would call the Age of Despair began. Hell is just beginning. 6. Did I push them too far? You went way overboard, owner. The kids' motivation is zero. Aside from the student council and the 3rd and 4th years, the overwhelming mood in the school is to just sit through the night study. When I initiated Plan B when Marquis Lisha visited, all the students were defeated in just under an hour. Well, that goes without saying. So as long as they didn't deliberately act like NPCs and moved according to a fixed scenario, the teachers would never lose to a bunch of kids not even in their 20s, no matter how many of them there were. If you likened it to a game of chess, then it would be like playing against them without knights or bishops, or if playing Go, letting them have a few more stones on the board in advance, simply because they were students. Owner, what ya gonna do? You promised me. You said I could go wild and have fun. But I only got to do it once. I heard the metal bat whining, but it can't be helped. Just sit tight in your normal form and recharge your mana. You it. Owner, you fraudster. I can't do anything either. Did I go a bit too overboard in how much I used an evil organization as the baseline? Does the hunger between those who can't run and those who do have a place to run to differ that much? Or do they lack discipline because they're nobles? Owner. Ya had heaps of spies among your disciples. There were crap tons of nobles there, so don't you remember how they were all really far out from the idea of discipline? That's true. Now that I think about it, the kid of the Reina Archduchy house that's said to eat up the 10 great families for breakfast chained up the wrists and ankles of someone that was trying to help him. Meaning that, these kids simply lack the willpower. And therefore none of this is my fault. That's my owner. Look at you rationalizing. But the holidays will be over soon, and soon after that will be the Imperial Festival. As it stands, the scale of the Imperial Festival's been getting bigger every year since the Great War. If you were to compare the festival before and after the war, you could say that it's nearly 5 times bigger than it was back then. And that's 5 times just in words. Even before the war, the Empire was the most powerful nation on the continent, and the Imperial Festival that celebrates the day the Empire was founded was the biggest event on the Imperial calendar. And the fact that said events increased in scale by 5 times, means that the money that's gone into it's also increased astronomically. And the type of people that are coming will also represent that increase. In a situation where we must achieve nothing but total victory, the number of people in night study is decreasing. This isn't good. If the current situation where the students just sit down and study continues to hold, they will become theorists with no practical experience. Because theory is always so different to reality. Things might be different if the Imperial Festival was some Olympiad where they just sat and solved questions, but the kids are just studying in a situation where they have to show off their skills. That's a guaranteed loss. Should I just keep them until 10 o'clock in the holidays as well? Owner, you said during the holidays you'd at least let them out in the afternoon. Since the situation is what it is, it can't be helped. Even if I lower it back down to Plan C, it still doesn't seem like these kids are going to come back out anyway. Considering these kids have already lost their desire, they won't move just because it's Plan C. After all, they couldn't get past the 2nd floor even on Plan C. And in that situation, would the kids really move knowing there's another plan waiting for them afterwards? I need bait. Especially something big enough that the kid contracted to that tasty goddess will bite. Indeed. The biggest reason for the current situation was that Eris announced herself that she would be participating in the night study. As if the shock of her father abandoning her was that huge, she was currently quietly doing the night study in the classroom, and thanks to that the entire class seemed to feel like quietly attending the night study. Unlike the other year levels, there were only 20 students in a single class, but there were only 100 first years to begin with. And as one class started to do the night study, the mood in the other classrooms also turned to one to sit quietly and do the night study, and so all of the first years ended up doing the night study. And this was also spreading to the second years on the next floor up. I need to move Eris if I'm to stop this. It's because you kept hitting her that she has no will for this. That's not my fault. Lately she was looking at me with quite the dead eyes, although not as much as the Imperial Princess back in the day. Those eyes had already given up on life. If it's bait that will move that kind of person. There's only one thing. Number 8, their story, Eris Real Leisha's story. What is it, Professor? A dry, flat voice. People who knew what I used to be like might be surprised at this change, but the majority of people that went to Eugrasia are currently in this state, so it isn't anything abnormal by any means. And the culprit who turned the academy to this state, Professor Nicerwin, looked at me in that state with a saintly smile. It seems that school life has been quite difficult lately, Miss Eris. I barely managed to hold back something erupting out from inside me. Quite difficult. And whose fault was it again? Learning is always a difficult process. But I held it in. Professor Nicerwin's already got my father under this thumb. Thanks to that, all the other plans to bring the others' parents in to either stop the night study or negotiate its terms were all defeated, and on the contrary, the only result it had was bringing the difficulty of the night study even higher. Thanks to that, all we had was the daily consecutive grind of study. It was all right at first. Right, didn't they say that the occupation of a student was studying? Learning the necessary knowledge by working hard wasn't that bad either. But even that has its limits. A day, 2, a week, a month. To think we'd be in this situation where we had to come into school on the weekends. We had all long since memorized the textbook cover to cover. Even so, the question booklet that Professor Nicerwin gave us was too difficult to solve. Even if we tried to ask questions about it, the normal teachers didn't know how to solve it either and so couldn't help us. We had to solve those questions only with what we learned from Professor Nicerwin's classes that came once a week, but the contents that came out in the night study were on another level of difficulty that we suspected that we would have to be second years, or even third years to be able to solve them. Thanks to that, we've come to the point where we literally have nothing to do in the night study. It makes me pleased to see that the students haven't been trying to run away from the night study as of late. Really? Very funny. Even if that's what you're saying, why is your expression so regretful? You actually want us to run away, don't you? But I will never run away from the night study. I tried everything. I even used methods that, looking back, were incredibly shameful. But the result was my total defeat. Alright, I admit my loss. I lost. And so, as my final resistance, I swore that I would never do what Professor Nicerwin wanted of me. It makes me pleased to hear that Professor is happy about it as well. All the first years were attending night study. Although a few of them were attending out of despair of the status quo, the majority of the students were in agreement with me that attending the night study was a form of protest. Yes, that much we wouldn't give up. No matter what sugar-coated bait you threw out to me, our resolve is, I will remove the night study. Really? I totally could give up. Screw resolve or whatever. Indeed, I will. Gulp. I swallowed dryly without even being aware of it. Although I couldn't see my own face, I was shaken to the point where I didn't even need to see it. And I ended up showing it to the one person I should never reveal it to, Professor Nicerwin. But I can't help it. I can't help but be shaken up by the news that he would remove the night study of all things. I will even remove the requirement of coming to school on the weekends. What are the conditions, Professor Nicerwin? Even when I was 15 and greeted the Crown Prince as well as the Imperial Princess during my coming-of-age ceremony, I didn't so much as twitch, but to think I'd shake this much with the one line of removing the night study. It seems that talking to Miss Eris was the right answer after all. Catching on this quickly. As expected of the daughter of my Lord Marquis. I don't need that compliment. Hurry, and tell me what's next. What will be required to get rid of the night study? World conquest? Demon King assassination? Continental unification? No matter what it is, I will help you out. It seemed that the goddess was as worked up as I was. Perhaps anyone who's experienced the night study in this academy would feel the same way as I was. Now, speak, Professor Nicerwin. For right now, I could do absolutely anything you would tell me to do. You have to be victorious in the Imperial Festival. You're saying that we just have to win the Imperial Festival to end the night study? Is the Imperial Festival something you can just win? Professor Nicerwin said with a very surprised expression. Was that really something to be surprised about? When you considered the things we had done so far, then victory in the Imperial Festival was much too good a condition. You mean if we just eliminate a few brats, we can get rid of that thing called night study? See, victory in the Imperial Festival was such a simple condition that even the goddess of war and wisdom Athena was surprised. Yes, on the contrary, the condition of getting rid of the night study being the absurdly simple victory in the Imperial Festival, that is what I am more suspicious about right now. I actually think that this could be a trap. If you were to think of the events in the Imperial Festival, our enemies are Arusha and Marseilles. Could those kids that are barely pretending to play academy possibly beat us? Beat us, who have something that all of us are willing to lay down our lives for? I guarantee it. Those brats will never be able to stop us. The winner of the Imperial Festival has already been decided. That is good confidence to have. Confidence? No. This is predetermined fate. To overcome the trial named self-directed night study, and to escape from the hell-named school. Number 9, their story, Ria El Nurmia's story. Can we just blatantly go spy on them like this? We are simply delivering the student council's opinions to Eugrasia's student council. I entered the front gates of Eugrasia with a few others from school while holding documents. The 4 great academies were close not just in reputation, but also distance, so we barely needed to walk the distance of the next village over to reach Eugrasia. There was only one reason for me to come here despite knowing that the suspicious Professor Nicerwin was here. While the student council was planning for the Imperial Festival, we realized we had no information about Eugrasia. According to what that guy called the student council president was saying, there's no point in gathering information on Eugrasia, owner. I know. And because of that, there was that massive reform of that place this year, too. The thing called history sometimes changes so drastically, so simply. Like a goddess falling to an evil god in the myths. Like the time that the Merdia kingdom, the nation that could face off against the empire on equal grounds, fell within a single short year. Or like the time just 3 years ago, when an archdevil that was feared by all became my slave. I'd rather you not think of the last example, owner. Well, ignoring the words of the slave. Just like that, history can be made and changed in an instant. For all we know, Eugrasia, who boasted the worst results in the Imperial Festival for the last 10 years, could suddenly become the best in just a single year. I won't allow that. As long as I'm here, Marcy's must be victorious. What is it? As we passed by the large garden that was similar to the one we had at Marcy's and got closer to the main building of the academy, someone who looked like a guard stopped us. As I thought, it was a bit doubtful that a student from another academy was here at this time of year, right? My name is Ria El Nurmia, a member of Marcy's student council. Ah, you were from the Nurmia family? The opposing person's wariness dimmed a bit at my words. Let's push through here. I have some documents to deliver to Eugrasia's student council regarding the Imperial Festival. Could you please guide me to the student council room? Either way, the goal was to observe the opposition. The current Eugrasia's key forces were the student council. And perhaps the daughter of the Lisha family and a few of her associates. If I could see them with my own eyes, I could see for myself how good they were. And to do that, I went with the guard in the hopes of putting their guard down, but the guard looked at me with a flustered face and said, "Ah, if it's the student council you're after, they're currently giving the student faculty a speech about the Imperial Festival." A speech? They're preparing for the festival already? It should be a matter of course for the student council, but it's a bit far off for ordinary students. We don't really have much time either, so. I'm sorry, but could I go to the auditorium and give it to them myself? My instincts were screaming at me of some strangeness. Something was happening in that auditorium. I had to see for myself what it was. Ah, yes, I understand. The guard looked at me with a dazed expression but guided the others and I to Eugrasia's auditorium. And we saw. What is defeat to us? Non-existent. The screams of delight. To our enemies. The judgment of death. The murderous aura that seemed like it would actually kill us. Those who don't know of the Silver Devil? Brats that have no right to choose life or death. And the madness that felt like they really would give up their lives. Owner, I don't think we can beat this. I couldn't offer a single response to those words.